and there's no re-entries. Here's Stephen Chidwick, the 2023 Poker Masters champion. There's Alex Foxen, back-to-back GPI Player of the Year, in the mix as well. Isaac Haxton to his direct left. There's no easy seat in the house here as Kristen Foxen makes her debut at the Super High Roller Bowl. 3-time female GPI Player of the Year. It's great to have her in the mix as well. Swinging on over to our feature table, as promised, Mr. Daniel Negreanu taking center stage here. The defending champion, winner of Super High Roller Bowl 7 for $3.3 million. You can rewatch that entire final table on our YouTube channel as well. And there's Justin Bonomo, former winner of this event back in 2018 when he also won the big one for one drop. He is second on Poker's all-time money list, and a win in this one could send him that much closer to overtaking the top spot. Justin Bonomo, chip leader at this feature table, 196 big blinds. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not time to go all in just yet, which is what we usually see at the Poker Masters final table. No, it is time to play some deep stacked tournament play. The ring and all that cash up for grabs as we head on over to our feature table to see some poker action. All right, Donnie, let's go.
Let's go, baby.
3 days of Super High Roller Bowl action here on YouTube and Twitch. Like I said, hit that like button, subscribe to our channel. We're bringing it to you for free. Build some excitement for this event. My goal, Donnie, today is to hit 1,000 likes on the video. I would like to know for you if you want the over or the under on that.
What's the number?
1,000 likes.
Oh, over. Over. I believe in the people. Come on, man.
There we go. I love it. I love the excitement. While Kisakcioglu, our short stack, is thinking here about the 10-5 offsuit, let me remind everyone that we are doing something new on our YouTube channel. Our loyal fans who were watching during the World Series of Poker know that we launched our YouTube community subscriptions, and you would get some emojis, you would get your name in a cool color. Well, we're adding something to that right now. We have Season 1 of Poker After Dark. We have Season 2 of High Stakes Poker. We have the 2003 and 2004 World Series of Poker, all available exclusively for our YouTube community members. So there you go. If you become a YouTube community member, you get all that stuff for $2.99. We'll be adding more content to our YouTube community in the weeks and months to come. Please also request specific things if you want to. So if you want to, don't go for the full PokerGO subscription. You can watch, of course, all this stuff for free. But for $2.99, you get your name in a cool color in our chat. You get custom emojis that Donnie is adding to constantly. And you get access to all that content, all those classic episodes that you love to watch back in the day. That was a mouthful, Donnie. It's time for you to talk.
Why? Why me? I mean, I'm just pretty pumped to be here overall. I like that we have the defending champ back at the final table, or back at the feature table, I should say. Maybe I'm doing a little forecasting of Daniel Negreanu running it back to the final table.
Well, Donnie,
I like seeing Paul Jager back in the mix.
Right, I was going to say, you were here in the beginning. It did not look as though we were going to even see Negreanu on the feature table.
Yeah, I mean, he got involved in a 5-bet pot against another former winner of this event, somebody who he went heads up with prior in this event, that is Justin Bonomo. Justin Bonomo ended up shoving on Daniel Negreanu on the river. Now, I didn't know the hand when I was reporting it. You can find the updates from earlier in the day over on pgt.com in the live reporting section. But Daniel himself tweeted out afterwards the hand history and did say that he had aces. Daniel gets in a 5-bet pot with Justin Bonomo. It goes to the river. Daniel puts a small bet out there. Justin Bonomo shoves on Daniel. Daniel tanks for a bit, ends up folding his hand. So he laid down aces.
Wow.
So that's pretty crazy. I believe the board was King 10-8 rainbow. The turn was a 3 of diamonds, and the river was an 8 of diamonds, bringing in backdoor diamonds. So Daniel said in his tweet that he didn't have the ace of diamonds. So tricky spot there.
All right, well, we'll see Paul Jager here rake in a pot. Kisakcioglu dropping some more chips. The stacks are super deep. Kasakshoglu does 37 big blinds despite losing the vast majority of his chips. The average stack right now, 150 big blinds at this feature table. For those that are just tuning in on YouTube and Twitch, we are live on a delay. It is September 28th, 2023. Shout out to everyone who is with us in the chat. I see Kron Starro. I see our moderator, Christy and Teddy, with us. Francisco is asking, is this live? Kron is asking, where's Koon? Koon's in the room. Dan Smith's in the room. We're going to swing on over to the outer tables at some point today to give you some updates. We're also going to be rotating these feature tables to give you all a taste of whoever else is in the mix as we look at Seth Davies, Lucky Chewy here at the feature table.
Me and you again.
It's a who's who.
This seat was bad for me when I was
names.
like here and you were there. That was when you got me like 5-0 last year.
These two were on the feature table,
Okay, I'm gonna
Jaeger
try to get
and
even with you.
Negreanu
No,
last
I can't.
year.
Can't. I gotta get you back.
You won the tournament.
That's true. I guess that's how I got you back.
How quickly we forgot.
I'll show you my hand. How about that? One way or the other, whether you play or not, you'll see the hand somehow.
Oh, you take
Okay. Only you. Everyone else. No, okay, I'll show you. What if I did that, right? Just
Show one, show
I had
all.
it for you guys.
Well, I had the 6 king of spades.
Did you?
Yep.
I should have just checked. We both flop a flush
Yep.
and you can go home early.
Exactly.
Got a good hand. I am ace-9 suited. Why not? Take a shot.
Registration still open for this event. Stragglers can still walk into the studio, put down their 300K, and sit down at the table. This event is unique as there is no re-entry, Donnie. This is not something we see nowadays all too often.
No, especially on the PGT. I mean, the large majority of our events are re-entry, as are the large majority of events in the poker world these days. So it feels a little bit extra special when something is a freeze-out. Of course, you combine
Most
that
of the
with
time
a
here, I gotta win, right?
$300,000
That's the
price
rule.
point to get into this one,
Probably.
and
Yeah.
it's beautiful. It really is.
Taboo plus poker variant
Right?
would be unbelievable.
What?
Taboo plus poker.
I don't even know how taboo works.
I'm not even
taboo.
play.
How does it work?
Make it.
This is the one that's like catchphrase.
So how often do you
Okay.
two go back and forth? And
We've played for many years.
Yeah, decades.
20 years? You've been around 20 years?
It's just a source of
20
my whole life.
Pretty crazy. It's
Left
been
me a lot
20
of
years.
pots.
It's wild, man. Time
One
flies.
good one.
You can accrue chips or lose them in the side games.
Bonomo, a 3-time super high roller world champion.
Unbelievable.
Comes from the clouds.
I never bluffed him, though.
Rain.
Right? That's
Daniel, last year you got the second largest score of your career on this stage. What's your mentality coming in as a reigning champ?
Looking forward to it. You know, this event is always a tough one, but I come in with new material this year, and I'm ready to battle with the tough cookies.
New material. Can you give us some insight?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing, but I always dabble and I work with different things that are outside the way that most people study. And there's some things that I found that have been working really well in the last few weeks that I've been using here and worked well, except for this one huge pot I played where I had to fold aces. But aside from that, you know, so far so good.
You know I had to ask, but tell me this. Does the winning formula once again look like getting quads early, day one chip lead, ride that all the way to the ring?
It almost looked like it. I had a 5-bet pot. I had aces against Justin Bonomo where I ended up folding the river. So I thought, oh my God, am I going to get 600K right off the bat? But I ended up folding, so who knows?
Thanks, Daniel. Best of luck.
Always good to have Daniel Negreanu in the mix, but also shout out to Natalie Bodie. She's going to be, I want to say courtside, ringside, tableside, whatever it may be. She's going to be with us here until we crown a winner. One more time, if you're just tuning in,
Who's the
today,
nine
tomorrow,
left,
and
who's the nine
Saturday,
right?
we'll be
George
live
is
all day long.
left and right are
George.
subjective. George is
George.
purple,
Huh?
and Tom is orange.
George is the
Purple one.
So we got George and
Oh,
Tom.
that's from
Yep.
the.
Which one's the sucker? Because, like, they suck, right? Get it? Octopi, they suck.
Very nice.
See what I did there?
They're both the suckers.
Isn't
They're
the
both suckers?
The George and Tom is the cocktail waitress bit, right? George is good, Tom is bad.
It's like
I think George goes way back.
Shulman, tell us.
Yeah.
George
I guess
goes.
I can't hear.
Like George goes way back. It's a historical
Yeah,
thing
George
where
was a
like the
good
guy
guy.
who came to the casino when you saw George, you're like, that's George.
Right, yeah.
He's George.
Yeah, yeah.
Nick knows all about it.
And Tom's the bad one, right? Like, if the guy's like
He's a troublemaker.
Tom's trying to cut the corners.
He
And
might
George
be.
is just George.
George is George.
George.
We might not have to do too much talking if they're going to be this chatty.
All right,
I
gentlemen.
was just gonna say, Donnie. As always, the higher the
Made a
buy-in,
layup there for you.
the
Chewy?
more it feels like a
Very
sort
nice.
of
Much
a kitchen
appreciated.
type
I
home
know
game.
what's going on.
You know what's going on.
I'm curious
first
what this
rodeo.
new these new strategies that Daniel Negreanu is supposedly going to deploy here. Last year was all about the limping is pimping, right? He did it a lot in Poker Masters. Didn't have a ton of success in Poker Masters last year, but he took the same strategy into Super High Roller Bowl. Ultimately won it, of course, for more than $3 million. So if he's going to switch some things up this year, maybe it's more raising pre-flop. You know, maybe it's some larger sizings. I don't know. We'll see what he's got in store for us, but I'm certainly interested to watch.
Absolute killer of a flop for Lucky Chewy here. King 10 of hearts on that King Jack 9 with 2 hearts. Action gets checked around. Queen on the turn gives Chewy the straight. Negreanu drawing dead. Jaeger drawing to a chop.
Yeah, Lichtenberger might want to start putting some chips in the pot here. Try and get some value out of this hand.
If you're in the chat with us, please speculate on what you think Negreanu's new game is going to look like. Perhaps we're going to see some more overbetting or some more aggressive play. I always love trying to figure out what new thing he's adding to his arsenal as the 10 of diamonds hits on the river, putting a straight on the board. A chop between both players, but of course, if either one of them would have had an ace.
I wonder if Negreanu's going to bluff at this. He called the turn bet, right?
Yep.
So
there it is, 25K.
Sorry, Negreanu bet the turn and Lichtenberger made the call. My apologies.
25K here on the river from Negreanu. Chewy calling for just a chop.
Never really want to be in a spot where you're calling to chop.
I feel like calling for a chop is one of the worst feelings in poker, because best case scenario, you're getting half.
Yep.
Worst case scenario, you get nothing. It's kind of like in Omaha 8 or better, where you get quartered. It's sort of the same thing. You've got the low, but if he also has the low and he has the high, you're getting screwed. There it is. Let's go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's a
Good
lot
answer.
easier
Thanks.
to
Literally
talk
never
yourself into
bluffing
a
in
call
that
in those
spot.
spots.
I had a
The
straight,
bigger the
swear.
pot is, because you just don't want to
believe you.
surrender all the
I
chips that you
promise
put
I
in.
had a
Chewy didn't put in too much on that hand,
ace.
so
Oh, you had the nut straight.
probably
I had a
fine to
straight.
let it go.
Yeah.
That's true. Jaeger would have made
But
made
you
the ace.
would have just not bet there. I would,
Yeah,
I could have seen
well,
the
then you would
last
have been. Yeah. Sometimes I got to bet.
Got to respect Paul Jaeger stepping up to the plate to play in this arena of tough cookies, as Negreanu said it. No soft cookies in this field. Either you're tough by study and experience, or you're tough by the fact that you showed up for this. You're stepping up to the plate. You're willing to battle with these players. Nothing but respect for anyone who's willing to step into the ring.
I kept thinking you didn't have a card, then it's like, there's two
I
cards
also,
in front of
I
you.
also thought.
Yeah, I thought you were
So
telling
we
me
still-
stop.
yeah. Stop dealing.
Donnie, we can expect to see a lot more small ball poker. A lot of players looking to play a lot of post flop, contrary to what we've seen over the last week and a half or so with the Poker Masters.
Yeah, Poker Masters, everything that we were displaying on this channel was final table action. So as the tournaments naturally converge down towards a winner, stacks get shallower, the action is picked up, chips are moving a lot faster. Here, I mean, we're as deep stacked can be. Other than Orpin Kisechikoglu, every player here has at least 150 big blinds. But even Orpin, I mean, he's got 37 big blinds to start this hand. He's the shortest stack at the table, among the short stacks in the field right now, but he's still got plenty of playability.
Once again, if you're in the chat, let us know where you're watching from. What are you drinking? What are you eating? What's the weather like? Let's drive some conversation here. Curious to see what everyone's up to. We're going to be here for the rest of the day until the final card is dealt. Tomorrow, we will make sure to not miss a single hand that is dealt, and the same thing will go for the final table. Let's get some early predictions in on players you're expecting to see make a deep run. Donnie, it's easy to go for someone like a Daniel Negreanu, but I have my eyes personally on Steven Chidwick. I think he's going to carry that momentum from the Poker Masters, that good feeling from winning the jacket, and I think he's going to parlay that into a win here.
That's a good call. I got my man in the green here. I'm going to go with Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger. Also carrying a bit of momentum from Poker Masters. He won an event. He won an event on his 36th birthday. Had some success. Was in the running for the purple jacket for a bit. Orpin Kisechikoglu, although short right now, also riding some momentum. He won an event at Poker Masters. He took third in an Aria High Roller a couple days ago. He won the Aria High Roller last night.
Wow.
So, a little bit of momentum for Orpin.
I mean, he doesn't have to try hard to do better in his home country of Turkey. Already #1 on that all-time money list.
One more for sure, maybe two.
Well, we got Kerry for sure. I don't know who else. I talked to Phil yesterday.
Probably Brent.
He said he wasn't playing because he thought it was yesterday. And I go, no, it's tomorrow. He's like, oh, okay, then I might play. He's like, he didn't feel like it. But
Excuse me, Donnie? Did
What,
you
Bryn
hear what I
won't
heard?
come
I bet.
Phil Ivey.
Huh?
I mean, he played the last big tournament.
I'm just saying, usually they come on
Rafe.
time, I think.
He never comes.
Bryn?
He always max leverages
Oh.
everything.
Well, he didn't last year, I promise you that. He didn't last year, I promise you that. I busted him. With, remember quads against aces full?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, this is a sick hand.
Yeah.
Speculation here on the arrival of
Figure
Mr.
for this
Phil
one,
Ivey, potentially, Donnie.
Maybe
I
that's
mean,
why
that
I
would
started
be
max
great.
leveraging everything.
Been waiting for Phil
way to
Ivey to
cool it.
finally come play here in the
It's really the
studio.
ideal time for quads.
Scary money don't make money.
Pretty good spot.
I mean, let's go, Phil. What are you doing?
I was
I don't
walking
know
the
who
dog
else
last
does
night,
Those two, right?
and there was a
Yeah.
dog on a balcony barking loud, and its owner stepped out of the car and apologized. And we got into a conversation, and he said that he worked at the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City for many years, and he worked at various casinos on the East Coast.
I haven't seen
He wasn't
too
in
much.
Was he in
And
London?
then
A
when
lot
he
of
asked
them
what
might
I
be
was
playing
doing, I
online.
brought up the whole poker thing, and he goes,
he in London?
"Oh, me and Phil Ivey go way back."
Wow.
I'm like, "Oh, okay." He goes, "Yeah, I used to
He
deal
lives in London.
I think you're right. Yeah.
private baccarat games to him,
Wow.
and cornflakes."
You'd take
Heck
some
is
time off here and there.
cornflakes?
Well, he explained to me that's what they
McKee,
call
yeah.
John Hennigan.
Wow, okay.
So he said
wondering.
him and
Cornflakes.
him and Ivy were tight,
Yeah,
and he
very
I
said,
think online poker might be.
he said, I always used to get Phil
I don't
hot
think Nikita
dogs.
plays much online.
He would eat hot dogs all the time, and I'm like, is this real? Am I really?
I feel like I'm
hearing
being
this?
trolled. Where are the cameras? What's,
Yeah, but
what's
he
happening?
But he had the sort of New Jersey characteristics. Retired gentleman, really friendly, and yeah, Phil Ivey apparently into hot dogs.
That's one of those stories where it's like so out of left
Yeah,
field
no,
that it's true
Yeah.
for sure because
Yeah.
it just,
Surprising that
there's no way it's getting made up.
And his name was Jimmy.
very
Of
few
course his
Europeans
name was
came
Jimmy.
up with this one.
I guess
Hot dog
it's
Jimmy.
online,
Exactly.
they're playing there, and then Monaco. It's just like, why not?
Yeah, for sure.
The struggle.
To close
There are,
that one
like, the
out,
series going
Jamie
on
was
right now,
also
right? Like WQ
up in
and all that.
arms about the fact that Ivy was in the whole edge sorting thing. He was siding with Ivy, even though he worked.
Of course,
he
how
worked
could
for
you
the-
not side with
guys
us?
I
seen
know,
the
but
Benny
he was
Clinton
working for the casino.
Winning every tournament?
Funny
Yeah,
story.
so the record was 5 WQ bracelets and 1 WQ. He's won 6 with 10 days left.
Jesus.
Yeah,
It's pretty strong.
I think he has
Are
24
they still
lifetime.
big? Like,
Justin
Do they
Bonomo
still-
referencing
like, how big's, like,
Benny,
a WQ
the laser
2K nowadays?
glazer.
Oh wow.
So he plays
Has
a lot
won
of mixed
6
games. So
WQ
he's won
titles
like
during this
70
WQ
players.
series right now.
but like
wow.
how big is like the WQ?
We'll
main
likely
event?
see him for the PGT Mixed Game
Thousands of
Series
players,
coming
I don't
up
know
in
exactly, but it's
It's
big.
the
about a
main
week
event,
from
Just
now.
away.
I feel like it should be
You're
a
right,
month
you
away,
see,
but it's a
$2
week
million
away.
to win every year, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Be
if I
like-
gave it to Mel
Yeah,
top.
yeah.
Mixed Game Series only a week away.
Yeah,
PLO
that's still
Series
5 days away.
right after that,
I
Donnie.
get home.
Yeah, the
Sunday night.
PGT Mixed
weekend,
Game
right?
Series
Yeah,
starts
I'm gonna
October
max leverage
5th.
it Monday morning.
Then you have the first ever Super High Roller Bowl PLO right smack dab in the middle of October, and then right after that you have the PGT PLO Series. So jam-packed October.
Our secondary table also with RFID cards. So if something big happens on this table, we will let you know. There's Jason Koon, as advertised, playing in this event. going heads up against Nick Petrangelo here in this hand.
See Kristen Foxen there. It's her first time in the Super High Roller Bowl. A little bit of a last-minute decision. Good to see her out here battling.
Petrangelo, of course, came very close to winning last year's Super High Roller Bowl. Finished runner-up to Daniel Negreanu. Lucky Chewy, by the way, on the main feature table, got third in that event, and Justin Bonomo got fourth. All three of those players at the same table.
Call.
A little small pot brewing here.
Petrangelo was already all in earlier in the tournament today, but his ace-king was up against Stephen Chidwick's ace-king, so they chopped it up.
Starting stack in this event, 300,000 chips.
For those asking, yes, Alex Foxen is also in the field.
Donnie, there's something about the fact that this is a freeze-out that has my adrenaline going in a much bigger way than usual.
Well, you know you can't just go back over to that cage that's behind Jason Koon and fire in another bullet. I mean, we talked about that big hand earlier between Negreanu and Justin Bonomo that happened pre-stream. Maybe Negreanu flicks in the call with the aces if it's a re-entry. You know, we've seen plenty of times players, even at a $300,000 buy-in price point, go off for 2, 3, 4 bullets. You know, I mean, what was it, at the Aussie Millions a couple of years ago, the 250K challenge? Isaac Haxton was in for like 4 bullets or something insane. I mean, you hear these stories about that stuff all the time, so it's not out of the question for it to happen.
The real story here is that a parfait or just a bucket of whipped cream?
I think it's a parfait, but it looks like a whipped cream.
Nick Petrangelo, owner of 2 bracelets, 19th on the all-time money list, a force to be reckoned with. However, last year, he shaved off the beard, and it made him look like he was 21 years old again.
4,500.
Petrangelo, you guys can't see it, but that backwards hat is the new Super High Roller Bowl hat.
Which I have right here.
Yeah, a little bit of a corduroy material. Pretty stylish. That's what's in these days, as they say.
I love this.
We do have some new Super High Roller Bowl merch available at shop.pokergo.com.
Potential for some action here. Brewer with the raise. A couple of customers, and Kristen Foxen comes along from the big blinds, closing the action with ace-5. Looks like we got Joey Ingram in the chat. Shout out Joey. Joey, don't forget to hit the like button, buddy. Come on. We're supposed to hit 1,000 likes.
Check. Check.
If you're just tuning in, our YouTube community membership, it's $2.99. We added some throwback content for our members. High Stakes Poker Season 2, Poker After Dark Season 1, and the legendary World Series of Poker episodes from 2003 and 2004. So go check that out if you want to be part of our little family here.
Call.
And yes, we are live right now, coming at you from Las Vegas. If you are in town, you've got 300K burning a hole in your pocket. There's still time to enter. Brewer and Shakurchi now going to the river.
Check. $20,000.
Brewer continues firing here with ace high. Good thing for Shakurchi, no diamond on this river.
Seconds.
Excuse me, Shakurchi, of course, with the bet. Brewer facing the decision. Let's go of his ace high until all gets away with one here. Negreanu over on our main feature table. We're trying to keep you updated on all the tables here inside the room. We still have a stats tracker screen going of the main table. Nothing going on there right now, so it gives us time to step away and look at our secondary table. Here's a look at those chip counts presented by StormX. Talal on top, 459,000 off the 300K starting stack. Jason Koon I mean, not in danger just yet, but hey, that is a rough start, losing half a stack in the early goings here. We're 2 levels into the event. We're playing 6 total here today. He's got some work to do, Donnie.
He does have a little bit of work to do, but I trust Koon. The bigger the buy-in, the more I trust Jason Koon.
Oh, yeah. It would have been just bye-bye. I was hoping for that queen.
Back to the main feature. Paul Jaeger raking one in. Stacks relatively unchanged. Negreanu just above the starting stack.
He always has them. I'm not kidding. Like most people he gets them more often. It's a fact. I mean, it's verifiable. Look at the data.
He might see this and come register.
Yes.
I believe they're talking about Red Lynn.
He always shows up with it. He always jokes, and he's like, what do you think I had? Yeah, well, of course, Lady Gaga does. Well, obviously, yeah. She told you the whole time.
Action on Jaeger here with the pretty-looking King Jack of Hearts. Yeah, like I said, custom emojis available for our community members. We're considering doing some members-only chat in the future for some live streams. That'd be a lot of fun.
Is Joey Ingram, Mr. PLO, Mr. Great Game himself, is he aware of the Super High Rollerball PLO coming up in 2 weeks?
I mean,
Joey, if you hear me, sounds like you need to start selling some action. That's the event for you.
Maybe busking on the street. Get a few extra bucks.
That Super High Rollerball PLO, the first ever $100,000 buy-in. You are allowed 1 re-entry. Talking to some of the players, sounds like 60 to 70 entries is in play for that.
Excuse me?
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much was my response. But
is all of Finland flying out, or
there are a handful of Finns coming on over. We'll see them. They love it here at the studio for the PLO events, so we'll see those guys here for sure.
I'm pretty sure Joe Ingram could crowdfund his way into the 100K PLO.
Of course. There's plenty of those staking platforms out there. Just fire it in there. I mean, it's not like Joey's like drawing dead. I mean, I know those players are really good, but that's his game. Like he could fare well.
It's also PLO. You always got at least 30%. It's the beauty of the game. Oh, look at this interesting turn card here. Both players hitting a king. Bonomo on the worst end of it. Uchi Benkai says, I love Omaha, but I'm so bad at it, LOL. I feel like that goes for most people. It's so much fun, but it's hard to get good at. As Bonomo bets 25K, Jaeger comes along, makes the call. River card incoming, and it is the last remaining king in the deck. Donnie, I know that it completes the club flush draw, but still, totally feasible here. Bonomo perhaps going for value, and that could cost him dearly.
Yeah, it could cost him, but I mean, I know you sit there and you say, yeah, I have trip kings, but Bonomo is going to fire 50,000 here.
Snap call from Jaeger. Doesn't want to raise and make this pot any bigger. Bonomo confidently turning over that king.
Please.
And there's Jaeger. Taking down the biggest pot on the stream so far today. 191,000 chips heading his way. And the sad Bonomo face. This could also be a meme.
He's still overstarting stack. He's doing all right.
Yeah, I feel like all the chips he won off that big hand versus Negreanu have now shifted back into the stack of the investor from Kansas City, Missouri.
Avid sports bettor, let's go. We need to get some picks.
We need some odds on this tournament.
There's a football game tonight. Let's go, Paul Jaeger. Let us know who's going to win.
Who's playing tonight?
The Packers and the Lions. We need to know the inside scoop.
The Packers and the Lions. Aren't the Lions supposed to be good this year?
They're supposed to be good, but it's always the Lions. I mean, how good can they ultimately be?
Spawny Dauber says in the chat, entry open through the start of level 6, approximately 7:30 p.m. PT. Thank you, Spawny, for being in the mix. Spawny, by the way, is one of our community members. Special shout out to you as a member of the rail. Joey Ingram, not a member of our rail.
Yeah, but Joey's got that special grayed out name, meaning he has like 400,000 YouTube subscribers or something
Yeah.
crazy.
Back in the day when he was still a YouTuber. Joey, where you at? Go investigate something. Bonomo raising it up with ace-jack. Chewy coming along, as is Kisakcioglu with 10-5 suited in the big blind. Wow, look at this. Pat Holder says that was a Jaeger bomb. I'm a fan. We got to keep that going. An all diamond flop here, Bonomo, with that pretty looking ace of diamonds. Hard to get into trouble here for the opposing team here, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a pretty good flop for Bonomo, all things considered, being that pre-flop raiser. Maybe Lucky Chewy wants to get involved here, having that 4 diamonds in his hand, but decides not, and Orpin's 10-5 is in the muck as well.
Since the start of the stream, Paul Jaeger up 129,000 chips, courtesy of Justin Bonomo. Daniel Negreanu and all the other players basically down or break even on the day so far here at the feature table. The beauty of this event, very deep stacks. But, and I cannot mention this enough, there are no re-entries. Hermdog is asking, anyone know how long this stream is? We are going until the end of the night. So that's 4 75-minute levels with a few breaks in between.
King 8-7 all diamonds.
We'll be here with you until the day is done, and then streaming full day tomorrow and the full final table as well.
Race.
So if you have any questions, please send them in the chat. If you're enjoying the content, please hit that like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Fours and 5-4 potentially going at it here as Jaeger defends.
Four, 5 was.
Those hands are fun when they hit.
Yeah.
All right, one of the final reminders to get involved right now. Become an annual subscriber to PokerGO. Use DreamSeed Dream20 to save $20 on the annual sub, and you'll automatically will be entered into our DreamSeed giveaway. The $1 Million free roll is going to take place at the end of this PGT season, and you might be in this room playing against Daniel Negreanu for a $500,000 first prize. Become an annual sub to PokerGO right now, and who knows? Might be your time to play the once-in-a-lifetime tournament.
Final drawing on Saturday.
I haven't looked yet.
2 days away.
I can't tell you till you play. I haven't even looked. Let's see. Let's
The
see if
first
I can
person
get
who won,
some-
Donnie, during WSOP.
You know what?
Didn't believe it at first.
Yeah, my hand's
Yeah,
not
I mean-
a raised hand.
All right.
It's one of those things
I mean,
where,
some
you
people would
enter.
anyway. I'll take a flop.
You might think, what about maybe it's me? You get that call, then you're like, wait, is this somebody playing a joke on me? What is this?
Let me see what I have again.
Nothing.
You're telling me it's not a good time
Everybody
to
at home's like, yeah, I have nothing.
I'd check.
2,000.
You bought it.
I didn't buy it. I had it.
Got it.
See? You beat that?
Nope.
I figured. Jack of Hearts exposed. I had garbage before the flop, but
Yeah.
hit the pick.
Good.
This is Negreanu's comfort zone, Donnie.
I had a hand with
yes.
a name though. Now. It's called
The
the
Robbie.
Robbie.
No.
I had the Robbie. You know the hand?
Yeah.
Jack 4.
Forever living in infamy.
Yeah. It's been a while since a hand is like stuck with an actual nickname.
Yeah.
Like that. That's.
Well, what about the
There was like hands when I started that nobody even
Remember Kitchens?
knows
I
now.
remember Kitchens.
the rebranding of the Ducks, Donnie?
Yeah, my Kitchens might have been
Mallards?
the last
Yeah.
real.
Orpy and I chopped it up
I
earlier.
think a
when he
lot
had
of people
Kitchens.
are starting to call
Yeah,
them the
you do have
Mallards.
Kitchens. I didn't
I
even
think
see
it's
it.
you know
Kitchens?
it's
Oh,
catching on.
Got to keep an eye on that.
Well, the Kitchens are kings?
No, 10-3.
That's the
Not quite.
Only offsuit though.
Okay. Got it.
Suited Kitchens was Queen 5 suited.
Really, I didn't know that.
These guys all know each other so well. The amount of leveling that goes on in a game like this has to be off the charts. Kisakshoglu, that is not an error on your screen. He only has 5 physical chips left in his stack. And there it is. All those physical chips into the middle, meaning a shove worth 61,500. A few quick folds and Orpin takes this one down.
I know Orpin is often categorized
very
as a
different time.
businessman, but
Tournament poker.
as we've talked about on these
Indeed it
streams
was.
many times before,
We were reminiscing.
Orpin
of it the other
Kisachikoglu
day.
has worked on his game plenty in recent years. You know, worked
Tales of
alongside
Time
some of the
Fast.
top
You know what the
players in the
Montana,
game, and has
Montana banana
really,
is?
really
90s off.
improved.
Okay.
And
Look at you. You've been around.
You know the
I would say
Cambodian
if you
slip?
asked a lot of players in the field,
Is that
he's
69?
probably no longer
It's
considered
74.
just a
74?
businessman. He's very
I believe
much a
so. This is what I was
poker player as
told.
well. And
I
he takes it
can't
very
verify
seriously,
this.
and he cares about how well he does and
I don't
improving
know where
at
the
his
name
game.
came
So
from. It could have just been one guy that made it up and told me.
What's it called? The Cambodian?
Cambodian slick.
Naturally.
I think there
Naturally,
probably would have been
of course,
easy
what
for
else could it
Orpin.
be?
Short stack,
Yeah.
his day not going so well. See the ace 10 off. Just
Our ass.
flick it
Yeah,
into the
that's
muck,
all right.
not worry about it too much, try and find a better spot, but he took advantage of it there and found the 3-bet jam. Well done.
Small blind battle here between Bonomo and Davies gives me time to address the people in the chat. Donnie, there's a conversation going on about dress code. Some people are saying that these guys should dress up more. Others are saying it's your own money. It's $300,000 buy-in. Wear whatever you want. What side are you on?
I mean, I'm on team wear whatever you want. I mean, I don't think any of these players here look like they've just rolled in off the street. I mean, they look presentable. Yeah, they might be wearing hoodies or like, you know, Bonomo's in a t-shirt, but that's a nice, clean t-shirt. It's plain. It's, you know, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not like it's got holes in it and the sleeves are cut off and all this other stuff. Like, you know, these players do look presentable. They're going to show up how they feel comfortable, which I think is fine.
Classy white hoodie for Seth Davies. I feel as though he probably has 5 of those in his rotation.
I just think, you know,
4.5.
ultimately this is a player's game, so it's very difficult to be like, hey guys, you got to come play in a suit. I mean,
Right.
you might get 3 people showing up.
Of course, the saturation of high buy-in events makes it so that these players can choose to play whatever they want. It was only a couple of years ago, Donnie, that a buy-in of this level was unheard of, and now it seems as though it's the new standard
Last year, the
in
biggest
some
win
ways.
you had, or you had
Yeah, I mean, these events are
last year, the biggest win.
really
Yeah, I had,
everywhere,
I won
you know,
like
all
8
things
before,
considered.
and actually, I won 8. I came second in the one drop, 8.7. And a couple of years ago, I finished second to him. So, you know, but as far as wins go,
Yeah.
yeah, it's my biggest win
9.
for first place.
Jack.
Small pot here for Seth Davies. Approaching 500 likes on the video. Let's get at least to 500 here right off the bat. Got to spread the good word on this live stream. Being here right now. Going to be here for many hours as we follow along with the progress of these players. Like I said, registration's still open. Rumors floating around of a few additional players waiting in the wings to perhaps sit down at the 11th hour.
Where's the 6?
This Jaeger finds pocket eights to raise with.
Pair's a pair.
Not as good as Lady Gaga, but
No, good enough to take the pot.
Swing on over to the outer tables. Let's see what we have going on here as Jason Koon has pocket queens. Checks to Steven Chidwick on the river. 144K in the middle here. Huge pot. Chidwick fire. Look at this. Koon put to the test for his tournament life. Well, we can all see that he has the check mark. Koon's queens are best here. If he calls, he doubles up. If he folds, he'll be left with just 75K. Those time extension chips are worth a minute apiece. You only get 6 of those. Huge spot here for Jason Koon. Tournament life on the line. $300,000 buy-in, no re-entries. If he's wrong, he's out. We, of course, can see that he's right if he makes the call here. But you don't want to be wrong in this situation. Steven Chidwick putting him to the test. Straight draw, flush draw, a whole bunch of trouble on the board potentially here.
Time extension.
Let me know in the chat, what do you think? Is Koon going to figure it out and make the call? Or is he going to be left with just 75K? He has just one pair. Going through the combinations, trying to figure this out. Steven Chidwick, fresh off a win in the Poker Masters. Swinging for the fences here. Stoic as ever. Never gives away a thing. Looks like 4 time banks left there for Koon, perhaps. Already burned 3 of them. What a huge spot. Will he find the call? What do we think, chat? Is he going to make the call? Time is running out.
Time extension.
Oh my god, time extension announced by the dealer. That means he's going to lose 1 more of those chips. This could also ruin the rest of his day if he burns through all his time banks. You're playing against the toughest competition in the world. This is only the 3rd level of play. Koon says, I beat a lot of bluffs, actually. I guess some ace-high clubs type bluffs. What a massive spot here.
10 seconds.
10 seconds announced before he burns another time extension chip.
There's a lot of people up here full too, buddy, but you're not one.
Wow, makes the call. Jason Koon gets a massive double up. Chidwick almost with a little bit of a frown on his face as he hands over the chips.
How many? 5?
Koon makes the call, and as dramatic as the hand was, he is now back up to the starting stack, give or take. 294K of the 300K starting stack. Jason Koon out of the hot waters there for at least a few orbits. Burned most of his time extension chips for the rest of the day here. And Steven Chidwick, you know, could afford to take this hit, but would much rather have taken this one down. Early drama here at Super High Roller Bowl 8. All of a sudden, Nick Petrangelo's day got a lot worse with Koon sitting on a bigger stack again. Of course, winner of his first bracelet back in 2021, winning the Heads Up event. Lots of emotions back then when he took that one down. 2018, got third in Super High Roller Bowl.
Right, it's 4,500.
The year Bonomo won. Just one pair there for Koon. What a call.
Call.
Smash that like button if you enjoyed that little show there by Jason Koon. Figuring it out, making the call with just one pair. You gotta love this high-level poker action. Might seem straightforward on the surface, but let me tell you, this stuff goes very, very deep. Staying on the secondary table here for a minute. I'm monitoring the action on the main feature table on my side screen here. Nothing going on there, so we're not missing anything. Brewer, Chidwick, and Petrangelo going at it here.
Can you scan your
Petrangelo, the lumberjack?
Of course. Spends half his year up in Canada, riding mountain bikes and snowboarding.
He was talking the other day how he says Las Vegas is probably the most underrated place for mountain biking.
100%.
Wow.
100%.
I mean, I knew you would have an opinion because I know you're into cycling.
You still have to take me up on the offer of taking you mountain biking.
I know, I do.
It's not as bad on your knees as playing soccer, Donnie.
Well, I haven't played soccer in a long time.
Are you officially retired now?
I don't know. I don't ever want to use the R word.
But yes, if anyone needs any advice on trails in Vegas, Strava, find me.
10 seconds.
I'll hook you up. You can also rent bikes when you come out to Vegas. The trails are stunning, especially in fall and winter and spring. It is incredible. Petrangelo takes one down here. Swinging back over to our main feature table. Paul Yeager kicking things off with the raise. By the way, if you're wondering, where are Nick and Ali? PokerGo.com. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman doing the commentary there. Donnie and myself going to be with you here on YouTube and Twitch all day, every day. Bonomo has a 7. Throws in 4,000. Yeager still with some outs. Going to come along. There it is. 9 on the river, giving Yeager a straight with Jack 8. Third club does hit. Just tosses out 20K, roughly a pot-sized bet here from Yeager, and Bonomo lets go of his 7. Finance Matter says, so we got to pay to listen to Ali and Nick. He says that's unfair, but also fair. Well, there you go. I guess we're right in the middle.
We got the Lions-Packers game tonight. You guys like anybody in that one?
Oh, Donnie, sports talk.
I like it.
The Lions are like 3-point favorites.
Two, I think.
Yeah. I guess Green Bay is better than they seem, huh? The Lions are great.
You think he's fishing for a bet against
100%.
We haven't said it in a long time.
Yeah. It's in Green Bay, right?
Yeah. The Lions seem like the obvious choice, but that's what's scary because you.
Yeah, that line seems like a trap for sure.
Paul
Lions
Yeager,
are fun to watch, though. I love that team.
a sports betting fanatic. Of course, he's the first to bring up tonight's game. Let us know in the chat which side you want. Donnie, what side? Do you have money on the game tonight?
No, I mean, gun to my head, I'll take the Packers. But no real interest. The only interest I have is doing away with Thursday Night Football.
Paul Yeager made his debut in Super High Roller Bowl last year. Also had some fun battles with Negreanu. Joe Ingram just compared us to the Peyton and Eli show. You know, the secondary stream.
That's some high praise.
I would more look at us as like the Nickelodeon show.
Aren't they doing like a Toy Story one?
I mean,
coming up?
they're doing some special one for the Super Bowl, I've heard. But yeah, shout out Joey. Appreciate you for tuning in.
$14,000.
Bonomo takes this one down. Donnie, which TV show are you binge watching with your wife these days?
Nothing really. We did the old let's watch something or let's start something last night, you know, and then it just involved me flicking around Netflix and the other streaming platforms for about a half an hour and us not deciding on anything.
Were you guys actively disagreeing on stuff?
He's one of the most likely players to be the first out of the tournament.
A little bit, but
Some hands.
I mean, it was more like we just weren't interested in something. Not that we were like fighting. Like, I don't want to watch this. You watch that, whatever. But yeah.
Oh, wow. Someone is packing up. Bad news for Jonathan Jaffe. He's been our first casualty. 18 players have entered so far. The registration's still open. But Jonathan Jaffe hitting the rail here, Donnie. Can you investigate for us and see
God, you're
if you
last.
can find
How
out
bad are you?
what happened?
Yes, I will.
You finished in last place.
What I will tell you is that Jonathan
Everybody
Jaffe
doesn't
got
make the monies
short
in last
early.
place.
Was down to like 35, 40,000 early. Found one double up, but as we saw there, him exiting the room
I would bet a lot of money that it wouldn't be you.
was
like a
ultimately
lot.
not
I
able
bet
to
like a
turn it
million.
all the way around.
No way, not you. Pick him first. 100%.
For sure, not even close.
You kidding me?
So I'm told that Jaffe was eliminated by Dan Smith. The two saw a flop of 9-8-7 rainbow. They checked it through to a king on the turn. The king was a club, bringing a second club to the board. Smith made a bet. Jonathan Jaffe called. The river was the ace of spades. Smith bet 50,000, which was enough to put Jaffe all in. Jaffe had 31,000 behind. Jaffe made the call, tabled ace-6 for a pair of aces. He had flopped an open-ended straight draw. Smith had 10-6, flopped the straight. So a straight is what eliminated John Jaffe. First player to go here, but he is coming off a $756 win in the finale at Poker Masters, so I would say that it's still been an all right week or so for John Jaffe.
So you're saying it was a free roll
I'm saying it was a free roll.
To all the people in the chat that heard a weird noise, we heard it too. I have no idea what it was. We heard a little weird beep there for a second, and now it's gone. So I guess it was maybe it was the sound of a dolphin speaking to us as the trainer has just left the building. Three-way action here on the turn. Small pots developing. Chewy here comes in with a raise to 22,000. Kisashioglu on the short stack, flopping top 2 pair. Donnie, this is the dream scenario for the man from Turkey.
This is. How is he going to play it, though? Is his action going to look suspicious if he just calls here, given his stack size? And yes, everyone in the chat, I did misspeak. I said $756, $756,000. The noise that was in our ears just really messing with me, okay?
Well, whenever Donnie says a 3-figure number, just assume it's at least 6. Anything in this room is at least 6
But,
figures.
hey, at least I know now that the chat's paying attention to what we're saying.
You're just testing them.
All right, Orpin is going to make that call. Bonomo gets out of the way as expected.
Orpin comes along, makes the call. King on the river. Action here on Chewy. Orpin has less than a pot-sized bet behind. Chewy going up against the short stack. You have the power of the big stack, but you also have the concern of the short stack perhaps being committed to this. And Chewy decides to go very small. If you're Orpin here, Donnie, playing it safe or trying to get some more out of this?
I think you're probably fine to try and get some more out of this. I also don't totally fault just calling here. Looks like Orpin is going to try and get more. Look at that. Well done, sir.
Snap fold from Chewy, and Orpin, ever since our broadcast started, has chipped up very nicely. Now sitting back on 120,000 chips, 60 big blinds, and must be feeling a whole lot more comfortable.
Maybe the stream's lucky.
Maybe it is. To some it is, to some it isn't, and we can see on screen here that it has been for Orpin very recently, winning event 6 at the Poker Masters for 218K. Perhaps a bit of a satellite for him, parlaying that money into this event. 300K buy-in. By the way, back to TV shows, Donnie. You said you and your wife could not agree on a show. My fiance and I have been binging Suits like no other. And tonight I'm not available. She texted me just now. She goes, just so you know, you're on Season 7, Episode 2. Implying that I'm about to be about 3 episodes behind when I get home.
Yep.
Let us know in the chat. What are you binging? What are you on right now? Because we're going to be done with Suits by the end of the weekend at this pace.
How many seasons are
There's
there?
9 seasons.
9 seasons.
Have you watched Suits?
No, I haven't. But every time I turn on Netflix, it's right there.
It's your
front and center.
It's honestly, it's your show. You should watch Suits. Look at this, Donnie. Jaeger, set of 10s. Kisashioglu, a pair of aces. we could see some real trouble here as Jaeger raised before the flop. Kisakshioğlu just defended from the big blind, now faced with a bet of 9,000. Stacks are
Did you ever grind like online
quite a bit deeper than they were a few hands ago.
Oh yeah, for sure. Did you? I know you grinded
This
cash.
is interesting. See
You
how
just
this
kind of play both
develops.
the whole time, or?
I mean, this is a little bit
I
of a
went through
tricky
phases
spot
where I
for
would play more of one
Kisakshioğlu,
or
but
the other.
also, I mean,
But
I'm not so sure Jaeger's just going to be blasting off. He is raising from under the gun, so probably a bit tighter in his range. You only have a 6 kicker to go with your hand, so might be one of those hands you call flop and then just give up after there.
Look at Jaeger. Just like flicking out 30K
Orpin does just that.
like it's chump
I was in
change.
Panama for
And
a while.
Orpin
Really?
lets it go quickly.
Sounds fun.
Good discipline there.
Shows it.
Good hand.
Orpin's like, when can I get one of those? Can I flop a set?
Yeah, those are just fun
how we
times
did
when you
before.
had the stamina to do that.
Donnie, the question is, did he play it like a
My
set?
first couple years as like a full-time
Yeah,
player.
I think he played like a set. You know,
100,000.
raise, bet. That looks like a lot of chips out there for Nick Petrangelo.
Wow.
Raising to 100K there, getting it done.
Ooh, baby. Nick Petrangelo coming out swinging. Donnie, I will say this again and again. Because it's a freeze out, there's so much more on the line. Every single hand matters. This is so much fun. I can just feel the pressure and the adrenaline in the room. Jason Koon doubled up through Chidwick earlier. That was so much pressure for Chidwick and Koon. This event is just the best. Absolutely the best. There's hardly anything like it. The freeze-out format, coverage on day one, average stack, 150 big blinds right now. You love to see it. Going back to the chat here about what people are binge watching. I saw someone said they're rewatching Entourage.
My wife recently rewatched Entourage like a couple weeks ago.
Oh my God. I think I have to rewatch Entourage and Californication. Morales is watching Band of Brothers. Ozark is getting a few mentions. Yellowstone. I got some more people on Team Suits.
Santier is an interesting one. Fresh off pulling in that pot recently, Petrangelo comes in with a raise. King 7 of spades. Koon flats King Queen off. Kristen
Raise
Foxen flats the
28,000.
button with King Deuce of diamonds, and now Chidwick in the big blind is coming in with a re-raise here to 28. Petrangelo's out of the way. Koon is also out of the way, and Foxen also out of the way.
Swinging back over to our main feature table. Chewy and Negreanu going head to head. Earlier, Bonomo mentioned that he and Negreanu have been playing for 20 years now at this point. It is insane to think that players like a Negreanu and a Lucky Chewy and a Bonomo have maintained success for such a long period of time, and they still have the eagerness and the dedication to the game to keep up with the current strategies and to keep evolving along with the game.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, right? You feel like there might be some burnout there. You also feel like even if you're not ultimately burned out, maybe you just kind of ride off into the sunset, you know, go find yourself on an island somewhere, just drinking some pina coladas or whatever. But no, these guys still absolutely love the grind, both on and off the felt, as you mentioned, because
Last
it's
time I
not
played probably
easy
with
to.
board came 3-4s. 3-4s came again.
It's not easy to be at the top game of your game, excuse me, and play at this level if you're not putting in that work off the felt. Little 4-4-4 action on this board. Negreanu versus Lichtenberger.
Ace high.
No good, sir.
I had the 4-4.
You had the 4? Man.
Why didn't I just call the raise on the big blind?
Donnie,
That would be the
Paul,
first time ever that had quads.
Paul Yeager is all of us. We are all Paul Yeager.
Except we don't have 300K.
No, we don't.
I was thinking that.
These are the best.
They're pretty great.
They just got them on ice all year, right? Like, I don't think they use them for anything else.
No, yeah, they wait for this occasion.
Queen 4, I just didn't feel good about it.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Well, now we got a
Special
100K
chip set
Super High Roller Bowl PLO.
for Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah.
Take them for a spin and out.
Yeah, they're a little bit
Are
larger
you a
than
four-card
regular
aficionado?
chips. They actually have to use different chip racks called Baccarat
Aspiring.
racks.
Aspiring.
Baccaracks.
I'm also
Yeah,
aspiring.
Baccaracks. They feel super nice.
Good thing to aspire to now.
Very sexy colors.
Heavy.
Every WSOP. High
Not
roller
really
has
heavy.
800 entries.
Like they're the same
Okay.
thickness. They're just a little bit bigger in diameter.
We should get Jimmy
I
in
think
there.
the colors pop. I think the one thing that I think everyone involved wishes that they could change is the pink
Raise it.
chips, like the fluorescent pink. Those are only 500, and we wish that we would have redone it and like made those the 25Ks or something, right?
Right.
Because those, I mean, those really pop. They look so good.
But of course, the green 25s Ks look like the cash chips, same
Yeah.
color.
Which
Yeah,
you know,
Triton's trying
25s
to do more
are
PLO now, too.
usually
So
always
that's kind
green.
of done with.
They do have some white 100Ks. We'll see those eventually in this tournament. So there have been talks at times also about using this chipset maybe in like some of the 50K finales to some of our series. Maybe we'll get that happening. But yeah, really great chipset. I'm a sucker for a good chipset myself.
When I think of my favorite chipsets, I just have to think back of events like the WBT at the Aviation Club where they had the big square
Crazy.
plaques. It's just, I don't know, the plaques are crazy and they kind of make no sense, but they look super cool.
I am a fan of plaques, but I'm not a fan of plaques in American events. Like I just don't. I don't think
okay.
they work. Like to me, they're European or they're Asian.
I know why you're saying that too, because you're thinking of James Bond.
Yeah, but like also like you go to some of these other stops, like that's where they had plaques.
Right.
So like even in Australia, they would have plaques for some of their big chips. Like I don't know, that's where I always kind of came across them. So that's what I'm drawn to. And then some places have installed them here in the U.S. and I just look at it and I feel like there's a disconnect there for whatever reason in my mind.
Growing up in the Netherlands.
I'm a big fan of like the bigger chips, like the
Right.
WSOP does. This whole set is bigger, but like the WSOP has like the 500K or whatever is a little bit larger than the other chips. Like I kind of like that. Like that's the American thing to me.
Right. Yeah, in Holland Casino, the cash chips, once you hit, I think, 1,000 euros, they become little plaques, and then they get exponentially bigger, and then you have like the big 100K plaques. Looks really cool. It does give that James Bond vibe.
When you play the PLOs coming up, Monaco.
I can't go to Monaco.
Oh shit.
Back inside the PokerGO Studio, could this be the hand where Daniel Negreanu wins the title?
Does call. Best hand.
Will the monkey finally be removed from Daniel's back? Over the better part of these last 2 years, the answer is yes.
Congrats, man. Cheers. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah.
As he takes the worst of it and rides it to glory. 3.3
Remember the
million
exit
plus.
interview from the other one? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What'd I tell you? How do you get them chips? How do you get them chips when you play some defense? Oh, yeah. Macho Man told you what was going to happen, didn't he? All this pretty money right here.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Your Super High Roller Bowl 7 champion, Daniel Negreanu.
Usually they feed you pretty
If
well.
I had been a professional commentator, I would have announced that we were about to watch the highlights of the final hand of Negreanu's epic run last year. But of course, the images and especially the sounds that came along with it speak for themselves. Macho Man Daniel Negreanu taken down Super High Roller Bowl 7.
You saw that ring there. That ring will be won by the winner of this year's event. Nearly 2 ounces of 14K white gold. More than 4 carats total weight in natural diamonds.
What does that go for at the pawn shop, Donnie?
I honestly think the ring is worth 20 to 25K. Wow. I believe that's actually the price on it. So I mean, it's certainly nothing to sneeze at. This ain't just some cheap ring. This is the real deal out there.
Mark Letterman says this guy's a wannabe Jungle Man. Didn't Negreanu win that event before Jungle Man became Macho Man, or am I confusing my timelines here?
No, I think it was Macho Man first. Macho Man Dan first, and then Negreanu did his thing. I could also be wrong. It all blends together in my mind.
Do love to see it. Negreanu, of course, winning that event, getting, you know, I guess sort of the monkey off his back, like Ali mentioned. Had been on quite a bit of a rough stretch leading up to Super High Roller Bowl. Very well documented in his vlogs during the World Series of Poker. Cannot imagine being so public about all your ups and downs and still playing your best, as we saw these three check on the flop. Orpin Kasakcioglu betting 8K on the turn. Jaeger comes along. Heads up river action here as Jaeger has the best of it with 2 pair.
I'd imagine it'll take a lot here from Kasakcioglu to get Jaeger off this hand, and he might not even be able to do so even if he were to overbet jam this river. He does check there. Jaeger's going to go for a bet. 14,000 into 32.5. Orpin gives it up.
Shout out to all the super fans in the chat. If you want to
The
become
redraws
part
after
of
level
our
4, is that right?
YouTube community, make sure to hit that join button. For $2.99, you get access to the rail, which of course includes your name in a special color. You get emojis and some exclusive content behind the scenes. Here's a look at our feature table chip counts presented by StormX. Paul Jaeger on top. Love to see it. 239 big blinds. Orpin just on 40 bigs. He's got some work to do. Daniel Negreanu on 142, just below the 300K starting stack. So no stress just yet for anyone. This is just day one of Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah,
To finish my
my
pitch there, we got old school high stakes poker season 2, Poker After Dark season 1, and 2 years of WSOP available via our YouTube memberships.
Couple queens. The Lady Gagas that he was talking about with Renlin earlier.
Get Renlin in the building right now.
I think Renlin would be an amazing addition to this event.
Oh, yeah. Maybe if he had won the jacket and the 50K Poker Masters bonus.
Could see some action on this flop. Ace, 8, 5, 2 spades. Lucky Chewy flopping middle pair and a spade draw. Quick check on the flop. 5 pairing the board on the turn.
Jaeger with the biggest stack. Not too worried about getting in too deep as he comes along here for 3,500. River card is the 9 of hearts. Very interesting river card here, Donnie. Chewy hitting at 9. Jaeger is going to bet out his queens here. Spades don't come in. Does that make Chewy think that Jaeger might be a bit bluffier than usual? And indeed it works.
I got Ren's favorite hand.
That's going to win.
Lady Gaga.
Ren, where you at, brother?
No future.
No future.
No future. Call him no future. Always Lady Gaga.
Paul Jaeger, Donnie, extending his chip lead up to over 500,000 chips right now. Phenomenal showing for him from Kansas City, Missouri. I've been told home of some of the best barbecue in the country. However, the one time I went there to get barbecue food driving through town, it was bad. So left a bad taste in my mouth.
You probably just ran bad.
I ran bad. I got the bottom of the barrel. By the way, if you're just tuning in, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me will be here all night covering this event, trying to find out who will put themselves into a great position to win Super High Roller Bowl 8. It's really going to look cool, Donnie, when we have Super High Roller Bowl 10, because that's going to be the X.
I was telling Tim the other day, or maybe a couple weeks ago, I don't know, but Super High Roller Bowl 10 needs to be 500K buy-in.
Oh, there you go.
The
Going
10th
back
edition of the event,
right.
bring it back to what the first one was. That's what needs to happen. I mean, are these guys not playing 500?
I know.
I mean, they're all going to play 500. Maybe you might even get it like a Rick Solomon, coming out, David Einhorn, like some of those guys
right.
are like, oh, $500,000, let's go.
And then bring the dress code back?
Yeah, why not? I don't know. I don't know if these guys, if they own suits, if they own dress code material.
Well, Bonomo can wear his Burning Man attire, just to break it up a little bit.
I'm in.
Can you imagine if we had an event like that? A Burning Man 100K? I can name plenty of poker pros who would be down for that.
Let's play one more hand.
Take a break.
Sounds as though we are coming up on our first break of the night. Connie, we're already approaching 1,000 likes on the video. It's only the first level, so I think,
love it. Let's go.
I think your over is going to come in pretty easily.
Let's go.
If you're new to the channel.
The people love free Super High Roller Bowl action. What?
Why would they not?
Of course.
Raise.
Yeah, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe, turn on the notification bell. We got 2 more full days of streaming coming up. We have lots of PLO streaming coming up in the near future. Of course, daily highlights, clips, all that good stuff right here on our YouTube channel. RMX Indiana says, how about adding a PLO event to Super High Roller Bowl? Donnie, I guess he's not been paying attention.
I believe October 14th, 15th, and 16th is Super High Roller Bowl PLO. $100,000 buy-in, the first one ever.
Or then they'll do a redrive.
That one will be a $100,000 buy-in with a single re-entry allowed.
Going on break, we got to sit here and work.
It's something that the PLO players themselves really pushed
8, 9,
for.
10, 2 hearts.
So we added it, so it's really on them to come out and show up.
Yeah.
And talking to a lot of those players, they seem to think 60 to 70 entries is what it'll get. So looking forward to that one. Believe that will be the largest buy-in PLO event in the history of poker.
So I guess October 16th.
October 16th. 16th. Yeah.
Sorry.
So 16th, 17th, and 18th then? Yeah.
Yep. Leading right into the...
And the second 2 days on the 17th and 18th will be live streamed.
There you go. There you go.
I'll check it.
Bet 10,000. 10,000 says you don't have the King 3 of Hearts. I know you don't have King 3 of Hearts. If you do, you'll raise me.
I'll call you.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Fair fight here, going to the river, almost 50-50. River card is the 8 of clubs. Now 0% for Jaeger as Negreanu's 5 holds up here despite all the outs against him. Scary looking board though, Donnie.
You're going to bet now?
It is scary. Is Jaeger going to...
Pretend you have an 8?
Going to bet this one? I mean, it's his only way to win, is if he can blow Negreanu off that 2 pair.
I'll check.
Check.
You probably got it. I got ace-high, I think.
I can beat that. Got a pair.
There you go.
I didn't have a pair very long, but I made a pair.
Good hand.
Thanks, bud.
All right, Negreanu rakes in what probably will be the final hand before the break. Super High Roller Bowl 8 coverage will continue after this break. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, get yourself a refresher on the bevy, maybe some snacks. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue shortly.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
We begin with blinds of 1,000, 2,000, and a big blind ante of 2,000. And finally, Nick, I welcome you into the fold with some initial thoughts perhaps here during the 8th edition of the Big Boy.
Thank you, Ali. Nice to see you.
Likewise. Was this one that was on your calendar coming in that you were hoping to be out there playing and perhaps leaving me out here on my own?
No, not really. We have a thing where we've, you know, it's great to see you, Ali. 10-5 off for Orpin.
Kisachikolu, a regular on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Now coming over to ply his trade. Not a professional poker player per se, but very much surrounded by professionals, several relationships that run deep with them, and his game has evolved tremendously since his arrival on the scene.
And note he's leaning on Jaeger here with a fairly modest 10-5 off.
Paul Jaeger, that is. Queen 9-8 Rainbow gutter for Orpin. Ace high still in front for Jaeger, who did flat pre-flop. 6,500 ahead, took this flop. Blind v blind.
I like this guy. I remember him from last year. Goes for 7,000. For Orpin, a real decision. This is a bit awkward. Especially, as you said, hasn't been a roaring start for him, so his stack is already in that 50 bigs precarious territory.
Unclear just where all of the carnage took place, as clearly there was much of it. Orpin tearing one off here in the face of the 7K position bet from Jaeger, who has hit the ace.
Perhaps Orpin toying with leading out on this ace.
Perceived
He was the
range
initial
advantage.
raiser. Yeah, he can connect with it in ways that are real.
15?
Does go for 15.
You had a nose for what he might be up to here, as it wasn't simply the hunt for a jack, but rather an opportunity that led him to check call. Jaeger, of course, hanging tough. Another 30,000 into the middle, and it doesn't look good for Orpin here. 9%. 5 of diamonds pairs him. Awkwardly, not really much showdown value with that card, right?
Well said, Ali. It is a bit awkward. We do beat things like Jack X of hearts, a little bit of other stuff, 7-10. This is quite awkward. Goes for check. Looks like a snap check behind from Jaeger, and take it down, sir.
Well, Paul Jaeger, 38 years of age, lives in Kansas City, Missouri. That's his hometown. Went to Texas Christian University, where he studied business, his profession, private equity, which would explain why he's got a spare 300,000 lying around for a few days in Vegas. Career live tournament earnings, a modest 82,000, and so he's got some risk tolerance, a little gamble in him.
Go ahead, Ali.
Me and you again.
As always.
This seat was bad for me when I was like here and you were there. That was when you got me like 5-0 last year. Okay, I'm gonna try to get even with you. No, I can't. I gotta get you. I gotta get you back.
You won the tournament.
That's true. I guess that's how I got you back.
Hard to have a vengeful heart.
I'll show you my hand. How about that?
As the
One way or
reigning
the other,
champ.
whether you play or not, you'll see the hand somehow.
Oh, you take
Okay, only you. Everyone else, no, okay, I'll show you. What if I did that, right? Just hide it from you guys?
No, I had
Jaeger.
the king of spades.
Did you?
Limp
I should've
folding
just
the
checked.
king
We both
6 of
flop a flush.
spades.
We can go home
Unconventional.
Exactly.
Note the spades were covered, so you know maybe Paulie's
Nice
feel
suited.
is
Why not?
on
Take
right
a
now.
shot.
Defending champ, Paulie, the legend, the man himself.
You know, I actually was out on Instagram earlier today and caught some videos that he had posted from his new home out in Lake Las Vegas.
He
kind
told
of
me he was
checked
going
out
out there. Good for him.
the urban sprawl over on the west side.
I like it out east, though, Lake Las Vegas. It has a charm to it.
Yeah, it's kind of far,
It
though.
is far.
You know?
Agreed.
Maybe if you got the Sikorsky, you know, helipad access, now we begin to consider such
Most of the time here I
venues.
got a limp, right? That's the rule? Probably. Yeah. Especially against this guy.
Taboo plus poker variant
Right?
would be unbelievable.
What?
Taboo plus poker.
I don't even know how taboo works.
I'm not even gonna play.
How does it work?
This is the one that's like catchphrase.
So how often do you
Okay.
two go back and forth? And
We've played for many years.
Decades.
20 years? We've been around 20 years.
Well, wow.
So we got George and
Oh,
Tom.
that's from the.
Which one's the sucker? Because, like, they suck, right? Get it? Octopi, they suck.
Very nice.
See what I did there?
They're both the suckers.
They're both suckers?
The George and Tom is the cocktail waitress bit, right? George is good, Tom is bad.
It's like
I think George goes way back.
Shulman, tell us.
Yeah.
George goes.
It's true what he's saying.
Like,
yeah.
George
You
goes
know,
way back.
George is good.
It's a
Tom is
historical thing where, like,
anyway.
the guy who came to the casino, when you
Lichtner?
saw George, you're like, that's George.
Right.
He's George.
Yeah.
Nick knows all about it.
And Tom's the bad one, right? Like, if the guy's like
a troublemaker.
Yeah.
Tom's trying to cut the corners.
Open from
George is
Jaeger.
just George.
Negreanu's in with his crabs.
Which have served him well in super high roller bowls.
We
right
were
on
just
cue.
talking about it.
All right, gentlemen.
Chewy, of course, joining the
Oh,
party.
Made a layup there for you, Chewy.
Very nice. Much appreciated.
You know, I know what's going on.
You know what's going on.
So
Massive
6
flop for Chewy.
How about it? Top pair, gut shot, straight flush draw. A stranglehold on this one. Jaeger with backdoor spades and a 9.
Try not to look. I'm looking over there.
There's a
and
check to him.
see your cards.
That's it.
Round of knuckles, and then the queen showing up for Chewy. Unnecessarily. Still checking.
A bit of a hand is so good, and we have a wide range from the big blind, so we need to sort of protect all of these holdings. And note, he does pick up a customer.
Yeah, Negreanu sensing that perhaps a little 10K sprinkle might season his way into this pot. Betting.
You guys got me.
All right.
Chewy with the flat, holding the redraw. Obviously, there are some 10X combos. And
Oh, that's so sick. Daniel might have found a way to win this pot.
that is an incredibly gross river. is
Unbelievably violent. One would think Daniel has to bluff here. And for Chewy, let's see. Incredibly gross development for Chewy. Forgive the harp. The 10 of diamonds. My.
Playing the board is Lichtenberger, as is Negreanu. And the sizing, Nick, could...
25 into 41. It's a little... Raises are to be derived sometimes from the player in Chewy's seat as well as a bluff. Now, Daniel is a bit screwed if he doesn't have the ace, and Chewy does interact with the ace. See what he goes for.
In terms of ace, king, ace, 10?
Right.
Perhaps we remove the ace, king,
I do
given the
believe in
flat from
addition
Daniel.
to fold and call, he's weighing raise. Does let it go, but wasn't happy about it. Daniel with the fake
Thanks.
side.
Literally never bluffing in that spot.
Okay.
I didn't know what
was
was going on.
Yes, Sully.
Taking my nails.
Of course.
I kept thinking you didn't have a card, then it's like, there's two cards in front of you.
I'm only
you're
50 million away as a college dropout,
Stop dealing.
I think. Maybe 50 and a half. And I'm not talking poker, just everything.
Right.
Hot
Yeah.
on his heels.
Yeah.
Knocked around to the small blind of Lucky Chewy. And dusty one for Orpin here. It was down to just 70,500. As we sometimes see, hands that are particularly unattractive don't want company.
That's exactly right, Ali.
Nevertheless, Orpin's raise is called by the 10-8. So to the flop we go. And no improvement for either player on the King-Jack 3-2 spade. Flop, 14,000 in the middle.
Likely going Orpin's way.
Checks back, though. Picks up the gut shot on the turn. And as tempting as it is to regard the check back there as perhaps weak, we can clearly see that Orpin's up against the 10 high. It's not to say that it isn't going to be credibly connected to the flop just because it checked back on the flop. You see that kind of delayed bet sometimes?
That's exactly right. And also Chewy's cards are a bit poor for taking off bluffing. Orpin checks it one more time. So this is the excessive delay, as you were saying. I still think for Chewy we're just usually checking, although these lines are a bit complicated. He does go for check, and now one would be shocked to see Orpin check a third time.
No showdown value. But a bet at this point, given the line he's taking of any normal sizing, is going to be inherently polar, given the two checkbacks, right?
Goes for 4, the very small bet winner. I wouldn't say it's extremely polar.
I talked to Phil yesterday.
Probably Brent.
He said he wasn't playing because he thought it was yesterday. And I go, no, it's tomorrow. He's like, oh, okay, then I might play. He's like, he didn't feel like it. But what, Bryn won't come now, will he?
I bet.
Huh?
I mean, he played the last big tournament.
I'm just saying, usually they come on time, I think.
He never comes.
Want to clarify that Orpin actually lives in London.
Well, he didn't last year, I promise you that. He didn't last year, I promise you that. I busted him. Remember quads against aces full?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, this is a sick hand.
Yeah. I figure for this one, you show up on time.
Maybe that's why he started max lead wrenching everything.
avoid the cooler.
It's really the ideal time for quads.
Yeah, it was a pretty good spot.
Deuces for Bonomo. Orpin folds a small blind.
Those two,
Jack
right?
10. Jaeger letting it go as well.
Where's Vogelsang?
What's that?
Christoph.
Oh.
I haven't seen
He wasn't
him
in.
too much.
Was he in London?
A lot of
He
them
was
might be
in
playing
London.
online. Might be an issue.
Was he in London?
Yeah, I think
online?
He lives in
Yeah,
London,
I
right?
play on GG Poker.
He lives in London.
I think you're right, yeah. He'd take some time off here and there. No Makita either.
Yeah, I was wondering if like Nikita, Martirosian, Ponikovs.
Yeah, very few.
I think online poker might be a reason.
I mean, I don't think Makita plays much online.
You know, they're talking about some of the super high roller regulars worldwide who have begun to...
All right, there it is. We're back. The break is done. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman still on the call on PokerGo.com if you want to listen to their smooth voices and wide-ranging vocabulary. If you're here for the shout-outs, if you're here for the likes and subscribes, and perhaps some pizza and donut talk, please stick around. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. Isaac Haxton, clubhouse leader right now, 644K. He knows what it takes to win this one. He's done it before. Paul Jaeger second in chips, Talal Shakurchi third. We're going to stick with the feature table, highlighted by, of course, Daniel Negreanu and Justin Bonomo. Both winners of this event in the past as well. And just last year, Negreanu won. Petrangelo got second, Chewy got third, who was also at this table, and Nick Petrangelo, one table over, finished in fourth place. Donnie, it's been a good day so far already.
It has been a good day. It's been a fun day. We got a good table here.
What a hand you had.
I'm looking forward to the remainder of
You
it.
had a flush draw, too.
I had a
You mentioned
bazooka.
Isaac Haxton as the chip leader, winner of Super High Roller Bowl 5
Snowman, was it?
back in 2018. That was the year there was 2 Super High Roller Bowls. Remember that?
Man,
There was the one, I believe it was in May or, Justin Bonomo won that one. And then later on in December, Isaac Haxton won Super High Roller Bowl 5.
Bum, bum, bum.
Wow. The Robbie, but each player has half of it.
I get these songs. Walking the halls.
Bonomo coming in with the raise here with the 2 4s under the gun, and Orpin Kasechikoglu, who has 26 big blinds and 2 jacks.
19, right?
19,000.
Announces a 3-bet to 19,000. King Queen suited for Paul Jaeger.
I like my hand, but not.
It's a pretty hand to look at.
The King Queen suited probably the #1. Looks good, feels bad.
Especially when you're facing a raise and a re-raise in front of you.
This year.
Meanwhile, our chat is lighting up on the fact that the Lions are just running all over the Packers, Donnie.
Yeah, they're crushing them.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever go back.
I guess the Lions are for real.
I guess they are.
Lions and Tigers and Bears, oh my.
Can the Lions and the Dolphins play in the Super Bowl?
That'd be pretty wild.
Bonomo lets go of his 4s. Orpin picks it up, and despite the fact that he's still the short stack, Orpin is confident with the short stack.
Yeah, he's doing all right over there. He's now back up over 30 big blinds, so moving along.
I wonder if PokerStars isn't going to do theirs, right? They're not going to have PCA, and they would have announced it already.
Yeah.
There's no PCA.
Yeah. So what's the next PokerStars? Prague, I guess. Prague, then Monaco?
Cyprus.
Oh, yeah,
coming up.
Cyprus.
You ever go overseas for these tournaments?
I don't think
used to
Stars
go
has
all the
announced
time.
any tournaments for
Haven't
next
gone
year
in a
yet.
long time, but I'm going to go to Bahamas in December because we're having a bunch of events in Bahamas.
I'm hoping there's no PCA.
World Series events.
Yeah, but you would expect them to have
It's gonna be
announced
Atlantis.
like Paris or whatever they're doing in February.
Yeah.
In December.
Yeah, I went to whatever it is, PokerStars Live, looked at EPT, and it was only 23 days.
It's in December in Bahamas?
Yep.
Oh, I'd love that.
Yeah, it's like it's early December.
Like flying to Europe is too far for me.
No, Bahamas is nice.
Oh, it's close.
Easy peasy flight.
Davies here, opening it up under the gun, pocket 9s up to 7,000. Andrew Lichtenberger calling in position with 2 7s.
Why did you quit going?
Partly it was like when COVID happened, everyone just nobody was traveling, and then I was like, I
was
kind
also
of like
gonna
just
come
staying
along
home.
with the big blind.
And when I was younger, I needed to make money. Now I'm okay. I just play because I enjoy it. So and there's so many events here that I don't have to travel. Play the World Series here, all these little PokerGO events. So I miss some of them. I like being home. Got a little older. How old are you?
30, almost 39.
Yeah, I'm 49, so kind of like.
I got a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old, so
Yeah, you got.
they keep me busy.
For sure. Makes sense.
Bonomo and Davies both check. Lichtenberger also checks. 10 on the turn, making things a little bit spicier as Bonomo hits 2 pair. Davies has that pair and a straight draw, and Lichtenberger also has a pair and a straight draw. $15,000 is the lead here from Bonomo. 60% pot. Davies makes the call. Lichtenberger gets out of the way, heads up to the river. Jack of diamonds, so Bonomo gets the check mark as long as he gets to a showdown. 55.5 in the middle, worth fighting for.
Is this the point, Donnie, where you can turn 9s into a bluff, or is the hand still too strong to do something like that? And would you not be able to get Bonomo off a hand that could beat you?
I could honestly see arguments for trying to turn your hand into a bluff or just taking the showdown value. Seth is going to do the former, 40,000 here, so Pretty chunky bet in comparison to the pot. Mannerisms here by Bonomo tells me it's between calling or folding and not raising.
Right. That is not the look of a man who is about to do something crazy and out of line. Big decision still. 40,000. If you were doing a fantasy draft for this event, Bonomo first rounder, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
There it is, makes the call, proving it right away again. Nothing gets through Justin Bonomo, makes the call, and rakes in a hefty little pot here to kick things off. Chipping up very nicely now, closing in on 400K again after that earlier misstep versus Jaeger, where I guess there was no other way but to lose some chips when both players made trips.
I mean, I'm just not bluffing Justin Bonomo. After what we saw at the Poker Masters, the event that he won, called with ace high to win it all. Another good spot here where he correctly assesses the situation and makes the right call against Seth Davies. Don't bluff the 3-time Super High Roller Bowl champ. Just don't do it.
Right. Shout out to Wayne in the chat. Wayne says, "Hey everyone, how are you all?" Well, Wayne.
What's up, Wayne?
I'm fantastic. Brian is asking, is this a replay from last year? No, sir. Lions and Packers are playing as we speak. This is as live as can be.
You gotta make it 6 now. 3.
6,000.
I want to say Jaeger and Negreanu were at a feature table together last year. So
correct.
That could be bringing back some memories from some people.
Bit of Groundhog Day, perhaps. We'll have to talk about the football game in the chat right now. Love to see it. Some cards that could connect here on the flop. Perhaps a little bit of a clash brewing here between these three. As Jaeger goes up against both blinds if Davies decides to toss in the extra, and he decides to do so.
Players.
Ace, Jack, 5 here, 2 spades. Bonomo and Jaeger both flopping a pair of jacks. Jaeger's hand with that king kicker is best. And there is another king on the turn. 2 pair for the 38-year-old investor out of Kansas City, Missouri. That is Paul Jaeger.
Jack.
Jaeger known to bet on the larger side. Doesn't want to waste anyone's time. Usually, or I mean, we've seen him go 2/3 or full pot many times, and also a big fan of showing us cards.
Yeah, why not, right? A little friendly 300K home game, no big deal.
By the way, if you're enjoying the coverage, hit that like button right now. Bring us up over the 1,000 like threshold here. I told Donnie at the start that 1,000 was my line. I clearly underestimated you all.
Can't underestimate the people. At this rate, I mean, we're going to hit 5,000.
That'd be awesome. We might have to start be giving away some PokerGO subscriptions.
Ooh. Christopher Smith asking if this is in Vegas. You got it, sir. PokerGO Studio on the Las Vegas Strip. Richard asking, is this live? You better believe it. As live can be, albeit with a slight delay due to those good old gaming regulations that require it. $300,000 was the buy-in for this tournament. Freeze-out format. Kyle asking any free subs tonight. You heard Remko just a minute ago. They might come, okay? The more likes you guys throw on this video, the higher the chances that Remko feels pretty nice about giving some stuff away. Hawk Falcon Birdman asks, is Vegas alive? I don't really know what that means. I'm going to say yes. Vegas is alive.
I'd say Vegas has never been more alive.
Yeah, that's true.
We got a F1 coming up, RIP Bellagio Trees, and the Super Bowl at the end of this season.
Yep.
Usher coming to town.
Well, doesn't Usher have a residency? He's got a residency here.
I saw that the young kids were upset about Usher performing. They don't remember. You got it bad.
I mean, what? The young kids can't be in charge of music. It's just
it's
a rule.
Exactly.
Matthias asking the time limit on the stream all the way to the end.
Yep.
So through level 6 today. Cole asking what's first place. Well, registration hasn't closed, so we don't know yet. My guess is it's going to be right around $3 million, give or take.
Right.
Negreanu, I believe, won $3.3 million last year. So I would say it's a safe bet that's going to come in right around $3 million. But we'll see how the day goes.
Yassine says, greetings from Belgium. Yeah, let's do a round of announcing where you're watching from.
10 seconds.
Thank you, The Average Gamer, for the $2 donation. Thanks for the suggestion. We'll pass it along to our team. By the way, if you become part of our YouTube community for $2.99 a month, you are part of the rail. That means you get custom emojis, get your name in a cool, fancy color, and you get access to additional content. We have added some of the best throwback content to that community page, and we're looking to do some more additional streaming in the future as well. So if you want to be part of that, go and do so, as the chat goes wild with people shouting out their locales.
Yeah, right before that, I did see a couple people asking again, what was the buy-in? $300,000.
It's in the title of the video.
Yes. $300,000 buy-in. Freeze-out format in this one.
Seeing lots of our regulars in the chat. Love to see it. I'm hoping for some more Jaeger bombs today on the stream, Donnie. Paul Jaeger.
I feel like we need an icon or like a little graphic when it happens.
You need a big red button on the table here that when you hit it, we get the explosion of the Jaeger bomb.
I'm in. I'm in.
We got Chris Smith saying, is there spectating in person? You can definitely come down to the PokerGO Studio.
Man. if you let me, I'm gonna raise.
You gotta give him rope.
What's the rush?
You gotta give him rope.
What's the rush? That's a great question, honestly.
Big slick, no action. Hate it.
As if I have never raised my big blind.
True. True.
I love raising big blind.
Gotta protect the snowman. It's always
Yo-Yo Boss says he's played against you at 058. What's that?
Oh, wow. Now this is way back.
Am I dating you?
Way back, Donnie. Way back. When that's the area code of the city that I grew up in.
Got it.
I guess near to. But yeah, that was the first ever home game that I played. It was on like an industrial complex. I think it was above like a car garage.
Wow.
It's a €20 rebuy event. I would ride my bike there, bust my 2 bullets, ride my bike all the way back home. It's like 10 miles one way. Rain or shine, Monday night game.
10 miles for you these days, that's like a warm-up.
Yeah,
that's like the warm-up to the warm-up.
It's a warm-up to the warm-up, yeah, exactly.
Lichtenberger here picking up 2 kings. Davies had opened up the action from the cutoff seat to 7,000. Lichtenberger opting for a 3-bet up to 24,000. Everyone folds back over to Seth Davies. Similar stacks here between these two to start the hand. Lichtenberger does cover Davies by just over 5,000. Davies is going to call, play this one out of position. Those little suited connectors, always a fun one to go to a flop with. Jack 8-3 rainbow. Not even a single diamond out there for Davies. Davies does check. 55,500 in the middle.
10 seconds.
20,000 is the bet, and Davies quickly gives it up. Lucky Chewy takes that one, gets back up over the starting stack amount. Players began this tournament with 300,000 in chips. You guys can see the leaderboard for this table at the top of the screen, presented by StormX.
Swinging on over. Oh, I thought we were going to the outer table. I was getting excited.
They tricked us.
I wanted to get a Jason Koon update.
They tricked us. Currently 18 entries in the field. We lost one of those entries, Jonathan Jaffe, during the last level. He was the first player to bust out. Dan Smith got him.
I mean, look, are we gonna be friendly?
I haven't looked either. Depends what we get good. If we get good cards, you should put money in it, you know? It's reasonable. Yeah, you got some good cards. Let's see if I have any. See, friendly.
I just changed the video title so that it's a free roll. See if people still ask what the buy-in is. Oh, look at this. Potential trouble brewing here as both players hit a pair of queens. Jaeger goes for the double check.
5,000.
Quick little flick there from Negreanu betting 5K. Jaeger coming along. Doesn't have the look of confidence in his eyes. And this king might slow things down, but still, it felt as though Negreanu might think that he's taken his opponent to Value Town here. King, however, makes them both check. 9 on the river makes them chop. Oh my god. Just when you think you're going to get some fireworks, it runs out like this. Donnie, in this case.
Okay, friendly.
Oh, well.
Check.
A queen.
With?
Manage the king.
I'll chop it with you. How about that? Get a queen also. Nice hand. Be friendly.
Yep. Take it.
Negreanu's beard this year, a lot less aggressive than last.
It is. Trimmed down a little bit.
We both didn't like the king, and then we both didn't like the 9.
Nope, we
right?
didn't.
We're like, oh god, not king. Oh,
Yeah.
no, not a 9. All right, let's just end the hand. Turn him up.
Negreanu looking for
Hope he's got
back-to-back
one.
titles.
If you would have bet, I would have called.
Yeah, right.
And then we would have chopped still.
Exactly. I was thinking, you know, I didn't want to see a 9.
Yep.
You know, you could have a king or a 9.
Donnie, I'm getting the sense that Negreanu is in the same sort of mind space that he was in last year when he won this thing.
Yeah, sure. I think he's feeling pretty good, feeling comfortable. Orpin, Cassette, Chicago coming in with a raise here out of the cutoff seat. Orpin still floating around that 30 big blind stack. Play folding over to Justin Bonomo in the big blind. So get in there with that king 5 and heads up to a flop we go. Couple of 7s and a 3. Bonomo checks.
seconds.
8,500.
8,500.
8,500 is the bet from Kisechikoglu. That'll get it done. Bonomo gives it up.
Orban has a degree in civil engineering.
Of course he does.
He's a founder of Urban High Developments.
What's that? Is it legit?
Successful in business and at the felt, Donnie.
He was the bubble boy last year.
Oh man, I remember that. Look back at all these names. This would be a stacked final table if you had all these guys on there.
Against a dangerous player, so that's pretty nice.
Don't have to feel sorry for any of these guys.
I believe everyone on that list is in the field other than Mikita Badziakowski and Andrew Roble.
I had poker 3, so I thought like if he has a 7.
I mean, Roble just shows up to any random cash game, wins $1 million and goes home. If that was me, then I also wouldn't play any tournaments.
6,000.
Figured he had big slick.
Huh?
You figured he had big slick?
Big slick?
Yeah.
What's that?
Ace king.
16,000.
You can't play ace king, can you? WSOP main, maybe.
Yeah. We're going for full circle with the memes.
I see some people wondering, where's Ali Najat? Well, he's in the room next to us, doing commentary on PokerGo.com.
Big slick.
If you're not a subscriber, you can do so by using promo code DREAM20 to save $20 on your annual subscription. Ali Najat and Nick Schulman doing the commentary on this event today, tomorrow, and on the final table. Donnie and I running the show here on YouTube. So the currency we ask for is likes. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and most of all, have a good time with us in the chat. Come hang out. Aper in the chat says, guy doesn't know what Big Slick is and is crushing poker. I thought that was interesting how Orpin was asking Chewy, what is Big Slick? Of course.
Well, I think Orpin is, I'll say on the newer side to the game, even though he's been around for many years now, but still newer than I think a lot of players in this tournament. And I'm not so sure like people refer to hands as nicknames anymore. I mean, obviously you and I joke about it all the time, but I don't think people say what they used to say in you know the late 90s, in the 2000s during the boom, that sort of stuff, where it's like, oh, I got Big Slick, oh, I got hockey sticks, or I got fish hooks, I got the snowman, you know, like all that sort. I got the cowboys. Like people don't say that anymore. Like
people should say that.
No, they should say it, yes, but I feel like in a way it's kind of looked down upon.
I mean,
no, that's how we should introduce everyone.
If you're in the chat, let me know which poker nicknames you still use.
Like, does anyone say, I got the Rockets? I got the Pocket Rockets.
Burgers. I definitely like to announce that. When I'm playing the nightly at some local casino here in Vegas, have some fun with it.
6,000.
Jaeger here. Ace Queen also. Does this have a nickname? Ace Queen?
Isn't it called Little Slick?
Little Slick. I have never heard that before. I like that. Little Slick here for Jaeger. Bonomo picks up the 4-3 of hearts. 7-5, 6-3. Let's try to refer to most of these hands by their nicknames if we can remember them.
American Airlines, somebody said.
Oh, yeah.
Pocket Rockets, of course. The Doyle Brunson, the 10 deuce.
Paul says, I still use Cowboys. That's Cowboys is probably the best one to use, let's be honest.
6,000.
Lady Gaga is a new one that's really sticking right now.
The Jiggities?
Yep.
Dirty Diapers, probably the newest one that really sticks, you know. Dirty Diaper / diaper, depending on if you have 3 deuce or 3 deuce.
And the Robbie.
Suited. The Robbie as well, oh yeah.
Meanwhile, Bonomo hitting a 3. Bets it after action gets checked to him. Chewy comes along.
A little 2-pair action there for Chewy.
Must be nice.
I was hoping for a heart on the turn. I'm not going to lie. You know, wanted to see what would happen. Dead man's hand, the old ace-8.
Action on Bonomo, who decides to check behind here. Chewy's got a lock on this hand, and a 3 on the river might spell disaster for Bonomo as he makes trips on this, I guess, uncoordinated board, Donnie.
Yeah, kind of a weird board texture here. Given the way this one play out, Bonomo certainly could think that this is a bit of a gin card here on the river for him.
31-5.
We already saw Bonomo earlier today run Trip Kings into a better Trip Kings for Paul Jaeger, and here we see him going to make Trip 3s here, and Lucky Chewy's going to have a full house. Bonomo elects to just call, so not going to lose any more than the bet, which was 31,500 on the river. Bonomo.
What was the bet?
31.
Little frown, saying like, okay, yep, that's all right. That's what you got. All right. My hand's in the muck. Lichtenberger takes this one.
It's a garbage
Here's
hand.
your swinging over.
Finally, swinging on over to the outer table. Trying to see if we can catch some action here.
Hello.
Foxen flops a boat.
The Lady Gagas.
Talal comes out. Excuse me. Talal facing a bet of 14K with just ace high. He has 0.4% equity. That is going to be a tough one to overcome. Turn is the deuce of clubs, locking it down for Foxen.
This one was raised from Talal Shakurchi to start things off under the gun. Nick Petrangelo made the call, and then Kristen Foxen 3-bet on the button. Shakurchi called, and Petrangelo folded, bringing us to the Queen 4-4 flop.
Action goes check, check. River card 7 of spades. Of course, Foxen hoping that Talal is going to take this one away from her. That will never work. We know that, but here's to hoping.
Yeah, really hoping he bluffs at it, or hoping he made a flush here.
Check.
Foxen, of course, happy that she does not own the Queen of Spades. Excuse me, Queen of Spades.
Well,
on
then
the
that would
board.
be a foul deck, sir.
I'm staring at their cards, forgetting about the board. But yeah, no spades in Foxen's hand.
10 seconds.
She's going to go for value here. Let's see how much she comes with.
90.
Nearly a pot-sized bet from the Canadian. 90,000 to be exact. Quick release here from Talal. Foxen chips up to 326. Talal still sitting on 397. So two of the bigger stacks here at this table. Chidwick and Brewer, as well as Koon, below the starting stack. All right, let's listen to what Kristen Foxen had to say before play began.
Kristen, we saw you tweeted out last night that you decided to play in this event. What went into that last-minute decision to buy in?
Yeah, honestly, just a little bit of FOMO. And, you know, Alex was pumped up, ready to play, and I was like, I really want to get in there. So decided to figure it out.
We know that you are now the woman with the most bracelets in poker history. I saw you looking at the ring. What would it mean to you to add that one to your collection?
Yeah, that would be amazing. Definitely getting a win, you know, in one of the high rollers in an event here would be incredible. So fingers crossed.
What makes playing in an event like this with a $300,000 buy-in so special and different from other events for you?
I think it's an amazing atmosphere and just the level of competition and pressure I really like, actually.
Thanks so much. Best of luck.
Well, the pressure is on here at Super High Roller Bowl 8. Massive respect for anyone willing to sit down. Kristen Foxen making her debut on the biggest stage inside the PokerGO Studio. Of course, Donnie, she's no stranger to this room. She's had some success here before.
She has. Believe she won a Poker Masters event, I want to say. A couple of years ago, I want to say it was a 25K buy-in. We've seen her at some final tables, of course. Seen her aplenty at the World Series of Poker as well. Natalie mentioning how she has the most bracelets now. She just won her 4th in the online WSOP series that's running now on WSOP.com.
To date, Foxen's largest live result indeed being that 25K at the Poker Masters back in 2019. Her total career earnings $6.2 million. Puts her 14th on Canada's all-time money list. Brewer with the best of it here, trying to decide what to do. Comes along for the call, three-way action going to the river. Jack completes the board here.
Check.
Talal giving up. Foxen missing her draw. Brewer's hand is best.
Check, check. Shut up.
Action gets checked around. Brewer's going to show the ace and take this one down. Just tuning in, this is live. The 2023 Super High Roller Bowl registration still open, closing soon. Rumors of a few late entrants still swirling. This is a 3-day event, slow structure. Average stack right now, 100 big blinds, so lots of post-flop play for us and you guys at home to figure out. It's always a bit of a different vibe when you get into these streets with these high rollers. Donnie, funny side story about Chris Brewer. I was in a cycling race, 150-mile gravel race in Lincoln, Nebraska. And we're about 5 hours into the race.
Part of a Husker.
We're 5 hours into the race, and I catch a guy.
25?
He's wearing all black. He looks a little haggard. Of course, we're 5 hours into the race. I'm trying to get my spot in the top 20. And me and him are working together for a while. And he asks where I'm from, and I say Vegas. And he goes, "Oh, Vegas? What do you do?" And I say, "Oh, I work in poker." He goes, "Oh, do you know Chris Brewer?" And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, Chris Brewer was my college roommate. We ran track together."
Wow.
Shout out Matt Jablonski.
Wow.
Lives in Boulder, Colorado now, and I think they went together to Oregon. Is that where?
That's where Chris went, yeah.
Yeah, so they were college roommates, and I run into him in a cycling gravel race in Lincoln, Nebraska. Just the weirdest string of coincidences.
You meet a lot of weird people connected to poker. You met the guy who...
Jimmy,
who gave Phil Ivey hot dogs.
Yes.
And then you meet Chris Brewer's roommate in Nebraska, of all places. I mean,
yeah, Don, you got to get out more.
I mean, jeez.
Chidwick here picks up ace-10 of hearts. Comes in for the raise. Sandwich is asking if a rec guy with 300K wanted to play, he couldn't enter? What are you talking about?
Yeah, just come on down.
Seat open, Sandwich. Put your money where your mouth is. Anyone can play. Koon in the mix here with 6-2 suited from the big blind.
Yeah, the only prerequisite here to get into this tournament is you have to have the $300,000 buy-in. There's nothing else. You know?
Quick bet and a fold from Koon there as Chidwick takes this one down. Shout out to everyone hanging out with us in the chat. Love to see all the regulars with us as well as some new people. If you are new here, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Hit that like button. We're at 1,200 likes. On our way to 2,000. Always love to see it. Back to the main feature table. Daniel Negreanu still center stage. A little bit of deja vu from last year when he was sitting in the same seat. Paul Yeager also then to his right. Orpin with the raise, both blinds coming along. Imagine sitting at a poker table and you attack the blinds of Negreanu and Bonomo. I would just want a refund at that point.
Negreanu whiffs on this flop, but Bonomo and Kisechikoglu connect with a pair. Kisechikoglu's pair of aces is best. He was the pre-flop raiser. Queen on the turn. Now all three players have a pair. Negreanu improving to a pair of queens, but still second best here.
You get a pair. You get a pair.
That's right. Negreanu said, well, no one can have an ace. No one bet the flop, so I mean, I'll just do the betting with my pair of queens here.
Orpin on the short stack came into this hand with 26 big blinds. And Bonomo with a pair and a flush draw coming along here. Donnie, for Orpin, is this the type of setup you're looking for to get some additional chips in the middle, considering the fact that your ace is going to be ahead here most of the time?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Orpin probably didn't want to go too crazy on this flop. You know, he does flop top pair, but his kicker's not looking so hot, so you can play it more on the conservative side. I mean, here it's tricky, you know, because you do have that call from Bonomo in between, but I think you kind of took the conservative approach on the flop so that you could
How do you, from the Shalom,
try and get your way to showdown with some decent equity here and not really bloat this pot too big, so...
Two wraps in the house. Yep. All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Orpin does make the call there.
Players.
Nine of diamonds on the river, so that brings a flush for Justin Bonomo. Going from worst to first here with those backdoor diamonds. Negreanu checks his pair of queens, and let's see if Bonomo goes for a bet, and if so, how much. Kisechikoglu doesn't have too many chips behind. 63,500 is what he's got left in his stack, and the pot's at 48,000.
35,000.
35 is the bet. For Orpin, this is half his stack. Brutal spot here, Donnie. Bonomo is doing exactly what a person would do, trying to sneak one through, but also, of course, likely that he does connect with this, and both players correctly lay this one down, and Bonomo rakes this one in.
A good discipline there from
the hand rolls.
Orpin.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is this? Well, if you want to get into the game, do it right now. Check out PokerGoPlay.com. Play some free poker action. Download through the App Store or get it on Google Play. And just, grind along a little bit while you're enjoying the poker action. Go check it out. Let us know how you did in the chat. Gabriel says, I just like the video. Thank you, Gabriel. That's all we ask for. Appreciate it.
Love it.
Rob asks, can they rebuy? No, they cannot. This is a good old-fashioned freeze-out, like we used to play back in the day. Big O is asking, are the players allowed to drink? Absolutely. We've seen players order cocktails from time to time. Maybe not this early in the night. Maybe have a little beer at the end of the night. Dan Smith, known for the beer level, meaning the last level of the night. He is on one of the outer tables. Donnie, where did the word freeze out come from? It's such a cool word, freeze out.
I don't know who came up with it.
I just think of
I remember when, everything was a freeze out, and then the idea of something being a rebuy or a reentry was like,
oh yeah,
shunned upon, and now it's the other way around.
Yeah.
What do you mean I only get one bullet? That's it? Then I gotta go home? What? I can't re-enter? What? What is this?
My good friend Max Greenwood took down the last ever WSOP rebuy tournament, and later they brought back the, sort of a similar format, but it was a re-entry, which of course it's both very similar but also very different. The last rebuy ever was in 2008. It was a 1K buy-in. It had 879 players and 2,500 rebuys.
Love it. Well, there was that story about Daniel Negreanu.
Yep.
Back in the day when I think it was a 1K rebuy and he was in for like 18 bullets or something crazy, and he had to come in like 6th place to make money.
He just like hates birds, right?
Love the rebuys. The best one, the one that I loved the most was, I think Phil Galfond won it one year. The 5K PLO rebuy.
That wasn't the one you won. Was
Just madness. I can only imagine what that tournament was like.
Pot.
Rebuy.
I thought. Yeah, but they're honestly so great. He really has nothing to worry about.
He's gonna be shitting himself.
It was that same year, Donnie.
Maybe he'll walk
5K
himself.
PLO with rebuys. 152 entries, 483 rebuys.
It's so great.
Get converted. They're just
The
too
best
sweet.
part is they paid out based on the sort of 10% rule.
Yeah.
So they paid out based on entries, not on total rebuys.
The best.
Fast play the bird.
How much did he win for? Like 800?
817K.
Yeah. I mean, it's wild.
But get this, Donnie, before we get back to the act, get this. The min cash was 11 buy-ins.
I love it.
11 buy-ins for the min cash. Eliel Ezra, shout out, 18th place back in that event.
So good.
You can't fade my feathered friends forever.
Granu here opens
You should
the
give him
ace-king
some
off.
ketamine like they give PTSD
Chicago's
victims.
got the
Confront
ace-3
their
of diamonds. Pretty
birds
looking
at
hand
home
out of
a
the
little
big
bit.
blind.
It's honestly a great idea,
coming
but
along.
I'm not really prepared for that.
Are they like free in your house?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be horrified. He's gonna be so scared.
The problem is he's going to go in with a fear before he even sees them.
But
Queen
then he's
6
gonna meet
deuce
them
2
and he's gonna be
spades.
like, wow, they're so cool. They're so friendly. He's got nothing to worry about.
He has birds in his house?
Yeah, Andrew has birds in his house.
It's like free flying around?
Yeah. And our friend Darren Elias is deathly afraid of them. But he's going to meet them anyway.
Who has birds? Lichtenberger?
Yeah, he has birds in his
Just
house.
birds.
Yeah, just birds. I'm as shocked as you are, Donnie.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm shocked, but I'm also like not really shocked, to be honest.
You gotta have him squawk at him or something. Are the birds potty trained?
That'll happen.
Yeah.
Ask Andrew, they're his birds. Are they potty trained?
Are they potty trained? No.
No one calls Lucky Chewing Andrew other than Justin.
My uncle had a bird that would poop in the toilet.
Wow.
They're super smart, right?
They're very smart.
Yeah.
They're much smarter than I anticipated.
Yeah.
Paul, do you not have birds flying around your house?
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
Lindsay, if you're watching, should we get some birds?
Mind you, we have Orphan
Adopt some
Chicago
doves.
check
That's what we
raising
do.
here
Yeah.
with the
Doves.
ace
I thought they were
high.
like
Getting
parrots.
Negreanu to fold the best
Oh, they're
hand
pretty
here.
Donnie,
Orban's still fighting with that short stack.
Donnie, we're here about the bird stories. What are you talking about? Show me some birds in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. The bird talk is getting out of hand. If I would come home one day, open the front door,
They also live like 80
and there was a
Yeah,
bird
the
flying
birds
around,
that
I would lose my mind.
Crows?
Oh, wow.
There was a pigeon in
It
my
must have
garage
certain
the other day.
areas. Let me put newspaper down there.
Yeah, it was like
So,
it was right. I
Gotcha.
pulled in the garage, get out of the car. There's a pigeon. It's just walking in my garage. It
never
walked
know,
like to the
but
garage door to go into the
most places
house. So
not
like,
that
bad.
I couldn't
Do you even
like
have
go
a
into the
cage,
house
like,
till
just
I
if
got it to
Darren
get out of the
starts having a
garage.
panic
Just wanted a
attack or
snack.
something?
Put Darren in
Guess
the
so.
cage.
Exactly.
Should have just opened the door and let the dogs go after it.
Oh my God.
Darren, you're gonna bring a body cage.
7,500.
Love that.
Oh, look at all the birds in the chat. Is a duck a bird?
Yeah, why wouldn't it be?
What's a duck? Bonomo here, raising it up with ace jack.
We do have a cage. I don't think Darren would fit though. But it depends how.
I might bring one of those like beekeeper suits.
They're just sweet creatures. He's got nothing to worry about.
So how many birds are we talking about?
Just two.
Donnie is showing me a photo.
Look, it's just chilling on the, wiping its feet on the mat.
Maybe he just came to your house to see if your car's extended warranty was about to expire.
Birds freely. Yeah.
Bonomo whiffs, and Chewy's small pair does not catch a set, so this hand might stay, or this pot might stay small. Rise and Shine says, is this a real money tournament? Well, judging by the bird talk, you would assume that this might be a free roll, but it's actually a $300,000 buy-in, as stated in the title of today's video.
Yeah, casual play here on day one. It'll get more serious as we go on.
Doug wondering about the rebuys. There are none. It is a freeze out.
Maybe you should have put that in the title.
Freeze out? People don't even remember what that means anymore. It's been so long since we've had a freeze out tournament of any kind. I like this little drum loop here. Looking at the Super High Rollerball champions. Look at those payouts. Of course, going all the way back to Brian Rast versus Scott Seaver for $7.5 million. The All-German, Kempe versus Holtz. And you can see the names of the former winners of this event. These are the ones held in Las Vegas. We had a few abroad as well. Bonomo, happy to take some of those down as well, Donnie.
Yeah, a couple abroad. We've had, London. Just kind of a general Europe one. There was one over in China. Justin Bonomo, the winner of that one. There was one online. Justin Bonomo won that one.
Donnie, I just discovered something.
Yes.
There are 6 people on Hendon Mob with the last name Bonomo.
What?
I would have never in a million years expected this name to be this popular.
That's crazy. I would have guessed it was only him.
Alfredo Bonomo from France.
Is that his brother?
Maybe it's his great-grandfather.
Three-way action here. Bonomo started things off with a raise under the gun. Lichtenberger made the call. Paul Jaeger made the call from the small blind, and Daniel Negreanu came along from the big blind, bringing us to this 10-7-3 rainbow flop. Lichtenberger flopping the best of it with top pair, top kicker, and action has checked over to him. He comes with 11,000. Paul Jaeger might be losing some money on this pot, having a weaker top pair. He makes the call. Negreanu's out of the way, and now it's on Bonomo. Maybe Bonomo's thinking about, how do I make this work? I got 3 to the steel wheel. Can I make this work somehow?
It's definitely not common these days to let go of a huge draw like that, but Bonomo correctly assessing that it would take a lot of work for him to catch up in this hand. And the 6 on the turn would have made him feel a whole lot better.
Would have been a nice card for Bonomo to see. Nice 6 of hearts there.
Jaeger, meanwhile, in a bit of trouble here as his 10 is outkicked.
$37,000.
37 is the bet from Chewy. Jaeger comes along, has a small chance to win still, but definitely in trouble as the queen completes the board, and perhaps this slow things down a little bit, or will Chewy go for belly? He does not. He checks behind. Ace-10 will take this down. Local prospector says, can one of the announcers please go tell D-Negs he's looking really cute today? Hey Daniel, looking good today. Hope he heard that. Chill Paulins says, Alfredo Bonomo is a hell of a name. If I ever go into witness protection, I'll take that one. Stormax feature table chip counts right on your screen. Orpin still the short stack with 28 bigs. Negreanu not doing too hot. Still 75 big blinds though. The winner so far at this feature table, Paul Jaeger, 144 big blinds. Love our tunes here today. Very soothing. SAS Finance says, so many unbelievable players. Yes, we are fortunate to be able to watch these guys play, and girls, of course. Kristen Foxen in the mix for the very first time in the Super High Roller Bowl. The Tissue says, what happened to Adamo? Haven't seen him in the nosebleeds lately. He probably won so much money that he was like, you know what, guys?
I'm done.
I'll let you guys win a few.
And they were talking about him the other day in the final Poker Masters event. No one's really seen him. Won all the money and he's gone. They were even saying, like, we don't even see him really playing on GG Poker or anything. So, wow. He must really just be swimming in the money somewhere.
I love that bluff he made against Bonomo in the 250K SOP.
On the feature table again after the break.
Was it 9-3 off, sir?
Second? Two of us will
so.
be.
Two of us will be. Who do you think it's going to be? Birdman.
Yeah, I think it's me and you, pal.
How do we know? They already haven't drawn yet, have they?
Here's a look at the tournament summary presented by GTO Wizards.
On average.
18 entries, 300K buy-in, no re-entries, and I saw a question earlier
But then I don't think
in the chat about what's the difference between re-entry and rebuy. Rebuy means you stay in the same seat and you just get a fresh stack.
I don't know,
Meaning
if the
that
universe speaks to you like that, I feel like you have to go with it again as the final
room for
table.
collusion.
As a future
Re-entry
table.
means you have to
If
leave
we all draw the same
your
exact seats
table
in the same order,
and you get a new seat in the tournament. So you could end up anywhere.
you can't
So
spite the poker gods by saying nope.
a much safer way to
It's also pretty common that re-entries are raked again.
Right.
Rebuys aren't raked
will
again.
never
So
break.
if you're an operating venue, I mean, I get it. You want the
want to.
re-entries.
Right.
You want people paying that rate.
Fortunately, I don't think it's very likely.
At the Doyle.
It's got to be at least 3-1 against.
Actually did have the Doyle.
I believe you.
Love a good
My
rebuy.
execution is still
Always fun.
pretty raw.
You got to sharpen your
Won't say it lasts longer, but.
Last longer? Even money?
No.
Back in the day, $3 rebound stars. That's where I cut
Bet
my
you 2
teeth.
dinners to 1 dinner.
For me, in the Netherlands, local time,
2.
that thing started at 7 p.m.
44.
So
I mean, that tournament was
I'm getting the best.
Yeah.
chaos. I mean, the first
Yeah,
the rebuy period was for an hour, and it was just all in or fold. I mean, if you
I don't wanna
actually tried to
read
play legit poker during that hour, you had no shot.
I would have friends that try to play that thing normally, and they would get upset because everybody would go all in all the time.
You go into it. I know it had a $3 buy, and you're like, the buy-in for this tournament's $90. Like that's it.
Bonomo raising ace-8. Davies finding ace-9 in a far worse position, though.
Sorry, 32,000 total.
Davies gets that one through on the 3-bet.
I was just going to say, haven't seen too much 3-betting at all yet today.
Something else that it's hard to imagine was even a thing back in the day in poker was the hard start times. Tournament started at noon. You had to be there at noon or that was it.
No late.
And there was no late red, and then there was like, oh, there's an hour of late red. Now it's like you might have 2 days of late red in some tournaments.
Well, remember back in the day when you used to play online poker and you might have been playing on multiple different sites, the breaks were all over the place.
Oh my gosh, that was
like
synchronized breaks has to be the top, if not among like the top 3 or 5 inventions in poker ever.
Yeah, but that was not a thing for many, many years.
Oh no, it was horrible.
Like you would be like,
you'd have to go to the bathroom, but you'd like be in 4 tournaments and like 2 would be on break. It'd be all over the place.
Yeah, but this was also way before I could afford my own laptop. So I was playing on the 2 17-inch CRT monitors, multi-tabling low-stakes sit-and-goes, and trying to win my way into the Sunday Million, and I just couldn't go to the bathroom for 4 hours.
That was. I mean, that was. I can't. I don't know how we survived.
Yeah, how
without
do we even
synchronized breaks. I mean, it's just wild that it even happened.
Unbelievable. Trying to save up my FPPs to buy a hoodie.
I'll tell you somewhere that needs to go away from synchronized breaks. Live poker tournaments, like the WSOP is probably the biggest example, just because it's different in that regard, where you have all these people just going into the hallways at one time.
So true.
6,000.
When I first got it, a laptop. It was an Acer laptop, and I think if it was unplugged, the battery would last like 45 minutes.
Armex Indiana says, I now take breaks at work 5 minutes before the hour.
You're totally in sync. Totally in sync.
Synchronized breaks in the workplace. Let's go.
You're a big blind, bud.
Yeah.
Scatty references the gaming bottle. I mean, feels as though many of the hardcore grinders might have had one of those. Going back over to our secondary table. What do we got here?
Have Chris Brewer up against Nick Petrangelo, and there are a lot of chips out there.
Wow. Look at Brewer, Donnie. 3-betting on the river. It's 75,000 to call for Nick Petrangelo, who's made a straight. Brewer with the 3 and the 4 going for it.
So there was roughly 30,000 or so in the middle on this river. Chris Brewer came with a bet of 6,000. Nick Petrangelo raised to 30,000, and now Brewer has fired back with a re-raise to 105,000.
Wow. Love to see it.
Chris Brewer really leveraging those blockers here, blocking full house combinations, unblocking the straights, but looking to make his opponent fold those straights probably. See the crowd swelling. That's what usually happens out here. The longer the tank, you know, the more people are like, oh, this must be an interesting one.
Wow. Petrangelo lets it go. Chris Brewer takes this one down.
Nicky P's like, what was that?
Look at this, paying off the time extension chips. Donnie, in such a small pot, to let it escalate there, that takes some guts.
Yeah, well done there by Chris Brewer. Good recognition. Good application of the blockers. I think someone might have just said he had 3s or 4s, and Brewer smirked, knowing that's exactly what he blocked.
Right.
So he can't have the full houses. I block all that. I can get those straights to fold. Those one-off 7s to fold.
Exactly. Chris Brewer swinging for the fences. You love to see it. You can see this chip counts at the top of the screen of this secondary table.
8,000.
Most players hovering around the starting stack. Donnie, the one thing I want to emphasize here is that this is day one. Registration about to close, and we are streaming until day one is done. So the longer you guys at home stick around, the more likely it is we're going to see some all-in action.
Oh, yes. I expect the last level will be pretty action-friendly, especially for us viewers. You know, want to see money go in the middle, which we might see here on this hand. Shakurchi opening the ace-jack off, Koon calling with ace-6 of diamonds, and now action on Kristen Foxen with king-queen off.
I mean, king-queen blocks ace-king, kings, and queens, so you might as well just go for it.
She does come in with the 3-bet.
Snap fold from Brewer, who tosses his 9s into the muck. Talal folds action over to Koon. Lets it go as well. Great recognition here from Kristen Foxen.
Worth noting that Jason Koon's chip stack, 365,000 now. He was down to around 140, 150,000 early on in the day. Got a double up and has been trending upwards since. As Kristen Foxen there goes right back to her phone. Maybe she's texting Alex, letting him know that she just got that 3-bet through with king queen off. Look, now Alex on his phone. I mean,
oh yeah,
that's great, babe. Way to go.
Way to go, babe. Also, lots of players in these events taking notes, perhaps wanting to run some of these hands through the solvers when they get home late at night.
Oh yeah, I'm sure lots of studying happens in the off hours when you're at a tournament of this level.
Staying with this secondary table here for a bit.
Yeah, staying with Kristen Foxen right back to work. Queen jack off here. Coming in from the cutoff seat to 7,000. Stephen Chidwick, the recent Poker Masters champion, makes the call out of the small blind. Talal Shakurchi coming along from the big blind. 9 deuce deuce. A couple of mallards out there. Shout out Brent Hanks. A couple of diamonds as well for Mr. Chidwick.
Check.
Action checks around to the 4 of clubs on the turn.
Second. 8,000.
Chidwick
Bet of 8,000 gets it done.
Gets it done.
Chidwick must be feeling good. I know he's not the most emotional player, doesn't show the most colorful personality, at least at the table, but you know, had a really good Poker Masters, won more than $1.1 million, 4 cashes, 1 victory. Among those cashes, second place in that $50,000 finale. So you talked about it earlier at the beginning of the stream. Momentum probably on his side coming into this one. Must feel good. We talked about Michael Adamo. We saw it with him before. Comes into Poker Masters, wins the final two events, wins the Poker Masters Purple Jacket, goes into Super High Rollerball on a high, wins that,
and then falls off the face of the earth.
I'm going to guess if Stephen Chidwick goes on to win Super High Rollerball here after winning Poker Masters, he'll be in whatever 10K is in a week.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Not going to skip any events. Adamo, $22 million in career tournament earnings. Most of it he amassed over the course of just 3 years.
31.5.
2 7s here for Chidwick on the button. He makes it 7,500. And Talal Shakurchi, 3 bets to 31,500 with the Queen 10 off.
Speaking of rebuy tournaments, Michael Adamo's first ever live cash was a $20 Australian rebuy mayhem event. Wow.
I'm sure that event was mayhem. Chidwick makes the call here. Heads up to the flop. King 9-3 all hearts. Shakurchi, the only heart here. He's got the 10 of hearts in his hand.
And he's got a lot of heart.
That's right.
Not the flop you're looking for when you're Stephen Chidwick. 2 7s, no heart. Quickly releases that one. One more time, a reminder here to smash that like button. We're closing in on 1,500 likes. I've just moved the goalposts. Now I want to see 2,000. So let's keep on hitting that like button and subscribe to our channel. And if you are willing to become part of our YouTube community, you can do so for $2.99 a month. You get a special color in the chat, you get custom emojis, and you get access to some unique content that we've added to our member program.
What do we got going on here?
Oh, wow. All right. All right, we have drawn 4 hands. 2 hands left in this level. 2 hands.
All right, that little situation that you all saw there. So tournament director Paul Campbell allowing, I think it was Alex Foxen that drew the card there. So at the end of the level, to prevent from players stalling to get to the next level or set themselves up on the button or something like that, they draw for a set number of hands. The 2 card was drawn there, so 2 more hands in this level. I believe they paused the clock with 5 minutes left in the level to do that, something that we've brought to these PGT events here inside the studio. Keep things a little bit more on an even playing field for all of
So
those
now you can register tomorrow, maybe?
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
No, that was the 1 million in 8 minutes.
This is level 4?
3 levels
Yeah,
of late, right?
end of level.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
So we're playing 4 hands, yeah? 2? Oh.
Yeah,
2 hands.
They said 4 at first.
Yeah, I know. That's
He
why I
meant
was confused.
FOR. We drew 4 hands, FOR.
Oh, got it.
That's very deceptive.
4 2 hands. What?
So we are coming up on our next scheduled break. 6 levels being played on day 1. Slow structure, so not going to see many eliminations. However, as the night moves on, we're probably going to see Orpen all in at some points because he's down to 24 bigs and potentially involved against Negreanu right now. Negreanu attacking him with King-Jack off from the button. Orpen doing some of the math here, looking down at how much he still has left behind. Does make the call here, Donnie. Interesting situation developing. Orpen just 58K left behind as we see ace 10-9, 2 clubs roll off the deck. Perfect flop for the short stack, Donnie.
It is great flop here. Top 2 pair. Got that ace of clubs as well, so backdoor club draw possibilities. Some protection against some flush draws out there.
Almost no reason to check raise here with your hand being this strong. Is Negreanu going to stack off with ace-jack, ace-queen? If that were to be the case? If you move all in right now?
We, of course, know that if Orpen were to see the cards for Negreanu, he would just call, and that's what he's going to do. Keep those bluffs in. Negreanu does have outs, though. Oh, wow. Queen on the turn.
Oh,
disaster for Orpen Kasechikoglu. Daniel Negreanu, the defending champion, turning Broadway.
Wow.
I mean, and if you're Orpen here, you're short on chips. You got less than a pot-sized bet behind. You're looking for a great spot to get your money in and double up. Flopping top 2 pair. You still got aces up here on the turn. Looking pretty good overall, but man, Negreanu just finds it.
24.
Negreanu betting basically half of Kasechikoglu's stack. There it is. The few chips he has left behind. Donnie, this is not a man who exudes confidence right now.
Yeah, I mean, at some point though, when you're short on chips, when your SPR is the way that it is, I mean, you just got to go with the hands that you make, and Orpin is going to do just that. But he's going to get snapped off here. He does have outs though. Could make a full house.
4 outs once here for Orpin Kisakcioglu, or he might be the second player to hit the rail here on day 1 of Super High Roller Bowl 8. The defending champion Daniel Negreanu turning Broadway.
Not over yet.
156K in the middle.
4 outs. It is right. It is not over yet.
Let's see the river card. It is the 6 of spades. That'll do it for Orpin.
Good game, Orpin.
Negreanu collects a massive pot here. And despite this massive pot, still below the starting stack. Swinging right back over to our outer tables. Let's see if there's some more action to report.
One of your favorite spots. Same hand versus same hand.
Same, baby.
Let's
same,
go.
same. Petrangelo and Foxen, both with ace-queen high.
35.
I almost feel like every time we go over to this table, Nick Petrangelo's in the pot. He's just always in there.
Donnie, he did not come here to sit and watch.
No, I love it. It's great. I mean,
lots of GGs in the chat. Orpin, lots of respect for him and his game.
Yeah, Orpin, the event number 6 winner at the 2023 Poker Masters.
And here, after a 35K bet and a call, all of a sudden, both players with top pair, top kicker. This became a whole lot more interesting all of a sudden.
Could you imagine watching your significant other play a $300,000 buy-in tournament? I mean, you'd just be freaking out.
10 seconds.
What's she doing? Does she have it? Does he have it? What's happening here? Like,
Time extension.
Time extension being used here. Donnie, I feel as though the gravity of the moment is palpable between these players. I don't care what the buy-in is, but the freeze-out element is definitely coming into play. Lots of time extension chips are being used. Lots of serious game faces all around this room. And we can see on the screen this is a chop pot. However, this hand is far from over, and we're also far away from going to showdown.
Check.
Does go check, check. $212K in the middle here as we end up on the river. It does go check, check, Donnie. I'm surprised to see this.
chop it up. Well, that 9 on the river, you know, puts 4 cards to a straight out there. Someone's holding a 10, so understandable that one kind of kills the action. But
I guess I was just rooting for maximum drama here.
I'm sure those players are both fine with taking half that pot. Oh, it looks like we got one more here.
Jaeger and Negreanu battling here.
You win again.
You won before the last break.
That's fair. Hey, that's fair. You know, you get a hand, I get a hand.
That was one of the things that this Hans guy said about chess, like the chess speaks for itself or something.
Yeah, yeah. Is that what he said?
Yeah. I don't know if you knew that or had that in mind.
No, I didn't even.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it was interesting to hear like some of the top pros explain the luck part of chess.
For sure.
Yeah, I never thought. I mean, I knew that already, but I only understand it because they tell me.
Yeah, I hadn't made like.
All right, we're going on a quick little break here. Only 5 minutes, so quick refresher on the beverages. We'll be back in about 5 minutes as the action continues.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
Locked up in a blind v blind. Altercation. 2 spades, 2 nines, and a 6 on the flop. It was limp pre. You saw.
Love his game. Seth is a very annoying day one foe to have because he will unload the clip and everyone knows it. It's something of his style. He's obviously very well-rounded, but he's not scared to pull the trigger.
And I'll tell you what, if there was ever somebody who would have his limits tested in terms of his threshold for that sort of aggression, Davies went on a tremendous dry spell in the Super High Roller Series across the pond, you know, overseas in these Tritons that I bore witness to, and yet he showed up to work and he stayed the course and eventually turned things around. And obviously,
and that's what it's all about. All of these guys have gone through dry spells. The exception of maybe Bonomo, who tends to just win every Super High Roller Bowl he enters, but
Davies winning this pot.
4-5 was
courtesy of the
Those hands are
3K
fun,
follow through.
yeah.
Well, did we unlock another part of the music library for the SHRB here today? I don't remember the mothership and Mr. Clinton landing.
I think we
haven't
have.
looked yet.
The funk.
I can't tell you.
Nothing but the funk
I haven't
right
even
there.
looked. Let's see if I can be friendly. You know what? You know what?
Be friendly?
Yeah, my hand's not a raised hand.
All right, perfect.
Promise. I mean, some people would anyway. I'll take a flop. We'll have some fun. Right? Oh, there you go.
Well, it may not have been a raising hand, but it is the best hand, courtesy of an Ace-Jack-8 board.
Nothing.
You tell me it's not a good time
Everybody
to
at home's like, yeah, I have nothing.
I'd check.
2,000.
You bought it.
I didn't buy it. I had it.
Got it.
See? You beat that? Nope. I figured. Jack of Hearts exposed.
I love this version of Daniel.
Had garbage before the flop, but
you know,
hit the pick.
we watched him experiment with more of the Bonomo-esque table presence.
He refound himself and has adapted. It's cool. I know what you mean.
It's called the Robbie.
No.
I had the Robbie. You know the hand? Jack 4.
Forever living in infamy.
Yeah. It's been a while since a hand is like stuck with an actual nickname.
Yeah.
Like that. That's.
Of course, for those
There was
unfamiliar,
like hands when I started that nobody even
Remember Kitchens?
knows now.
Remember Kitchens?
is Robbie Jade Lou from the
Like Kitchens
Hustler
might have been
Casino
the
live
last
stream
three.
with a Jack 4 offsuit.
When he had the kitchens.
Got involved in
he
a
did.
wild
Kitchens.
pot
I didn't even see
The
it.
Kitchens?
against
Kitchens.
Garrett
Gotta keep an eye on
Adelstein.
that.
Well, the Kitchens are kings?
One that'll go down in history.
And 3.
And
That's the.
It's in the book, Sally.
Only offsuit.
hence the
Okay.
Jack 4 being referred to as the Robbie.
Unfortunately,
Queen
it's
5 suited.
Really, I didn't know that.
decision for Chewy. Low jack, high jack. He's in.
Orpin, ace 10.
31 bigs for Mr. Orpin.
Important to mention, though, Nick, the Super High Roller Bowl is a one-and-done affair. No rebuys in this bad boy.
I'm sure that's on his mind. He is cradling the chips like perhaps a push forward.
Yeah,
A
and there
wise
it is.
choice it was, barring the blinds waking up. Very nice, good timing from Orpin.
Yeah. Picks up 10,000 in the form of the raise call, along with blinds and antes.
That was a very different time in tournament poker history.
Indeed it was. We were reminiscing at the table the other day. Jason and Nikki sharing tales of times past.
You know what the Montana banana is?
9 deuce off.
Okay. Look at you. You've been around.
Do you know the Cambodian slick?
Is that 69?
No, it is 7-4.
7-4?
I believe so. This is what I was told. I can't verify this.
Cambodian slick.
I
Is
don't know
that
where the
courtesy
name
of
came
Sa?
from. It could have just been
Never
one
heard
guy
that
that
one.
made it up and told me.
What's it called? The Cambodian?
Cambodian slick.
Naturally.
Have you guys ever heard of the...
Of course, what else could it be?
Yeah.
The Myanmar.
Our ass.
Yeah, that's all
The
right.
Chinese
Mai Tai.
dentist. 10-5 off. Bonomo Davies. Small blind, big blind, Ali. These pots can sometimes seem a bit unexciting, but beneath the surface, let us observe. Highly skilled practitioners here.
Keeping it small for the time being. and 9-4. Middle pair for Bonomo. Couple of quick checks, and now a little equity for Davies, courtesy of that king. He now draws to the gut shot straight. Still content to take the passive line is Bonomo.
$4.5. 4.5.
75% pot, the sizing out of Davies here, who wants to fight for this one.
Was last year the biggest win you had?
Bonomo makes the
Last
call
year,
and just
biggest
get a
win?
look at this river.
I won like 3 before, and actually I won 8.
Third overcard to the 9, one that hits Davies for the best hand.
And note Davies weighing whether he can bet for value or not.
9.
The first play.
Jack.
Promptly decides not to.
Take it, sir.
Jack was not what Bonomo wanted to hear. Davies' warrior spirit, really competitive deep down.
Snowmen for Jaeger.
There's the 6.
Takes it up to 6. No, Bonomo, the same man who 3-bet with King Deuce on the button against a Jaeger open, just takes the ace-4 off and bins it.
Yes, and if nothing else, as we have a show here, it does speak to the power being suited deep.
Not as good as Lady Gaga, but
yeah, good enough to take the pot.
So no resistance for Mr. Jaeger on that occasion as we slip it back out to our secondary feature table where Koon's overpair
10 seconds.
Wow.
Finds itself up against Chidwick on the river.
Chidwick, just at a glance, has a hand that might want to bluff.
100,000.
Well, let me bring us up to speed here. Chidwick
Go on, Ali.
from the hijack open to 4,500. Koon 3-bet from the small to 20, and Chidwick came along for the extra 15.5. Koon then C-bet on the 9-7-3 board, where Chidwick had the double gutter, 30,000. Chidwick, of course, made the call, another 60 into the middle. Koon then slowed down after the 10 of clubs rolled off, check calling 20,000 despite having the queen of clubs. Now here he is, checking once more.
Very interesting spot. Just at a glance, one might think Koon would prefer calling with this over even something like a set. Maybe. Sometimes it can be block king, queen, the flush.
Now why this hand over a set with respect to a choice to call?
I want to block amazing hands, and we're doing that with queens, and perhaps Chidwick isn't going for value like this with a set. Although, to be honest, I was a bit hazy on what the line was to here because this is such an exciting situation. I do see it up there, Ali, but this just, we see it. He's facing this bet. Tournament life, early tournament life on the line.
There is that
I see
survival.
3-bet, bet 30 call, check, small bet call, check, and then this. Understood.
Multiple time banks deployed already. That self-preservationist voice that lives inside all of us, even those who are so fearless in a no rebuy event. Do I need to take this thin spot here?
These spots are very hard. Of course, the queens fall to many hands.
4-liner on board, clubs on board.
10 seconds.
It just looks like a very reasonable bluff catcher.
Time extension.
We do block Queen of Clubs Ace, which is a hand that perhaps Stevie could take this line with.
And of course, a hand that we would want him to have against 2 queens.
But we also block Ace Queen of Clubs, King Queen of Clubs, hard spot.
All right, we are back. That's the PokerGO Studio. The sun has set in Las Vegas, but the sun has not set for all these players still vying for a chance to win millions of dollars in Super High Roller Bowl 8. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. If you want to listen to Ali Najad and Nick Schulman, go on over to PokerGo.com right now. Donnie, it almost feels like we've sort of stolen the ship. We're in the middle of the ocean and there's no turning back because you and I are going to take this thing to shore, meaning do the whole freaking thing. 3 days straight, you and I on the call for this amazing event. 30-second shot clock, some time bank chips, and now I believe, Donnie, registration closing soon.
Closing soon. I believe it's over 6 levels, I think.
Well, here's Daniel Negreanu, the defending champion. We've had a full redraw, meaning that we have some new faces, and luckily enough, we were able to keep Negreanu on the feature table. Isaac Haxton, the chip leader, also at the feature table.
Also a former champion.
Yeah, previous winner of this event. The ring and the cash, that is what it's all about. Negreanu and Jaeger have flip-flopped now. Chidwick here too, Seth Davies and Justin Bonomo. It's impossible to make these tables any easier, as Jaeger is still surrounded by the cream of the crop. I'm rooting for Paul Jaeger. He's my guy.
4K.
Sports betting enthusiast. I hope he had the right side in tonight's game.
9.
Hearing rumors that we might have 2 additional entries coming in at the 11th hour. We'll just wait and see until they sit down as Haxton raises it up with King Queen. Negreanu Ace King off. He's going to 3-bet to 16K. By the way, shout out to everyone who is watching. That break was a little bit longer than expected. We have 2 levels left tonight, right, Donnie?
You know,
yes,
all of it?
I
Just a
believe
little bit of it?
So this level and 1 more. Each level 75 minutes in length. Haxton out of position is going to come along here.
Battle of the former champs. 3 of the top 4 people on poker's all-time money list at this table. Ike Haxton, or sorry, Stephen Chidwick, Daniel Negreanu, and Justin Bonomo. 5 Super High Roller Bowl titles at this table. Bonomo's got 3. 2 players in this hand, Haxton and Negreanu, both have 1.
8-4-4, 2 clubs. Neither player with any clubs as Negreanu continues betting. Haxton with a little bit of a head shake.
Haxton with the, that flop is just not good for me. See you later.
Oh, listen to that. I love it when they bring in the music. Here are the feature table chip counts presented by StormX. Like I said, a new lineup, but 3 players decided to just stick around here as we've added Chidwick, Haxton, and I guess 4 players stuck around. Seth Davies was also here earlier.
Yep.
Of course, kept quiet during the most recent level. Paul Jaeger still center stage here across the dealer.
Just in a fighting mood?
I had a good hand. 2 very good cards.
Negreanu not much of a liar.
Biggest cards you can get.
Both of them?
No, but of the cards, wait, I had Ace King. We'll just do that. How about that? Before we go down.
That's a lot easier
go
than
down
the riddles.
Rabbit hole of the riddles. I just had Ace King. No pair. Bluffed him on the flop. Folded 10s.
Just believed you.
Got him.
I bet. May as well make the decision there. Like,
Yeah.
The rest is going in.
Exactly.
Two very playable hands here for these two players in the blinds, Bonomo and Haxton. Bonomo limping in from the small blind with the Jack-9 of hearts, and Haxton's got 2 7s in the big blind. Raise coming. He makes it 16,500. Oh, Kristen Foxen here. Wow. Quick look out at the feature or at the outer table. She makes a diamond flush against Adrian Mateos' Broadway straight and raking in a huge pod. She's up over 400,000 now. Hello.
Adrian Mateos down to just 70K. Kristen Foxen on a tear here.
Yeah, making her debut in the Super High Roller Bowl, and it looks to be going pretty well.
Wow. Secondary table chip counts, and there it is. Kristen Foxen on top. Jason Koon after a slow start. Second in chips at the table right now, and Adrian Mateos all the way at the bottom, sitting on just 17 big blinds.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, Koon was down to about 140, 115,000 on the day, doubled up once and has been climbing back, now doing pretty well, all things considered.
9,000.
Adrian Mateos now one of the short stacks, if not the short stack remaining in the tournament. He had a kind of a rough start to the day, came in 3-betting some hands, got 4-bet a couple times, lost some other pots, and he kind of joked with his table, like, I just need to stop 3-betting. Alex Foxen joked back, well, you don't have to 3-bet on every single hand. Mateos, you know, said, I got good cards. What do you want me to do?
If the 3-betting doesn't work, maybe try the 5-betting.
Yeah, of course.
Negreanu, very playable again.
Oh, yes. Beautiful hand. Yo, Queen Jack suited, baby. He's in there.
Sean says, how are we supposed to tell Chidwick from Davies?
Well, Davies usually wears a hat and has the Apple Watch on display. That's how I always... They definitely have that going. Chidwick will wear a hat at the feature table, but usually off the feature table doesn't have it on.
8 call?
I don't believe I've seen Stephen Chidwick wear a watch.
It really is the era of the beards. It's almost not cool anymore to have a beard. Everyone has a beard these days. Remember when Negreanu was just kid poker?
Yeah. I mean, he's still kid poker. I mean, come on.
True, true. Last
You like
year's
that song,
results
is it? Bridge
on
over the
screen
River
here.
Kwai?
I don't know where it's from. It just keeps getting in my head.
I think that's what it's from, an old war movie. It's actually about prisoners of war.
Wow, deep. I didn't know.
Bridge on the River Kwai. You never heard of that movie?
Bridge on the River Kwai? No. I thought it was like Whistle on your way to work.
What, the 50s? I think it was set
yeah,
in Japan,
sounds about right.
World War II, I think. Was it setting?
It beats closing time like the other day.
I think that movie won Best Picture.
Bonomo schooling all of us on movie knowledge. Donnie, all-time favorite movie? What is it? Let me guess. It's either it's either Rounders
11
or like a Shawshank Redemption.
Rounders, for sure. I mean, the other one is just, it's going to surprise you, but it's got a special place in my heart. I love
Notebook?
it. No, it's Fast and Furious.
Oh, my God.
I mean, come on.
I've never watched any of those movies.
Commando, another good one.
Commando's
I like really dumb movies. I don't care. I just like to be entertained.
My all-time favorite, I mean, Rounders is like, you have to say that, but Ocean's 11.
Yeah, Ocean's 11 is... It's amazing, and the rewatchability is through the roof.
Oh
Every time it's on, you land on it, you just watch it.
Yep.
And it never gets old. It's great.
And the funniest thing is, Donnie, and you've been here too, working events at Bellagio, and you get to walk through the back hallways. It feels like you're in Ocean's 11. It's a rare feeling.
No, it's great.
7.
Patchy in the chat says, beards are makeup for men. I will not disagree with you because without a beard, I look dumb without a beard. The other day, my fiance, even at the hint of me shaving my beard off, lost her mind. She said, "You are never allowed to shave off your beard." I guess that says
You
a
might
lot.
know the song from The Simpsons, where Bart redid the song, and the lyrics are, "Lisa, you make my teeth turn green. Lisa, you smell like gasoline."
Okay. I don't know if that, I don't remember that one, but.
So it's either that or Prisoners of War.
Yeah. I don't know where I heard it. I didn't see either of those things. Maybe I did, I don't remember.
Maybe you just made up the tune and it's coincidental.
Yeah. Right?
Got a real Mozart over here.
King Queen off for Davies. Very tasty looking hand. Quickly putting together a raise.
Has anyone here seen The Squid and the Whale?
Yes.
There's a kid, he performs at a school's talent show and plays Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd, but he says, "I wrote this song myself." And he gets called to the principal's office and they're like, "Why did you say you wrote this song?" It's like, "Well, I could have."
I was
Jaeger
flipping
made the
through
call
Netflix
out of the big blind,
recently, and that
10-7
show was
deuce here.
listed under the heading 20th Century Period Pieces.
Oh, God.
And I felt very, very old.
Look at this. Jaeger not willing to give up just yet. I'm hoping that he might look for an opportunity to bluff here. Does have a backdoor straight draw, and there it is. Now he really has that straight draw.
I don't think that would have been a bad spot for Jaeger to take the lead. I know it's you know, it's kind of natural to be in the flow of the game if you check call flop just to check call a turn, but you can certainly start mixing in some leads.
Ace completes the board here, and Jaeger immediately reaching. Love to see the fact that he is not just going for the straight, he's also taking his chances here, betting with just 6 high. Davies, meanwhile, left with king high. Can he sniff this one out?
I mean, clubs missed, 8-9 missed. Might be some other combos of some straight cards, you know, the jack 8s, 6-8, 6-9, stuff like that. Called for a cheap gut shot, stuff like that. All whiffed, really. I know they're in different positions here, but Davies has played much of the day with Jaeger. Ultimately gives it up. Good bluff there, sir. Well done.
Yeah, sitting very pretty here on 467,000 chips as we go on over to our outer table. Jason Koon and Kristen Foxen tangling. 10-6-7 rainbow on the flop. Koon flops top pair.
So this one was opened from Talal Shakurchi on the button. He made it 10,000. Jason Koon 3-bet to 40,000. Kristen Foxen cold 4-bet out of the big blind to 90,000. Shakurchi folded, and Koon made the call. So very big pot here, almost 200,000 in the middle now.
Wow.
Koon checks the flop, and Foxen comes with 60,000. Koon's got top pair, pretty good kicker. He's got those backdoor clubs.
10 seconds.
He is going to make the call here. Nine on the turn.
This 9 helping Foxen, Donnie.
Yeah, helping Foxen to give her some draws, but probably compared to the ranges, it might benefit Koon more. Just the way that this one played out pre-flop.
10 seconds.
So this might be a spot kind of like I talked about on that hand that just happened up on the main feature table where Koon might want to take the lead here. And he's going to do just that. Look at that. 40K.
40,000.
Wow. Very interesting hand here. If Foxen wants to do anything here, given her hand, it's going to cost her a whole lot of chips to take that kind of risk.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and we can obviously see that she only has that straight draw. This is a really small bet in relation to the pot, but you know, if Koon thinks she's got big pairs, maybe this is how he's going to plan to try and take those away from her. Go small bet here, size it up for a shove on the river, try and get her off hands, you know, that are, I don't know, aces, kings, queens, jacks of the world, stuff like that.
Call.
She's coming along. Here we go.
Wow, we have a massive pot brewing here. Just shy of 400K in the middle as the deuce of diamonds completes the board. Koon's pair of tens is strong here. However, what will happen next, Donnie? Given the action, is Koon confident enough here that his 10 is good here?
I'm honestly not sure if he thinks his 10 is good. I mean,
10 seconds.
I think he could certainly turn this hand into a bluff if she thinks she has overpairs. I mean, he has the 10, so he's blocking 3 tens, right? She called 4-bet pre, so I'm going to guess she doesn't have 9, 7, 6s. 10s are unlikely. I don't think she's got many 8s in her range.
Yeah, but now the question becomes...
So if she's got like 2 queens over there, you know, is Koon just going to fire this in and trying to get her to lay that down?
Oh, wow. Jason Koon bets all but one of his chips. And to me, this feels as though this is not for value.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pretend to guess what Jason Koon is doing, but my reading of the situation is like yours. I think he's turning his hand into a bluff, kind of just leveraging everything that I just talked about. I mean, this... Foxen hasn't given this hand up yet, so she smells something here. But this could also fall into the category of bluffing with the best hand, because if she calls this, tries to pick this off, I mean...
Wow. Foxen is reading this for what it is, but she can't beat a whole lot. AKA nothing.
I was just about to say, and she said king queen there. You know, is this something where she's thinking Jason Koon has exactly like the king queen of spades, which could probably play out like this? You know, he turns a lot of equity with that second spade coming, the gutter to the nut straight as well. Goes for a small bet to kind of control the size of the pot. Misses on the river, but just puts it in because he thinks he can get his opponent to fold.
But you didn't have what I thought you had.
No, I did not.
Oh, that, I think, that comment.
Yep.
Look at that.
There it is.
I think that comment from there, from Koon, leads it to what you said, where he was turning that hand into a bluff. Top pair, king kicker, trying to get her to fold an overpair.
Wow. Jason Koon thought he was getting away with someone, but really had the best hand. Now, all of a sudden, he is the chip leader at our secondary table, up to 143 big blinds. It must be nice to be Jason Koon, the only player over 100 bigs at this secondary table. And there it is, Kerry Katz walking in, Bryn Kenny waiting in the wings. Looks as though we have 2 new players joining the fray.
About time you guys got here. You missed half the day.
They were on the bus. The bus took a bit longer. They had a transfer at the main station. But here they are, Bryn Kenny and Kerry Katz, about to enter Super High Roller Bowl 8. By the way, shout out to everyone watching right now. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button as we stumble right into a massive one potentially here. Seth Davies 4-betting to 55,000.
Yeah, Stephen Chidwick started this one with a raise to 9,000. Negreanu 3-bet with these two kings up to 21,000.
Owen.
Davies 4-bet to 55, and Negreanu rips it in. Quick fold from Davies.
Donnie.
Kid Poker, defending champ.
I'm noticing a trend, Donnie. The pots are getting bigger.
Yeah. You talked about it earlier. The longer the night goes on, the more the chances are that we're going to see the money go into the middle on some of these pots. And we've seen two big ones now back-to-back.
Negreanu 4th on the all-time money list, having crested that 50 million mark just recently. Staying with the main feature table here. Haxton still our table captain as far as the chips go. Negreanu, meanwhile, got the ace to jack. He ain't holding back. I just have to say it at least once per stream.
That's right.
It's in my contract.
All right, Davies finds the same hand, the ace-queen off. Is he going to 3-bet and get aggressive against Negreanu once again? This time just calls. Davies in position on Negreanu.
Doesn't want to get pushed around a second time. Chidwick folding an ace there from the big blind. 10-10-7, rainbow flop.
Negreanu checks. Davies checks behind. Queen on the turn, giving Davies two pair now, queens and tens. Davies had the best of it leading up into this point, but probably feeling a bit better about it now with that turn queen. Negreanu checks. Might just be giving up on this one. Not really willing to put any more money in there. Maybe get to a cheap showdown, see if that ace high can hold. We can obviously see that it will not be the best hand. Check, check again. 8 on the river. Davies getting that check mark as long as this one gets to a showdown.
This pot's staying awfully small, Donnie. Davies.
Yeah, I would expect Davies to try and put some money in here.
Okay, I'm changing my read. My read is you had fives. Don't think you have fives anymore. Nope. Changing. Maybe eights. Pocket eights. Pocket fives. Why would you bet? Silly, silly. Makes no sense. Won't bet. So, there, that's there, that's there. I fold.
Not fives.
I couldn't be fives, but I thought you had fives and then you bet. I'm like, no, you wouldn't bet fives.
If you had fives, would you show us?
If you bet fives, there,
If I had fives, I would have
I'd be
shown, I
confused.
think, yeah.
All right, new player drew into the 6th seat, which means the player needs to be high carded off. Okay, you're going to high card 6 race for us.
New player?
All right, somebody's leaving.
Who could it possibly be? Who could it possibly be? Oh, Gary Katz. Here we go.
High card? Is that me? See you, people.
Oh, boy.
Have a great night.
Oh, great. There goes the viewership. Good job, Paul.
What the fuck? You're the one who decided to have a nice day.
Oh, that's
relaxing.
good. Actually, move him to a table that's going to move back over.
Nope. I'm off. Okay, where do you want me?
Luck of the draw,
Where do you
Donnie.
want me, Paul?
Look at the draw. He's not leaving the tournament, though.
No.
He's just
Draw
just
now.
going to the outer table. We've had cameras on the outer tables all day, so
I'll drink my Diet
I'm
Coke.
sure there will be plenty of
No
Negreanu
promises.
coverage if he gets involved
You
in a
know me,
big
I
one.
can't help myself when I'm around Diet Coke.
Carry Cats joining the mix here.
Way too healthy for that.
Super high rollable London winner?
Absolutely.
Carry Cats. So
we
lose one super high rollable champion, we get another super high rollable champion. You know, same, right?
9 career 7-figure cashes for Carry Cats as we have the tables balanced, and Negreanu is correct. 2 new players.
Daniel's back. He's back.
He's got all his
Kenny.
vegan snacks with him.
Weird.
That's fucking crazy.
But yeah,
I
Brent
know you
Kenny
guys weren't working out together.
joining the mix as well. There he is. Busted in level 1 last year. Quads versus full house.
Against Negreanu in one of the most epic hands you will ever see, given the stakes, given the stage. I believe it's on the PokerGO YouTube channel, right? People can just search for it.
I was just going to look it up. Also, Brent Kenny, of course, first on Poker's all-time money list.
How he needs to be locked in a cage.
I literally searched on
Darren Alliance. That's what Seth said about him.
YouTube. Quads full house.
Birdcage.
It's the first clip that shows up. Almost 500,000 views on YouTube on that hand.
Put Darren in a cage.
It was a whole thing.
I'm lost.
Really funny.
The birds are back.
Yeah, it's time for bird talk. Well, what if I told you, Donnie, that birds aren't real?
Wow, that's coming back.
There's no context either, so that's just
they're just
Out of
cameras.
nowhere. I think that
Yeah.
Darren guy belongs in a cage.
I don't think, when we get older, whether you have kids or not or whatever, I mean, you're just telling people about the stuff that happened, like, in 2020 and 2020. People aren't going to believe you.
Oh, no, for sure not.
I'm not sure there's a bird cage that could hold him, though. I would take him to get out of most bird cages.
Catch just sits down, flops a set of 7s. Speaking of hand names, hockey sticks, walking sticks, whatever you want to call them.
True.
The crutches?
I just right
The crutches, there you go.
That is right.
Some pretty smart birds, too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
wow. Jaeger hits an ace on the turn and now is drawing dead. A diamond or some sort of straight card would have given him some outs.
A big zoo and
But right now,
crossing
he's got nothing going for him.
And I feel like Darren's
up against this set of Carry Cats.
Yeah, and Jaeger had check called on the flop. Now he's leading here on the turn. If Cats knew what his opponent had, he might just want to slow play this one and extract more on the river. He's grabbing more, though.
That's a funny,
That's an aggressive race.
I mean,
there was some gusto in that.
Don't hurt the dealer's hand. I mean, come on, Carrie. That was a little bit of
Hey,
like,
Darren, turn on the
it's
super
my
highway
house,
we're
I'll
talking
splash the
about.
pot whenever I please type of situation going on there.
Can someone make sure he has Oreos, perhaps, table side?
I know Paul Jaeger and Daniel Negreanu have a lot of history, having played with each other going back to last year at Super High Rollable. I don't know about Jaeger and Carry Cats. So, I'm not sure if Carry Cats is familiar with the way that Jaeger plays, and vice versa. I'm not sure if Jaeger is familiar with the way Carry Cats plays. Jaeger does make the call here, though, so... I mean, Carry's got himself involved in a big one here to start things off, and it's a full house for El Jefe.
Jaeger checks. Action now on Cats. 184,000 in the middle. First hand, or I guess first or second hand off the deck for Carry Cats after entering the tournament late.
I think you got to go small. I think you got to go like 50K here. Just try and absolutely get called.
Crazy first hand.
Wow, a little chatter here. Crazy first hand announced. Cat's looking down at his stack. What could Jaeger possibly have in the Isaac Carey Cats? Oh, wow. Huge
That
bet.
looks like almost 200. $160. Okay, he got greedy. He got 50K. 50K would have got it done.
Quad's good. Quads. No quads.
You're close. You might as well have
You
had
might as well have
quads.
been quads.
But quite a good first hand.
Carey Katz raking it in here. Adding 100K to his stack on his very first hand.
I feel like Paul Jaeger wants to bring Daniel Negreanu back to the table. I mean, that look was like, who's this guy? Why is he's ruining the party? I was having fun. This guy comes, just takes the big pot off me. Get Kid Poker back here. Carey just buys in late, just quickly up to 400K. No big deal. I mean, must be nice.
Long road ahead still for all these players. We're going to be with you for 3 straight days. Tomorrow playing down to the final table.
9.5.
And then on Saturday, coverage
9.5.
of the final table here on YouTube and Twitch. All we ask for in return is please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and just hang out with us in the chat. Lots of randomness going on. Let's bring this up to 2,000 likes. We'd love to see that. We have one more level after the current one. Axton with the raise here to 9,500. Davies calls from the big blind. Ace-6 off. King here for Haxton on the flop right away. Daniel Reed with the best question in chat so far. Where is Phil Hellmuth?
Good question.
Damn.
Good question.
Phil, where are you?
6.5.
Haxton announces the bet, and that's enough to get Davies to fold.
These chips. They're the best. We should just play every tournament with them.
We really should.
These chips?
Yeah.
You like
I
them?
love these. You don't like them? Oh, you're crazy.
Ike
Too
Haxton
big.
might be the only
That's tiny.
person
I hope that- I
in
wish they
Las
were bigger.
Vegas who doesn't like these chips.
Let's just play with a bunch of coasters.
We need them.
You like it when
You
the
need
black
those
We
European
should have
plaques.
plaques from the start of the tournament. You just end up with like 100.
Did you ever play those PokerStars Macau tournaments with the blacks?
I never played with blacks.
It was not good.
I must have tortured Ike. You don't have to count other people's chips.
It was terrible, yeah. I mean, you have some big mountain of blacks, possible to count.
You know, since you started, you've been on a heater since you started wearing the mask. You're just not giving off the tells anymore.
That might be it.
That could be it. What's going on?
You'd have a tournament.
All those
You'll
face
never stop.
tells.
You'll never stop wearing a mask again because you run way too hot.
If I run this good every year, I mean, it's not the main consideration. But
Yeah, the mask you have too. It's kind of like Bane's mask. You know, it's tough. It makes you look tough.
no one cared who I was.
All right.
I say we have a tournament where they give you a bunch of fake cash, like fake bricks of cash, like the old high stakes poker.
No, those are real bricks.
No, I know those are real, but for a tournament, you gotta have fake ones, right? Take the ones from that table.
Haxton
over there. They
mentioned
got a
Running Good has won more than $10 million this year already.
Those are all ones in the middle. Wow.
We're not even in October yet, so he's got plenty of poker left. And then going back to Phil Hellmuth, it's not as though he hasn't had success in this tournament before.
Right.
2016, he got fourth for $1.6 million. So,
I don't think it's even real currency.
Phil, where are you at?
It's kind
And
of
also-
hilarious that it's like one buy-in.
First ever big one for one
It
drop.
is a weird
Yeah,
He was at the
display.
final table.
He made fourth in that too. $2.6 million. So it's not as though Phil doesn't have results in these massive tournaments. So
Yeah.
where's he at? He took Poker Masters off. It's probably refreshed.
I know. It's absurd. Philhelmuth belongs
It's going to cost you if you want to see this one.
in an event like this. And Katz with the speech tosses out a bet with just ace high. At least he's balancing his table talk range, because the last time we heard him speak, he had a full house.
You to outplay me.
This is strong. I like this table talk. Bonomo lets it go. Katz thinking he got away with one, but actually
he had the best of it.
You call it an ace? Well,
Can't tell you that, Gary.
You can tell me that. I won't tell anybody.
Do you think
Maybe I
Gary
have
feels
one.
bad that he got Negreanu moved off the table and now he's trying to
playing it up a little bit?
Get some table
Speaking
going?
of,
All right, there it is. Round of applause for the camera crew getting Negreanu back on camera. Also, good to know for everyone, this table does not have RFID cards. You cannot see the reader boxes on the felt, so we have no idea what these two players have here. However, it is good to also check up on Dan Smith, Bill Klein, and Alex Foxen. Haven't seen them at all yet today.
I can tell you that on this hand, Negreanu raised to 10,000 from the cutoff, and Nick Pietrangelo made the call from the big blind. On the flop, Pietrangelo check raised Negreanu's 16,000 chip bet to 36,000. Negreanu made the call. On the turn, the board was 9-5-3 on the flop with two clubs. Turn was a offsuit deuce. Pietrangelo led the turn, 35K. Negreanu raised to 90,000, and Pietrangelo made the call, and then you just saw the three of spades pair the board on the river. Pietrangelo has checked, and action is now on Kid Poker.
Time extension used here by Negreanu. Nick Pietrangelo looking extremely comfortable in that lumberjack shirt that I'm about to text him and ask him where he bought it.
I think it's like an LL Bean.
Is that like a cheap brand?
Huh?
Can I afford that?
Yeah. I mean, it's... I wouldn't say it's dirt cheap. Negreanu checking back here.
You got 9? That's good.
9 announced, which means Pietrangelo flopped top pair. I want to say the 6 of hearts was shown as well, so maybe he had 9-6? 9-6 suited from the big blind, maybe? Whatever the case may be, he's pulling in that pot, and Daniel Negreanu back below starting stack. It's been just a yo-yo for Negreanu, up and down, kind of all over. Above and below that starting stack number of 300K.
As we all know, a tournament like this hinges on a few crucial hands. If those things break right, like last year Negreanu hitting quads against a full house, all of a sudden you're off to the races. Kerry Katz off to the races right off the bat here, just sitting down, only a few hands into play, as right now he's tangling with the other big stack here, Isaac Haxton. Haxton open-ended with ace-7. Katz, a pair, backdoor spades.
And Katz is in every hand.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm telling you.
He just sits down, he's like, let's go.
I'm telling you, he's trying to make up for the fact that his entrance pushed Negreanu off the table.
Here comes Ike. Raised to 60,000. Paul Jager's out of the way. That king-queen.
Give me all the pinks.
Kerry Katz also folds, and
you're also not wearing your super high rollable London
Isaac
ring.
Haxton takes this one.
Yeah, where's that thing at?
That's a good point.
I don't think I've ever heard Stephen Chidwick like throw a shot at someone like
You
that.
should just be wearing it at the club. Rip along.
Save it for the club.
Huh?
Save it for the club.
Yes.
I mean, listen, we lost Negreanu, but we got Stephen Chidwick talking about going to the club. I mean, it's kind of a fair trade, if I'm being honest.
I'm pretty sure that Kerry Katz asked, "Hey Stevie, why aren't you wearing your purple jacket?" And then Stevie
prizes go.
clapped back and said, "Where's your super high rollerball ring,
I have
Kerry?"
no use for tournament jewelry, but if I won the purple jacket, I'd do the full like Prince getup, with the velvet pants and high heels.
We're gonna hold. I know you want to wear high heels, so we're gonna hold you to that.
That's why I've said it on TV.
All right.
Firmly commit myself to it.
All right.
Erase.
I mean, we've had worse table talk. I mean, come on, this is pretty good.
That's awesome.
And we've had some hands, too, and here we got another one. Chidwick coming in with a raise, ace-queen. Paul Jaeger 3-betting with the 2 jacks. The fish hooks, the jiggities. Play now back over to the reigning Poker Masters champion. Hey, Stevie put that jacket on for the winner's photo. He was loving it.
Oh.
He threw it on. He was posing. He looked like he was feeling pretty good.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I just would have loved for Alex Foxen to win and to see him trying to squeeze into that jacket.
Well, so actually,
Oh.
as Steven Chidwick makes the call here, and we're going to go to a flop, the jacket that, so in the final event, Foxen and Chidwick both made the final table. They were both in contention to win the jacket. There was 2 jackets prepared.
Oh.
Because Steven Chidwick was wearing a hoodie similar to the one he has on, just a different color,
40,000.
which he said that, I believe he said it in another tournament, that his wife just bought a whole bunch of them in all different colors for him. That's what he was winning, as you see Jaeger take this one down with a bet on the flop. He just put the jacket over it. He actually put on Alex Foxen's jacket because it was sized bigger, of course,
Oh.
and it fit. And he even said, even with the sweatshirt on, the hoodie underneath, he's like, this is a little big. And then he was told that, yes, well, that was the one that was for Alex Foxen had he won. We have yours over here, but because you had the sweatshirt on, we gave you the larger one, so.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
Negreanu just at it again, and once again against Nick Petrangelo. Whenever we go to the outer tables, Nick Petrangelo is involved. Looks like 65,000 is the bet from Petrangelo, and that gets it done. Negreanu going the wrong way. Maybe we should put him back on the feature table. What do you think?
I think he needs the spotlight on him.
Helps him play better?
Yeah, I mean, there's
under
no,
the bright lights?
There's no chatter at this table. Everybody listening to music or NPR
Hey, even
radio.
Bill Klein's got the headphones in. I mean,
What is Bill? Let us know in the chat. What is Bill Klein listening to right now? Perhaps some soothing, like spa-like music,
yeah,
or
like the sound of the rainforest.
right,
or something?
right. Like, or maybe it's some Slipknot. Imagine like
some System of a Down.
Like walking over to Bill Klein and say, "Hey, Bill, can I peek a listen?" And you grab the earbud and he goes, "Ugh." Davies here coming in for a raise. Katz again with a hand.
How much is it?
Unbelievable.
9-5.
I'm honestly not sure Katz has folded a hand pre-flop since entering the tournament. Here he is with 2 jacks. Taking the more conservative approach here, just flatting the open from Seth Davies.
This is a nice flannel, Donnie.
Yeah.
Petrangelo has inspired me to go flannel shopping.
Ace, King 10 on this board. Davies taking the lead, top pair. Cat still has a pretty nice holding here. He's got the pair of jacks. He's got the straight draw to Broadway. Davies checks in. Katz quickly checks behind. Queen on the turn.
Wow.
It's just Kerry Katz's day.
Wow, Katz makes Broadway. There's no way out for Davies other than a chop. 5% chance of hitting that jack on the river. 29K in the middle. Let's see what Katz is going to do here. Meanwhile, lots of suggestions in the chat on what Bill Klein is listening to. And a king on the river completes the board. 3 hearts out there. All of a sudden, things looking a little bit scarier. Perhaps a small bet here, Donnie.
Well, someone's got to take a stab at it, right? Old man speed. Got to be worried about that.
Half pot here from Kerry Katz.
I never would have thought that Kerry would become the player to also bring the entertainment in this kind of way.
Yeah, you know.
Playing on home turf. Clearly making hands and feeling confident. Trying to bring some table talk into the game as well. Davey's now trying to figure out if there's any way in which he can have the best of it. Wow, gets paid off. Katz shows his pair of jacks. Davies falls a bit further. Down to 158K. Katz up to 428.
I mean, just a great start to the day for Kerry Katz. Comes in very late, start of this level, and turns that 300K starting into what is almost 430,000 now.
Just a few suggestions here on the Bill Klein music of choice. I'm seeing the Eagles.
The Eagles is a good guess.
I think that's a really good guess.
Yeah.
Also seeing Nickelback, Creed, Taylor Swift, Jimi Hendrix. I think Hendrix is also a good call. Smooth jazz, says Keith. I can see that. Amanda says talk radio. Imagine. Someone says Michael Bolton. Whenever I think of Michael Bolton nowadays, I think of that Jack Sparrow song he did with Lonely Island. Meanwhile, Davies, Queen 10 off, comes in for a raise. Katz again with something.
Katz just has a playable hand every single hand pre-flop.
Total card rack right now.
This one he's going to 3-bet the King Queen off. And the 3-bet gets the job done. Kerry Katz now approaching 450,000 in chips. Just continuing to climb.
Maybe Bill Klein's listening to this.
He might be.
Or maybe he's checking out GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Scan the QR code on your screen to get involved right now. This is the #1 app for poker players. Study your game, review your hands, and get the most out of your poker study. Donnie, you've told me this has helped you a lot.
It has. Then they just added a little AI solver into their platform. It's incredible. One of the best things I like about it is I go on there every single night, pretty much. Last night was on there again, played about 200 hands, and when I say that, you can basically set up these drills. You can do multiple tables at once, so I do 4 tables. Like yesterday I was doing on the button in a single raised pot, like just playing a bunch of flops, just trying to get familiar with everything. And it gives you real-time feedback. You click a button, it says, oh, blunder. Oh, 100% correct. Oh, 79% correct. You're losing X amount of big blinds by making this play. So very intuitive, very good tool to be able to learn and train yourself and get a little bit better as you go, as many of us are trying to do.
What's been a recent thing, Donnie, you've been focused on, and what have you learned?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, everything. Like, just everything. Like, just trying to... I mean, you mentioned earlier something that I thought about after you mentioned it, and it's something that I do. You mentioned the players are often taking notes. You know, just constantly, like, when you're playing, just taking notes. And it doesn't have to be the most detailed notes, but being like, oh, ace-king on, you know, a 10-high flop when I just flop like ace-high. Well, how does the solver want to play this and that sort of thing. So just all the different situations.
Speaking of situations, Adrian Mateos, 9-6 suited at risk for his tournament life up against the Jack-10 of Chris Brewer. Little blind-on-blind action here. Let's see if the Spaniard...
I think Mateos might have just jammed from the small blind here and got called by Brewer.
Here's the flop. 9-7-4. Mateos on his way to a potential double up. Brewer 10 outs twice here to send Mateos to the rail. Turn card is the 8 of spades, and all of a sudden, Chris Brewer hitting a straight, and Adrian Mateos is going to be your next player to hit the rail. Sometimes these events hinge on one big hand. Mateos out the door, eliminated, and play will resume. With, I believe, 15 players now? Yeah, making and breaking millionaires. There it is on the wall. And this one did get broken.
17 players, because the
right.
the addition of Kenny and Kerry Katz. Brewer, we mentioned Isaac Haxton having a really good year. Brewer also having an incredible year, has won almost $12 million this year. Currently second on the PGT season-long leaderboard, trailing only WSOP main event champion Daniel Weinman. Brewer, of course, at the World Series of Poker, winning 2 gold bracelets. Won the 250K Super High Roller. Also won the 10K Deuce to 7 single, or no, 10K short deck. I can't remember. One of those 10Ks he won as well.
A quick side note, by the way, as we see Talal Shakurchi with aces raising it up.
Excuse me, the Rockets.
The burgers. The burgers, yes, we have to adhere to these new rules that we made up. I just wanted to mention that Jason Koon, watching the stream on his phone.
That's right.
Listening to Nick Schulman and Ali Najad, and you can do so as well on PokerGo.com. Nick and Ali on the call. Donnie and I just running the sideshow here. Three-way action here. Foxen and Brewer come along. Jack 4-4 on the flop. Ace is still best.
$12,000. Call. Heads up.
Foxen sticking around with the queen high. Backdoor diamonds. Turn is another jack. Shakurchi getting the check mark here. But might not exactly be the card he wanted to see on the turn.
15,000.
Quarter pot here from Shakurchi. Foxen studying. Jason Koon also studying the stream. Foxen does give it up, and those pocket rockets, those burgers, those American Airlines getting the job done for Talal Shakurchi. Chance said bad turn for aces. It wasn't the best turn, but Shakurchi doesn't care. He's just gonna bet and take it down.
Yeah, just gotta take what you can get at some point. Meanwhile, by the way, Brewer up to almost 600K. Koon sitting on just shy of $500,000. Foxen after that big clash back down to 236. For those tuning in for Negreanu, I'm sure we'll feature him more as the night goes on, but he was indeed moved off the feature table.
Yeah, if you're looking at your screen right now, just to the left a little bit, this is where Negreanu is. And since we moved him off the feature table, he's been losing pots.
If you think that
9,000.
we control anything, this should be the evidence that we do not, because we want nothing more than having Negreanu on the feature table.
Call.
Meanwhile, two strong hands here. Again, battling between Koon and Foxen.
Call. Three players.
Rinkema, by the way, entered late. Hasn't really been involved much.
No, but he did put the new Super High Rollerball hat on, so
True.
It's a $300,000 hat.
Check.
9-8-6-3 clubs on this flop. Shakurchi's 8 is best.
Check.
turn. Interesting card. Koon picks up top pair.
2 pair.
6 doesn't count.
Check.
Who's ever won anything with a pair of 6s, Donnie?
Good question.
Check. Check.
Lots of checks to go around here. As the Jack of Hearts completes the board, Koon gets the check mark.
$9,000.
Koon trying to squeeze a little bit of life out of this hand,
Call.
perhaps. Just making the call here, not risking anything. Just casually raking in a nice one. Here it is, back on over to the main feature table. We find Seth Davies all in on the river versus Kerry Katz.
That's the only thing I can beat.
Davies has it, 7-5. To recap this hand here, this is a blind battle. Davies limped in, Katz made it 12K. Davies called on the flop. Davies checked, Katz bet 10K. Davies checkers to 25K and Katz called. Then Davies bets 40K on the turn. Katz calls. And now on the river, all in for 96,000. Kerry Katz
Not all in. He has a 500 chip behind us at the.
Oh, come on.
It's bright pink. It's on top of his card, so I can see it.
Well played.
Kerry Katz a non-believer all the way until the river.
No.
Costly hand here, Donnie.
It's either, I would 1 or 2.
Ace, deuce.
Costly hand, but he had a good start to the day, so in a way he can kind of afford it. Still up on chips for the day is Kerry Katz, sitting on 366,000. And that pot, now Chidwick is the shortest stack at this table.
Top secret.
Still healthy for Chidwick, of course, 47 big blinds, but Davies moving up ahead of him on this leaderboard.
If you had the
Another
missed
University
draw,
of Oregon attendee is Seth Davies.
Exactly. Maybe they played some dorm room games with Chris Brewer.
I just can't find my inner Ike and make that hero call.
Well, you didn't want to make that hero call, Kerry. Would have been bad news.
Your hand against Paul's probably about to show. What'd you have there?
Definitely in the best hand there. I had 7 sevens.
You had me.
I was just hoping he had like ace 8 or something, but he didn't. He had like an 8, right?
An ace.
I get an ace. I got too greedy in the river.
That's what I said. Got too greedy. You need to bet 50,000.
I shouldn't remember what my second card was now, but definitely.
It was a 9, sir.
You play every hand. All right, I don't want my money back. Here, sit this out, Bonomo. We're tangling here. Oh, bottom is in.
He doesn't like to sit out.
Say what you will about these high stakes, Donnie. These guys go after every hand. Nobody is just letting anyone else walk all over them. Katz, meanwhile, the best starting hand, however. Bonomo hits a 4. Nine hits on the turn. Interesting card here. As Katz picks up an open-ended straight draw.
Same with Davies, but he's on the low end of it, and there are 3 hearts out there. And somehow, Justin Bonomo just has the best of it with a pair of 4s.
That's a fold.
Best hand goes into the muck. Kerry just keeps on winning.
I can do the heart check before folding.
Got it. Makes sense.
Katz has already won 5 hands since sitting down here at the feature table.
There's too much energy to remember the suits of the cards. right?
You can always look. There's no need to remember.
Yeah, that's exactly.
They should have little card holders like they do in Scrabble, so you can just like have your cards in front of you standing up the whole time.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I mean, I'm not sure anyone is preventing you from just bringing one.
You should
I know.
Right? You could just sit it there.
I'm on it.
I think the RFID in the cards should be hooked up directly to earpieces, so you can just tap your ear and it'll just speak what cards you have.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Or we could just put a chip in your head. It would automatically count exactly how many
make sure it's on an
chips people have.
unsecured network.
What do you think?
That would be a nice thing to have. Or people could just stack their chips in some standardized fashion.
Yeah, like standard, like luckily Bonomo, I did 30s, but usually in Bonomo's here, I usually go for the standard 28.
I walked over there to count it while you were playing that last hand. I got 27, but it's 28.
No, these are 30s.
They are?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Have you checked?
All right.
He's usually wrong about that.
There we go. 30s. No games. Bonomo, we're on good terms now. Otherwise, they'd be at 28s.
If you get on Kerry's bad side, he'll stack them in weird numbers.
And it's been a few weeks since the last time I bad beat you.
It wasn't a bad beat. It was a flip. Wasn't it?
I don't think I've bad beat you at all during Poker Masters.
No. Yeah, it was just a flip.
But what was the last tournament series? I'm pretty sure I put one on you then.
Yeah.
It's been hard for Kerry to keep track of the beats this year, I think.
Mm.
Yeah, no reason to keep track of them, right? And then you make it real.
Make sure Kerry doesn't come after my blind.
What?
So I gotta make sure you don't come after my blind.
Oh yeah, I'm not touching that. Instant fold.
I've heard Steve Chidwick say more words in the last 45 minutes than I have in 4 years.
I know, it's
He's right.
I prefer the green. I prefer the green chips. I prefer to just get a nice double up for my like old times.
What you should do is, as soon as Kerry folds, switch it out.
All right, you're right, Stevie. I don't want those.
I can't do it.
The question is, Donnie, what's worse? Someone stacking in fives or someone stacking in random high towers? Fives.
I'm going to
For sure.
Takes up too much space.
Yeah.
It's just annoying to count.
I had you beat.
All right. That's all I need to know.
At least when they're just in like random high towers, you know you're guessing.
Right.
So you're just guessing. When they're in fives and you know that you're in fives, you're like, this. I should just be able to get an exact count, but I got to count like 23 times 5.
That's all I had.
And it's just annoying.
It was the same situation whether I had an ace or not. Yeah. I represented an ace. Pre.
I had a better one. Or better than one.
Negreanu, by the way, for all the fans asking in the chat, got moved to the outer table. We had to balance the tables when Kerry Katz registered. And as soon as that happened, Katz said, "What are you doing, Paul? There goes our viewership." Of course, we'd all love to have Negreanu on the feature table. Hopefully we get him back after the break. Not entirely sure if that's going to happen yet. However, we do still owe you guys one more level, the final level of the night.
Right?
No.
After the
we don't move?
conclusion
Why?
of this one.
They don't rotate it?
3-day tournament.
Yes.
All
Paul,
3 days.
Next
Live
level,
streaming here on the
You're just gonna
PokerGO
keep it here the
YouTube
rest of the
channel.
night?
So
I mean,
even
there's only
though
one
we
more
will be
level.
cutting off for the night in like, I don't know, an hour and a half or 2 hours. Come right back on here tomorrow.
Is it
all the way till we have a chance.
It'll be break, not redraw at 14. Yeah, I don't get that. But
Y'all don't rotate every 2 levels?
yeah, every 2 levels would be
this
at
is
the end of
first
the
level.
day.
Yeah. Okay. No, it'll be levels.
There's no level 7 today.
Oh, they're only doing 6 left? Oh, okay, because, yeah. Yeah.
It's always fun trying to listen in on what's being discussed at the table as Davies and Jaeger go head-to-head here. 7 on the turn hits. Davies makes a pair of 7s. Jaeger already with 2 pair. There it is. Yeah, double check that one, Mr. Jaeger, because you just made a full house.
Oh, yes.
85K in the middle. Let's see if we can extract some value from Seth Davies from the big blind. Jaeger just defended from the big blind here.
It's a pretty big bet. 70,000 into 85,000. See if Davies can correctly figure this one out. Davies has 205,000 remaining in his stack, so this 70,000 here from Jaeger is a pretty big portion of that. He does correctly give it up, folds the 2 pair, and as he has been doing often at this feature table, Jaeger shows his cards, shows the full house. And Paul Jaeger's back up over 400,000.
Kind of fucked me up in this blind. Huh? I did? Yeah.
Paul, you came out for the Super High Roller Bowl last year. You're back once again. What makes this event one that you bookmark on your calendar and want to come out for?
It's one of the bigger events of the year, and you know, it's fun to play against the best people in the world, and you know, they're all here basically. So I like to see how I do against them. We'll see how it goes. So far, so well.
We heard that you're a pretty big Kansas City Chiefs fan and sports bettor, so I've got to ask, Kelsey anytime TD this week, and is that the play with Taylor being there?
I think that's almost guaranteed. I think the pressure. I think Patrick knows to make Travis happy, he probably needs to get him his touchdown. But yeah, I'd go big on it.
I got to know your opinion. Are you for the romance, the Taylor Swift, Kelsey? What do you think? PR stunt? What's your take?
You know, at first I thought it was, but now I think it's for real. And you know, any of these rumors that I hear, like Travis is a bad guy, is totally not true. I've been around him with my son a few times, and he's actually fantastic with the kids, and I really appreciate it from him. So I hope it works out for the best of them, for both of them.
Thanks so much for having some fun with us, Paul. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, cash your slips if you bet on Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce being mentioned on today's broadcast. Also, shout out to everyone who keeps asking whether this is live or not. Couldn't be any more live, Donnie, because the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce topic seems to be this thing that's on everyone's mind right now.
Yes, oh yes. I mean, I almost feel like we should call the networks. There was like some news in there. I mean, Travis Kelce's a good guy.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, if you're a bettor out there, you heard Paul Jaeger. He guaranteed an anytime TD for Travis Kelce. I mean, let's go.
I don't see Adrian.
The inside scoop from Paul Jaeger is that the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce romance is legit. It is not fake.
I mean,
Jaffe and who?
Oh, it's Adrian. Adrian, Jaffe, and Orphan.
Oh, so
my fiance told me that Travis Kelce picked up 300,000 Instagram followers. In
more.
Was it more?
Well, it was like 300,000 the first night, and then I think it might be up to 400,000 or more.
Unbelievable.
No, I think that one is right. I think it's Matador, not Conquistador.
No, it's Conquistador. Because, yeah, the Matador is Carlos Mortensen.
Carlos Mortensen.
Yeah,
Adrian
that's
Mateos
right.
is the Conquistador.
Adrian is the Conquistador?
It just seems like he should be the new Matador, right? Because Carlos doesn't play.
You know those words don't mean the same thing, right?
Oh, I know. Yeah. Matador just sounds cooler.
The Conquistador, it's one of those cute-sounding words. I don't know what it means, but it has a nice feel to it.
I just don't want to have to say it. Many syllables.
There's a lot of syllables.
Yeah, let me get Matador.
What's wrong with Conquistador? That sounds pretty awesome to me.
It's too long.
A conqueror?
The conqueror, exactly.
El Conqui.
That's really my only objection to it.
To the people in
Except
the chat,
he's more of the bull than
if
a
you're an
Matador.
OG,
You know what I mean? He's the
please
charging
shout out
bull.
Isaac Haxton's
And you're gonna just have to like
former online name.
have a hand and slice him
Speaking of fun nicknames.
up. Right?
The best nickname ever was when Sergio Ido was playing all the time. Call him Bert and Ernie.
Who?
You know Sergio Ido, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The other Spanish guy.
Yeah. The guy who doesn't talk.
Called him and Adrian Bert and Ernie.
They really do look
It's
like
so
Bert.
perfect.
It's just.
I bet they're glad that didn't stick.
That's funny. That's not like mean.
Everyone loves Bert and Ernie.
Yeah, that's not mean at all.
It's not the coolest poker.
Yeah, it's not like not a slight or anything.
I don't think.
It says a lot about your politics if you think being called Bert and Ernie is worse than being called the Conquistador.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, 'cause, like,
9.
It's getting late in Las Vegas, and the table talk just keeps getting better. How is no one in the chat says love the WNBA? Shout out Las Vegas Aces, going back to the finals.
Are they going back to the finals?
Yeah, of course they are. They're the best team.
I knew they were doing well in the playoffs. I just didn't know that they had
Stevie, how much
advanced to
you
the
playing?
finals. Chidwick here coming in with a raise to 9,000, ace 9 of diamonds. Carry Cats calls on the button. Now Justin Bonomo got 2 jacks in the small blind.
You are right, though. They're 1 win away.
Okay. Hope you didn't jinx him.
That'd be something.
38,000.
3-bet to 38,000 announced.
I guess it's hard to flop an ace as Haxton throws ace-6 of hearts into the muck. Action back on Chidwick. Lets it go. Cats also folds, and Bonomo takes this one down. Oh yeah, Matthew did say it. It was the only one in the chat. By the way, shout out to everyone in the chat. What are you drinking right now? Donnie and I have finished our final coffee of the day. Jaeger with a deep sigh. Wonder if he's getting tired.
Get him a coffee.
Maybe he's getting tired of winning.
Green tea.
It's been a good day for him so far. But yeah, I'm afraid to drink any more coffee.
Yeah, I'm done as well. Definitely over my limit.
Wow, speaking of
More than
big,
28,
big hands
you know.
for Cats, he just keeps on rolling. Picks up pocket jacks.
No, they're 40s.
They're 40s. Oh,
A
that's
limpy
a nice
limpy here.
number.
Yeah,
Huh?
that's easier to count.
Cats limping in. Don't think we've seen that before today.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any limping today. We've certainly seen limping from Kerry Cats over the years.
Check.
Take Gary check too, yeah.
Looks like we're swinging over to the outer table. We have an all-in here. Looks like 2 aces there for
like 3 grams.
Bill Klein?
Bill Klein.
Yeah, there's I've read no.
Doubling up here through Nick Petrangelo. King Jack for Nick Petrangelo, flopping top pair.
And that's what I used to not do during the series.
The
And I'm like, I'm
Jack
not working out.
10
I'm not going to
deuce
take it.
board.
But
I'm
this-
told
just gonna
that's when
start
the
just
money
taking
went
all
in,
the time.
I believe.
Wow. Huge double up for Bill Klein.
Yeah, the money went in on the Jack 10 deuce flop. Aces for
out,
Bill
I take it
Klein.
before or after, and
Hold
then,
up.
Otherwise in the morning, just with my morning water, I drink one.
Against the King Jack of Nick Petrangelo. Bill Klein going to double up to 240,000, so still short of starting stack, but
well, I mean, we're
a
moving.
double up
We
is
bought the
certainly
new house. I
something
went there
he'll
yesterday. It was so
appreciate
fucking
now.
fun.
And once again, Nick Petrangelo is always in a pot. You know, when we
No,
when we
to
come
Lake
over
Las
here.
Vegas, way out there, 40 minutes from here.
Is that north or is that?
It's like past Henderson.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, you go. It's fun. It's like on a lake and.
Negreanu talking about his recent move.
Not lose more money.
Out to Lake Las Vegas.
40 minutes from the studio.
What'd you say?
Yeah.
That sounds like forever.
He doesn't ever leave the house except for when these series are on. But
there's a lot of series
during the WSOP. That's a long drive.
Yeah.
If it had been the diamond.
We're coming up
All
on
the
our
money.
final break of the night. So if you want to get yourself a burger order in, we still got 75 more minutes of poker action to be contested. Let's try to hit 2,000 likes here before this break starts.
Let's
just
go.
To please the fans.
Let's go.
By the way, if you're new to our channel, please subscribe, turn on notifications for our channel. We'll be live tomorrow with full wall-to-wall coverage of Super High Roller Bowl 8. We're streaming until we get down to the final table tomorrow. Whether that's the final 7, 6, 5, or 4, I'm not sure, but we've got a whole lot of action to be played out tomorrow. Deep structure, slow blind levels.
You're so healthy.
Trying to live forever.
What's the worst thing you put in your body?
Diet Coke.
Yeah, but you
He
do
was
like
eating a
one
bag of
week,
potato chips before play started today.
Diet Coke and crystal meth.
Oh, crystal meth.
Once a week each.
Oh my God.
Well, if you only do it once a week, I guess.
You had the crystal meth mention. Check
Yeah,
that one off your
yeah,
bingo card.
Crossed it off the list. Small one here between Jaeger and Chidwick. Nothing much out there.
Oh, you got the new fancy hat. Look at that.
All right, players getting up out of their seats, and that means we are going back on break. Short little break here, just about 15 minutes. So time for perhaps the final beverage of the night. All right, we got one more level left to be played. We'll catch you guys in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Super High Rollable continues shortly.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
Warrior spirit, really competitive, deep down.
Snowmen for Jaeger.
Where's the 6?
Takes it up to 6. No, Bonomo, the same man who 3-bet with King Deuce on the button against a Jaeger Open, just takes the ace-4 off and bins it.
Yes, and if nothing else, as we have a show here, it does speak to the power being suited deep.
Not as good as Lady Gaga, but
Yeah, good enough to take the pot.
So no resistance for Mr. Jaeger on that occasion as we slip it back out to our secondary feature table where Koon's overpair
10 seconds.
Wow.
Finds itself up against Chidwick on the river.
Chidwick, just at a glance, has a hand that might want to bluff.
100,000.
Well, let me bring us up to speed here. Chidwick
Go on, Ollie.
from the hijack open to 4,500. Koon 3-bet from the small to 20, and Chidwick came along for the extra 15.5. Koon then C-bet on the 9-7-3 board, where Chidwick had the double gutter, 30,000. Chidwick, of course, made the call, another 60 into the middle. Koon then slowed down after the 10 of clubs rolled off, check calling 20,000 despite having the queen of clubs. Now here he is checking once more.
Very interesting spot. Just at a glance, one might think Koon would prefer calling with this over even something like a set. Maybe. Sometimes it can be block king, queen, the flush.
Now, why this hand over a set with respect to a choice to call?
I want to block amazing hands, and we're doing that with queens, and perhaps Chidwick isn't going for value like this with a set. Although, to be honest, I was a bit hazy on what the line was to here because this is such an exciting situation. I do see it up there, Ali, but this just, we see it. He's facing this bet. Tournament life, early tournament life on the line.
There is that
I see
survival.
3-bet, bet 30 call, check, small bet call, check, and then this. Understood.
Multiple time banks deployed already. That self-preservationist voice that lives inside all of us, even those who are so fearless in a no rebuy event. Do I need to take this thin spot here?
These spots are very hard. Of course, the queens fall to many hands.
4-liner on board, clubs on board.
10 seconds.
It just looks like a very reasonable bluff catcher.
Time extension.
We do block queen of clubs ace, which is a hand that perhaps Stevie could take this line with.
And of course, a hand that we would want him to have against two queens.
But we also block ace queen of clubs, king queen of clubs, hard spot, queen jack of clubs.
Time extension.
Jason, in his own right, in that best ever discussion, been awfully good at sniffing these out over the years. This is a bit of a rock and a hard place, these two.
Oh, more than a bit.
10 seconds.
Fuck, I rolled high too. There's a lot of people up here full too, buddy, but you're not one.
Great call, Jason. Fantastic stuff. This just looks like a well-played hand from both.
Yeah. Professional respect.
And he did offer the professional respect with a lot of people I would fold to. You're not one of them. That means he knows things like this can be going on. From the great Stephen Chidwick. Nice hand, gentlemen.
On the surface, one might be tempted to think it's insulting for Koon to make that claim, you know, as he puts the call in. But really, it's saying you're good enough to be bluffing me here, not you're bad enough.
And what a great feeling that is for Jason to be back to starting after the rocky start. You feel a bit like chip leader now if you're Koon.
And a guy that's earned it, Nick, you know what I mean? He talks about that he's run extraordinarily well in certain spots, you know, beyond EV perhaps, but he's just made the most of what he's been given.
Do you think it's the deuce or the ace of diamonds for Nicky P? I'll take the deuce. 20?
I think I'm on your side with that, though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are too, Pop.
3 players.
Also don't know what Chidwick's side card is, as an interesting ace-10, 8-2 diamond flop. Certainly could see a flush draw out there. Note the double gutter with the jack of diamonds working for Brewer, who joined the party here. Chidwick, the host, having opened to 4,500. Nicky P with the flat.
Check.
Stevie not going to c-bet it.
Can you scan your cards? That's 10,000. Can you scan your cards?
Question asked by Nick. And it's deuces and sixes, sort of what it's supposed to be.
Call.
So the 10K gets rid of Chidwick, but of course not Brewer, who fails to improve on the turn. Petrangelo might not think there's a world in which deuces are good, but that is indeed the world in which he lives at present, with 36-5 in the middle, and the action check to him.
Ten seconds.
27,000.
And how about that second barrel? Not an easy one to fire.
That's quite nice from Nicky P, albeit the best hand.
27 dimes. Get it done, sir. Never come back, please. It was a bet thing, right? He had.
It was a bet with Hefe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know Hefe was involved in that.
Oh yeah.
Optical nightmare.
It was the the weird world of Hefe, kind of a little puppet man. You're gonna have a mullet. You're gonna do this. He's just paying him for the. Forget the exact details. Middle pair for Bonomo.
Bill Perkins
Draw
also
to the
likes
nuts
to
for Jaeger.
marionette the boys a little bit.
A little
out there.
marionetting of the boys. That's right.
Meanwhile, picking up the action here, Jaeger opened the button to 5,000. Bonomo defended the big 10-7 trade, 2 diamonds. Bonomo with second pair. Now suddenly, upon the arrival of the queen of diamonds, he decides to fire. Jaeger, of course, did flop the gut shot straight draw, which he did not see bet. Will call the 4K, and not lost on Justin is the line that Jaeger took with King Jack earlier.
Just come right in.
Hello, 9 of clubs. Flush draw does get there. Second nut straight though for Jaeger. Bonomo slowing down, understandably, as Jaeger will speed up. Let's call it full pot.
Okay.
Justin very comfortably bins his holding. The only street in which it was beat. It's a winning formula.
The lions seem like the obvious choice, but that's what's scary because you.
Yeah, that line seems like a trap for sure.
Packers it is. Yes, Ali?
Lions are fun to watch.
You want a minute to call that one in? You got old Billy Billy Boy on the
I
speed
could text, yeah.
I was going to say, pardon me, if Paul jams at some point, I just want you to be ready for the self-evident claim.
Surprise me. Okay? I don't know if it's Jägermeister or you're doing, I'm sure you're ready to go. Just surprise me.
Well, I guess it's not going to be a surprise anymore.
Was it Jägermeister?
Bomb. But still.
Negreanu open call from Bonomo. Call from Davies.
$994 rainbow here. Ace high remains the best kit. Texture coupled with the 2 checks in front of the ace high, too tempting to do anything other than take a stab. 5 into 17.
These are a little bit interesting for Bonomo. It is a bit in the nude without a backdoor, but some things going on.
14,000.
Note the fight, note the sniff.
And also the recognition that there's so many hands that just must concede to a check raise from the small blind on a board texture such as that, and leveraging also the presence of a third party where that check raise looks more meaningful, given, you know, that it appears less concerned about even a second opponent.
Very nice, Sully. Excellent maneuver.
Everybody who doesn't make the money's in last place.
Bonomo keeping Orpin honest.
Someone tells me people were betting on who was going to get last. People, it might be me.
No way. I would bet a lot of money that it wouldn't be you. Like a lot. I bet like $1 million on it. No way, not you. I pick him first. 100%.
For sure, not even close.
You kidding me?
That seems like a sporting exchange, but there's a lot of sense to it because Jaeger not likely to be the guy to just go off for all those bigs, whereas, as you touched on, Jaffe, Bonomo, there's some dudes out there that'll just go for the whole thing.
Huge flop for Orpin. That's exactly right, Ali.
On
I think Jaeger might have thought Daniel was gassing him up. He was
Right.
actually just being stone honest.
Yeah. We talked about the whole thing. Orpin has got all of this one with top 2. Chewy, though, does have the 7.
Really like Orpin's flop check.
On the rainbow board in particular, it's cozier.
If he does go for a bet here, tricky for Chewy in the face of sub-quarter. 7s with the ace. Not to rule out Bonomo continuing, but just 5s with a player behind. He's in, Ollie.
Okay, now this Bonomo flat in front of us is a bit dissuasive for the ace-7, is it not?
It's an interesting thing. We run into more hands that beat us, but now the pot is a touch bigger.
Dual forces acting upon Lichtenberger.
Oh, taking the 7 to potential glory. Unfortunately for Chewy, he's run into the very top of Orpin's range outside of the sets. Let's see how Orpin navigates. Just calling is a very compelling idea to allow hands like 4-5, 4-6 for Chewy. Other sorts of things to perhaps do something crazy on the river, but of course our hand is good enough to just get it in. Very much a decision. These are tricky.
When we block both the queen and the jack, however, the idea of a set of 3s.
We're scared, but 30 some odd bigs for Orpin. If they have it, they have it.
Correct. So he makes the call, and things get less complicated upon the departure of Bonomo. Pot growing to roughly 65K. Sub 1 SPR for Orpin, and coordinated king of spades.
You know, I think Chewy gives up a lot of rivers, just checks, maybe beat king 10 on something like a deuce, but the king is quite interesting. This is a river where Chewy might feel compelled to keep bluffing.
Reason behind it?
Get ace queen out, get queen 10 out. We really don't win anymore ever when we check. Where on a deuce, we do have some showdown. Where again, we beat ace king, king 10 suited.
Right.
But now it doesn't feel like we ever win if we check, does it?
Apparently not.
Goes for a very interesting block, trying to really target something like ace jack. And for Orpin, with his tournament life on the line, against block, we do feel our queens and jacks are good. And maybe in some normal scenarios, although this being multi-way with a check raise, it's not that normal, but interested to see if he raises or just calls here. I think versus this sizing, he feels pretty confident he has the best hand, but again, as you alluded to before, it is a freeze out.
Well, fold is not on his mind. It's just whether or not he would be shooting himself in the foot were he to raise here. Obviously, he decides it's safe. And
I really like that from Orpin. Note, he did what he felt needed to be done. Well played from Orpin. Ambitious from Chewy.
I'm a bit surprised at the sizing, and the ace of spades seemed like a bad card for him to hold. 2 10s in there once more.
Wow, Nicky P, what's this, a bet and then a raise on the end? I mean, no, he has the king queen, Talal with the 10s. I believe it was a bet of 20 some odd. Nicky P made it 100. Go on. Really nice.
Big blind, please.
So Petrangelo pulling a Shakurchi in terms of being the bully. Talal's the man that likes to kind of throw his weight around.
There you go.
You ready? Right, it's 4,500.
Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio for one more level of play here on day one of Super High Roller Bowl 8. Coming at you from that beautiful place there, just a few steps away from Aria Resort and Casino. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman on the call on PokerGo.com. Give them some love. Go hang out with them if you are a PokerGo subscriber. Also, if you're not, you can still choose to do so. Isaac Haxton still our chip leader. Brewer and Petrangelo also sitting on large stacks. Donnie, I don't have the gift of foresight, but I'm predicting some massive pots here in the final level.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some of the short stacks try and move some chips. I think we'll see some of the big stacks try to apply some pressure. And then that can hopefully only mean one thing. Clash, baby. Let's go.
All right, let us know in the chat how many all-ins will we see in the final level as we look at our Super High Roller Bowl 8 payouts. $2.76 million for the winner. 4 places paid, $600K for 4th. It's a freeze out, Donnie. No re-entries. It is basically win or go home.
Let's go.
I'm going to set the line at 3.5 all-ins.
3.5. Okay, I'll take. Oh, that's a good line. I'm gonna take the under. It's gonna be 3.
3. All right.
I'm gonna bet the exacta. 3.
3 all-ins for Donnie. I'm gonna go over as Justin Bonomo
How
finds
long
the
ago did you
snowman.
start PokerGo? 2015. So it's been a while.
Action folding around to Jaeger. Still sitting comfortable on
Used to be Poker
417K.
Central, but we dumped that name because PokerGo is a much better name.
Four syllables is too many.
Super High Roller Bowl? Oh no, Poker Central.
Super High Roller Bowl is definitely too many syllables.
Yeah.
It's a great name.
It is. I really like it. I know it's long, so you know.
SHRB,
Those of us
baby.
who are writing headlines out there, it can get a little bit annoying, but
Can you be careful to pitch a little lower?
love the name.
Thanks. Keep almost seeing Justin's cards.
I believe we had 20 total players, Donnie.
That would be bad. I believe so.
We've lost Jonathan Jaffe,
I would
Adrian
go
Mateos.
yes, I did. But
Who else did we lose?
I
I'm
forget.
I'm already spacing out. Orpin, of course.
Oh yes, Orpin. We did lose Orpin. He had the 2 pair against Daniel Negreanu's Broadway Straight.
Shout out to everyone still with us in the chat. Lots of people have been here all day long. V up wondering why the first place gets smaller every year. Well, the field in the past has been bigger, but of
38.
course, back then, this was the only game in town. Nowadays,
More brother on brother violence. What's going
lots
on
of massive buy-in events all over the world,
Alright,
forcing
let's see.
or
I
giving
need a
players
big
the
hand
option
here.
to choose which events they want to play. But the real OGs and the Vegas local high rollers
I
always
do not
show up
choose
for this
violence.
event. And Donnie, to be perfectly honest, the field
I'm like
size for
Cersei
me
Lannister.
doesn't really
that
is not really a factor in
Mhm.
my enjoyment of watching this.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, I think multiple tables, $300,000 buy-in.
Yeah, the
very
new one, you know,
deep,
the new
long,
one, I thought
player-friendly
the new
structure.
one, it's
Obviously, the players that
it's
we
just
get in the field are among the
like
best of the
special
best.
effects,
I think all of
characters
that
they just
combination,
don't, they
you
don't
know,
have any comic relief in it. So
it does really well.
There's no tiering. You know, there's so many funny characters in Game of Thrones, but they don't have any. Yeah, because it's you know it's so intense. You know, you need some humor in it.
Yeah,
so that would be. I don't know.
The new one's super intense.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing to look at.
They had a new Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
House of
the Dragon.
House of the Dragon.
It's called. It's like a prequel.
Gotcha.
I haven't seen the new one yet. I think I want to wait till there's at least 2 seasons out because I don't want to wait like 2 years in between seasons.
Would you mind plugging my phone in over there for me?
Plug it in?
Yeah. Thanks.
Chidwick, 11K, ace-jack offsuit. Like I said, stacks not as deep as at the start. If you've been here from the beginning, 150 big blind average right now, 71 big blind average. Chidwick, 29 bigs to start this hand. Picks up a few much-needed chips.
What else do you watch?
I just finished Severance.
That's the best thing I've seen recently.
It was really good.
What is it? What's it on?
What is it on? Apple TV?
Yeah.
It's sort of sci-fi.
Oh, cool. If you like Black Mirror, you'll like it.
I haven't seen Black Mirror either.
Oh, wow. Black Mirror's pretty good.
I was going to start one, Black Mirror or Severance, which one?
Severance is a quicker watch.
Is Black Mirror like, is it horror?
It's like updated
Twilight Zone.
Twilight Zone, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So every episode's different.
Gotcha.
With a lot of it is like sort of tech-oriented, like near-future dystopian tech stories.
Yeah, on average, it's darker than Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Well, Twilight Zone was made for TV. It's got to be.
Black Mirror season 1, all-timer.
I'll tell you the worst thing right now is that new Exorcist movie. I don't even like looking at the commercials.
Yeah, some of those.
How can they even run those commercials? I mean, this is going to give kids like nightmares.
Yeah.
The scariest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was.
It's like
crazy.
crazy.
What is happening? Why is there a horror movie on during the Bills game?
Yeah, like my wife can't even watch it. She just closes her eyes. She's like, fast forward. I don't want to watch that commercial.
I don't blame her, man.
I don't see a lot of upside in watching something like that.
Bonomo trying to go for a cheap flop here. Haxton decides to take that away from him.
She was joking. She's like, great, I gotta fade this commercial now for like through Halloween.
She's got a month of.
Huh?
A month of it.
Yeah.
Ace, queen, queen on the flop here. Very nice looking for
Yeah, the
Bonomo.
commercial I'm talking about.
Yeah, no,
Haxton,
exactly.
however,
I saw it,
the
like,
aggressor. Let's see if he
yesterday or
keeps with that.
Just like the little girls' heads turning around and all that stuff.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
11.
It's like a real.
Yeah, I mean, the first one was incredibly scary. Can you imagine what they can do with the new one?
What's that?
The Exorcist.
I have no interest in
Yeah, don't watch that. It's all.
I don't get why anyone watches that, but
if you want to have nightmares, it's I guess a good thing to watch.
Yeah, if you're not trying to sleep.
Yeah, good thing to watch right before bed.
Haxton betting 11K on the flop. Bonomo comes along.
Yeah,
As
you're
we
lucky,
can
Paul.
see,
They cut it a level.
a
You
lock
get
on
some
this
sleep.
hand for Bonomo already.
really, actually, that's out, man. That was awesome.
What time did you get up today? You seem like an early guy.
Yeah. No, my time zone's 2 hours later. So I was up like 5 here.
Oh, so you flew out this morning?
Nah, the day before, but
yeah.
I was here. I played in a little bit of the Masters, but then my wife and kids were in a car wreck.
Oh,
they're okay, but
okay. Well.
she was all shook up, so I flew home and then came back.
Everyone's okay?
Yeah.
I'm assuming,
Bonomo leading the river here after the turn goes check, check.
Are you in Chicago?
Kansas City.
You a Chiefs fan?
Big time.
Yeah. They are loaded.
They
are loaded this year.
They interviewed me earlier, and 2 of the 3 questions are about Kelsey and Taylor Swift.
Oh.
I had to laugh.
Yeah, Chiefs they look almost like they're better than last year. They got a lot of young talent.
Yeah, we'll always be. I mean, as long as Mahomes is there.
No, as long as
it's
coach. Yeah, you got the best coach, the best quarterback,
Calls
and the best
it down,
tight end.
and Bonomo rakes in a
you
nice
even got a
little
good
profit
defense.
here on the river.
A good pass rush. It's like a well-built.
defense
It's
is
just
way
a
better
well-built.
than-
Oh, it's way better than
way
people
better.
think. Yeah.
You see this Chandler Jones stuff?
No, what's
He's
going?
just
What's
like
going?
completely melting down.
He's got like mental health.
Yeah, he posted some like crazy video of him just like ranting, like
nonsensically and then like started crying his eyes out. He's like really, really messed up.
No, that's not good.
All right. The final level of the night. Perhaps some NZT 48 will help you stay focused during the late hours of your poker game. Scan the QR code for more information. Go check it out. One of our newest sponsors here on the PokerGO Tour.
Sunday night football, actually. It's supposed to be
during Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah,
Mahomes versus Rodgers.
Yeah, I don't see how the Jets have a chance in that one.
We got Bills, Dolphins, and have to watch Chiefs, Jets on Sunday night. Yeah.
Surprising the line's only 9.
9 on the road. Yeah, the Jets are at home. They're gonna, crowd's gonna be into it at least for a while. So that makes sense. 9's a lot of points to give up on the road.
I'm not sure the crowd's going to be into it.
Is anyone ever going to show up?
The only thing I think the crowd's going to be into is shipping Zach Wilson out of town.
So Chief Jets on Sunday night?
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's only going to look out for
the only reason
Taylor Swift's going to be
exactly.
in the
That's
stadium.
all that matters.
Falcons, I mean, you're from Atlanta, right?
I'm a Falcons fan. I like to suffer.
At least you got the Braves. The Braves are legit.
The Braves are like the Kansas City of baseball.
Yeah.
11-5.
Braves are
11-5.
Yeah. 11,
What's the bet? Thank you.
Some nice.
And Acuna, what, 40 homers and 70 steals? That's unbelievable.
The year we won the series, we didn't even have Acuna.
Really?
Amazing. Yeah, he got hurt. He blew out his. We were 500, and he blows out his knee. I mean, everybody was leaving us for dead, and we traded for a few outfielders, and then the team got hot. I don't know how we did it. It was like a miracle season.
Look at this, Donnie. 5-way action, 62K already in the middle. This flop's going to be interesting here as Queen, Jack 3, 1 spade rolls off the deck. Carry with backdoor spades and the open-ended flush draw, open-ended straight draw. Excuse me. Seth Davies 2 overs.
Why isn't Paul Jager in the hand?
Yeah. What cards did he fold? I don't even remember.
Neither do I, but can we give him back to him? Let's make this a true family pot.
Approaching 2,000 likes on the video. Can we hit 2,000 likes during this hand? Because this hand might take a while, as we have 5 players still involved. Thank you all so much for tuning in. This is our final level of the night.
Somehow the only direct hit on the flop is Chidwick's King 3 with bottom pair.
And production is like, yeah, this hand might take a while. Let's get on over to the secondary table as we see a 3-bet from Jason Koon. Jack 9 of clubs. Talal folds ace 10 of spades.
It's so weird how people will.
I can report here that 5 players have checked in the other hand that we're watching.
You just dusted off like way more.
I hate someone.
I actually like that.
Oh. I feel like they're
still nothing happening on the main feature table, so we're going to stick with this table to see if we can catch some actual fireworks.
I don't know. The room.
Oh, we're still drawing live to hit 2,000 likes during the hand, by the way.
Let's go.
Only 80 more likes. The hand on the feature table is still on the turn. Still all players are checking, so keep you posted on that one.
No.
Rinkema limps in here in the cutoff.
Yes, 11,000.
Oh.
No, raised to
11,000.
Yeah.
Little switcheroo there on the graphics. Shikurchi calls on the button.
Guys, I gotta go home.
Come on, man.
That's a bet.
It's not a game to watch.
Queen 8-4. Pair of queens for Kenny.
No. It's just like
Shikurchi hit middle pair.
It's a seed from my. My
13. 13.
Meanwhile, 7 of hearts on the turn on the main table. Davies bet 15K, Cats and Bonomo calls, so 3-way action to the river there. 6 of clubs completes the board.
They have the place. Just surprisingly, it's like, I don't want to say a good breakfast, but
50 more likes as we're on the river on the main table.
But it's still.
Y'all better hurry up and hit that like button. Come on. It's the little thing that looks like a thumbs up. Just press it with your mouse or your finger, whatever you're doing.
The action in this hand. Check on the turn.
17,000.
Oh yeah, you go to Triton.
Kenny betting 17K. Trying to get some value from Talal.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, no, for sure. That makes sense.
Davis and Katz both checked on the river on the main table. Action on Bonomo.
I'm happy for you guys.
Shakurchi makes the call. Kenny rakes in some chips. Much needed, as he was not off to a good start.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, yeah.
Wait, you're not doing the wind?
The wind's after Bahamas.
You can make it back with day one.
That was something
As
like
long as you don't like win the main. But if I win the main, I'm gonna do it.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, the series is kind of over on the 12th in Bahamas, unless if you like are still in the main.
Yeah, yeah. If you're really deep in the main, you might miss the win. Otherwise,
Kenny left a tag on his new hat.
He did.
Oh, we hit 2,000 likes during the
Bang,
hand.
bang, let's go.
Looks as though the hand got checked down on the river.
It's still going.
That hand took forever. Nothing exciting happened, so we didn't miss anything. So we're just going to stick here with the secondary table.
You can win the tournament and make it? Or?
you could, I think. Maybe not, but that
Sugar Cheat, Jack 7 suited, raising it up. Koon makes the call on the button. Look at that watch that Jason Koon is wearing. That looks like something out of the Tron movie.
Heads up.
Heads up on the river here. By the way, much love to everyone who liked the video. We hit 2K likes. Always good to see that.
What? I just hold my name and then I hold like bits and pieces of the conversation.
Check.
Koon's pair of nines will win here.
Yeah.
Takes this one down. Rough go at it for Talal. Just losing back-to-back hands. Costly
that
ones.
was actually super advanced strategy for me. I made sure that you couldn't rely on me, so you would waste the time phase.
All right, here's a look at the best of the best, all playing on the PokerGO Tour. The top 40 players will qualify for that $1 million free roll after over 100 high roller events. Last year, it was Jason Koon who became the champ. Still time to qualify and get in there. Top 40, again, will qualify for that BGT $1 million free roll. You can also get in there yourself. If you're watching this right now, if you hear my voice, use promo code DREAM20. You're automatically entered into a raffle if you are an annual subscriber to PokerGO. The drawing takes place on Saturday. We're back on the main table. Isaac Haxton, pocket queens.
Lady Gaga. Shout out Renlin.
Again, pot staying small. Checked on flop and turn by both players. Of course, Haxton not happy to see an ace out there. Doesn't have any diamonds. Davies only with a pair of sevens. Shout out to people that want to see Negreanu. So do we. We really all want to see Negreanu. Of course, that is the integrity of the event.
For all the Negreanu fans, I'll say this. If we don't see him, it also means that he likely is still in and hasn't been eliminated. Because it could be a bad thing if we go to the outer table, right?
True, true.
So if we don't hear anything about Negreanu, that means he's just grinding peacefully, and we'll probably see him back here on day 2.
So Donnie, you're saying no news is good news?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, yeah, we're not showing him, but also if we're not showing him, the positive spin on that is that we're not showing a Negreanu bust-out.
Right.
Okay.
Well, the good thing is it's a very small, manageable event. Day 2 will see a rotation of feature tables, and I can already promise you that if Negreanu makes day 2, he's going to be on the feature table at some point. By the way, if you want to look cool at the poker table or just want to stay warm at the poker table, check out shop.pokergo.com. We have new super high roller bowl merch dropping right now. New drop, limited edition, super high roller bowl merch. Go check it out. I was fortunate enough to cop some of this merch earlier today. Shout out Tim Duckworth for handing me some of the merch.
Some people working in an office where all of the people there have undergone the severance procedure.
Oh, we're still
what
talking
do
about
they do
severance.
when they're home?
They have normal lives. Not especially fulfilled great lives. Obviously, you can imagine the people who volunteer for this procedure do not love everything about their lives. There are, people have different reasons that it appealed to them.
So what evil corporation's doing that? Is that the issue?
Lumen.
Lumen, okay. All right, take it.
It's not a very pro-capitalist show.
If you like sci-fi and Game of Thrones, you should watch The Expanse.
And the Expanse, what's
that?
that?
Is a great
Expanse is awesome.
What's that?
It's Game of Thrones in space.
Game of Thrones in space. That's really good.
Yeah, kind of.
It's like,
What's
it's
the
great.
Expanse?
It's great for all the same reasons.
I tell you, all right, my wife's watching it. You need to watch Expanse.
Because one of the Expanse was written by
what's
these
that?
two
What's
guys.
that on?
It was on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First season or 2 were on the Sci-Fi Network,
Yep.
and then it got canceled, but Jeff Bezos wanted to see more of it.
Good. Glad he's a sci-fi fan.
It's a really good show.
I mean, the rumor is that it's actually true. It's like
Yeah, I think
he just wanted to keep watching the show, so he bought it and put it on Amazon.
Yeah, I heard that.
Nice. And gave it a bigger budget, probably.
Blew it
Yes,
up, yeah.
the budget is conspicuously bigger in the later seasons.
Donnie,
Expanse, huh?
The Expanse.
if people ever ask me what my goal in life is, it's to be rich enough to resurrect my own favorite TV shows.
I hope it keeps expanding indefinitely.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get that rich, sounds like the dream.
Not very often when I hear about 3 good shows that I've literally never heard of.
Yeah, it's nice. This has been a very productive outing.
You only had to pay $300,000 for it.
Yeah, Expanse. I gotta remember that.
The Expanse.
I should just text my wife.
Yeah, text.
All right, away from the table.
And there's a bunch of seasons too, so it's not like
Yeah,
it's a lot
6
of watching.
seasons, a solid 60-plus hours of TV.
Great one.
Expanse.
Have you watched The Expanse, then?
Yeah, that one wasn't on my radar. I'll check
First
it out.
time I'm ever hearing
You
it.
like sci-fi?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good sci-fi.
But it sounds like it's serious more than campy.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool.
It's just kind of got that like near future feel.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I'll watch it on the plane to Monte Carlo.
You put some good luck on these cards?
Yeah.
Very
I put
nice.
some.
When's that trip?
Excellent.
When's the Monte Carlo
Back
trip?
on over to the Negreanu table. However, looks like Alex Foxen is all in here. The call button is in front of Lucky Chewy.
Yeah, Lucky Chewy's got top 2 pair on the King, Queen, 9, 6 board up against the aces for Foxen. So Foxen behind with the aces. 4 on the river is not going to do it, and all of those chips are going over to Lucky Chewy.
Wow.
Hello.
Alex Foxen eliminated here on day one. Aces cracked.
And Lichtenberger up to 760,000 in chips.
Whoa.
Stacking them up.
That is a
Lucky Chewy.
Real contender type stack. Foxen out the door, taking those waters with him.
Kristen wins the last longer.
Yeah.
Alex is sleeping on the couch, clearly now.
Dishes also.
He just cost him 300K.
Yep.
We'll see if Kristen can win it back for them.
It's not been a great level for Kristen Foxen, most recent one. Look at that stack.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Andrew Lichtenberger enjoyed some success at the 2023 Poker Masters that just wrapped up. Won an event there on his 36th birthday.
I'm not even sure where I am right now.
And now he is the current chip leader with 16 players remaining in Super High Roller Bowl 8 here on day one. Final level of the day. Paxton and Katz here involved in a pot, and Katz has the best of it with top pair. Action was checked on the flop and on the turn. Pre-flop here was a raise to 10,000 on the button from Katz, and Haxton defended from the big blind. As I mentioned, check on the flop, check on the turn.
11.
Haxton coming with 11,000. Gary Katz firing in a raise.
My randomizer.
Will
Just my
splash
shuffling
the
tips. I
pot
didn't know how much it was.
whenever he pleases, because this is his house. The raise is to 36,500.
Okay.
Your randomizer made it exactly half pot. That's impressive.
How'd that happen?
Gary Katz sitting on
You have to change the formula for next year.
380K.
The fact that someone who has one cash is in first place.
Yeah, you're right. No, they got to fix that.
That's his
It was a pretty good. It was a pretty good cash.
That's what happened?
Who could have foreseen, though, that
PokerGO
someone would win the main event?
Yeah. The guy who won the main event is in first place, and it's the only cash he has.
The main event of the World Series?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he even going to show up and play it?
Well, I'm sure he will.
I mean, they're talking about him like Daniel Weinman's not a known player.
Right.
Is he going to show up and play it?
The guy?
There's a guy at the top who won the main event.
Probably just got
According to Weinman, we might see him for the PLO series.
Oh,
or maybe the mixed game series, one of those. So we'll see.
But it's kind of nice being guaranteed the main champion's going to be in the top 40. Sounds kind of good.
Donnie, what's your take on the points distribution for the main event? Is it weighted too heavily?
Well, here's the thing. If you include the main event, this is my opinion, if you include the WSB main event as part of PGT qualification,
Yeah, like 240.
then it only makes sense that that would be the largest point-getter tournament of the season. I mean, that's the biggest tournament, the most prestigious tournament in the world. So why would anything else be ranked higher?
Right.
Like, is Poker Masters event number 10 supposed to be ranked higher? I mean, to me, no. I mean, it's the WSB main event. And I also like what they just mentioned. It's kind of nice having the WSB main event champion in the PGT championship, right?
Starts with 100K on the 16th.
Thank God somebody knows the schedule. And then
But I mean, I know he's on top right
Bahamas
now.
events, the WSOP Bahamas.
We have
event.
this event.
Daniel,
We have
Atlantis?
PLO series.
Yeah,
We have
Atlantis.
mixed game
That's
series.
one you
We
can
got the
maybe
super
do.
high rollable PLO.
Because I can take the family
WSOP
on
Europe
Seven,
events
what
count.
else?
Select a number of those events.
87 and
WSOP
9
Paradise
yeah.
events count. PGT Last Chance in January. So I mean, there's and there's a bunch of ARIA high rollers still to come. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities for people to pass it.
So they get you into the top 40 if you get, you have a good run there. And then there's a January series. We have it called I think called the Last Chance or something, where you can basically, it's January 2nd it starts, where you can play and get a chance to qualify for the PGT Championship. And the PGT Championship is just the top 40 ranked players. They battle for $1 million prize pool. It's a free roll.
How did the Last Chance ones work?
It's just the last series. They're all 10Ks pretty much.
So just the same number of points as anything?
Yeah, same points, but it gives you a chance to. There may be I think there's a series leader gets the automatic seat. Whoever wins gets to those points over the series. I think.
Do you get
got to check
points
with
for
Tim.
winning this one because it's such a high?
You got a
dollar?
ton. If you win this, you're in the top 40 for sure. If you final table this, you're going to have a good chance. Yeah, this has a lot of points. Whoever wins this will certainly pass.
56.
The main event champ.
Davies
What's
and
the
Haxton
multiplier
here,
for-
both with an ace.
Point three.
Potential trouble brewing here for
you get
Davies
900 points
as
for one?
Haxton races it up to 56K. Davies has only 218K left behind. Started this hand with 50 big blinds.
I need the points. I'm like 39th or 40th right now.
Happened when you did all that vacation. You took all that time off at the beginning of the year.
That's true.
You'll be fine. Are you going to go to the Bahamas? Or are you going to go play the win?
Yeah, planning on it.
Did you win one of the Masters ones?
Yeah, I won the one before the main event.
Board pairs on the turn with a 10.
That didn't jump you from
trouble.
Well, I was way far behind. That's why I'm.
That got him to the top 40. So.
I love hearing
Yeah, I didn't play much in the first half of the year. Not many of these events.
Well, you played a lot of the World Series events. You had a bad series? All the 10Ks count.
Yeah, I had a losing series, but it wasn't like terrible. I skipped the middle of the series and I didn't play in the mixed game stuff.
Oh, that'll do it.
Excellent. Just has to check here. That's Cats and
Like I
Bonomo
played a bunch
still
of Triton events, but those
talking
didn't count
about
anything.
the
UPG Monte
PGT
Carlo doesn't count
standings.
anything.
Yeah, we can't count Tritner. That would be like, basically the Triton events would be the top 20, and like half those guys wouldn't even show.
You have a house here?
I rent an apartment here, but my main home is Vancouver.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's why I was wondering if you had a house here because you said Vancouver. So, how does taxes work? Just curious.
I don't spend enough days there to count for Canadian taxes.
In Canada?
So, yeah, I still pay it here.
That's nice because there's no state income tax.
Yeah.
What's the state income tax in Missouri?
I'm on the Kansas side, but it's like 6% probably.
Haxton with a lock on his hand as the table talk. Fascinating as always in the final level of the night.
From PGT points to tax talk.
How many points do you have? How much taxes do you pay?
100.
100K is the bet here from Haxton.
Yeah, Kansas is a unique city where it's like two states. It's like half and half, basically.
I drove through Kansas one time. Well, that was
this bet represented more than
yeah,
half
well,
of Davies'
so
remaining
flat
stack.
completely.
Besides Kansas City, and then maybe like Lawrence, where the KU is. The rest of the state, not a lot. Lawrence is actually a really cool college town.
I got really lucky because I was driving with a
Donnie,
friend. We were switching off driving, and it was like ice. The roads were icy, but I was driving way too fast, and skidded off the road and went all the way into the grass meridian, almost into the oncoming traffic of the next of the highway. But very lucky.
Wow. How's that for a story? Gary Katz talking about a near collision on the freeway as we look at some potential collisions here on the leaderboard. Presented by Storm X. Isaac Haxton still on top. Steven Chidwick, our short stack. I feel as though Chidwick has gotten quieter and quieter as things have not gone his way. Sitting on just 25 big blinds. By the way, if you're just tuning in, my name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. We're in the final level of play here on day 1 of Super High Roller Bowl 8. It's been a fun day so far. Lots of exciting hands still to come over the course of the next 2 days because we have full wall-to-wall coverage tomorrow and Saturday. Tomorrow we start our stream at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern. Day 2 plays down to the final table. This Davies is going to try to get some chips back here with ace-queen.
This is my profit on the day.
Aces. Wow. Steven Chidwick.
Having a long time.
I literally just said that he's been getting quieter and quieter.
I mean, nothing has really worked out for Steven Chidwick today, so sitting on 25 big blinds, a very welcome sight to look down and find the burgers,
right,
as you refer to them, electing to play it slow, just calling here.
Camera's on. You don't want to show any of your tricks.
Exactly. You get it.
9-7-6-2 diamonds.
And I get nervous when the camera's
The way that this one played out pre-flop, Paul Yeager here could get in some trouble. I mean, middle pair on a board that is probably going to favor him quite a few amount of times, and he's got that straight draw to go with it. Davies, of course, whiffing completely. Action checks around. All right, queen on the turn, giving Davies a pair.
With the mask on.
They were all in the mouth?
It's just a feel.
Nose?
It's just a feel you get.
Not sure when you flat aces like
now
this.
You're like Bane.
This
Just
is
unreadable.
exactly the type of board you're looking to get here. I mean, it's
like
a little wet out
It's like
there.
you're in the safety and comfort of playing on your computer at home. That mask on.
This is what always seems to happen when you flat aces or when you slow play
Yep.
them, right? It's like, why did I do this? Why didn't I just 3-bet?
Oh, man.
I gotta play this pot opposition against 2 people.
I have extras if you'd like one.
It's connected. There's draws. Like, what? This. Chidwick checking the turn, and Jaeger is going with 13,000. Seth Davies is going to make the call.
I mean, this
It
becomes
too much oxygen.
exponentially more interesting as Chidwick has the biggest pair, and Davies is going to feel real good about top pair, top kicker. Oh, there we go.
There it is. Look at this.
Steven Chidwick moves all in.
I mean, this is why Steven Chidwick is the best. I mean, just figuring this out, pouncing when the time is right, got his opponents to put chips in with inferior hands here on the turn. There's a chance he gets called here as well, which, if the cards do end up going on their back, Steven Chidwick would love the position that he's in against either of these players.
Jaeger visibly frustrated. Lays it down. Action now on Davies. These two stacks very similar in size.
Just saw Davies get away from a tricky spot against Isaac Haxton. We'll see if he can bob and weave some more. And
amazing how much those two look alike. I think.
He's just non-stop chatting today. Carry Katz.
Is that too much Diet Coke?
It's so bright.
Maybe he had one of those NZT pills.
Yeah, it could be. Chidwick comfortably at risk here, knowing that since he did not get snapped off, he didn't push himself into some...
Yeah, Chidwick loves it right now. Absolutely loves it.
So you're going to stick around for PLO and next game?
Leaving as soon as this tournament's over, as soon as I bust. There's an Acro Yoga Festival in Portland that starts tomorrow. You fucked me. I bought tickets for that. And I was like, oh, I get to play all the Poker Masters. Yeah. And then you added this tournament to overlap with that last minute.
That's why we did it, just so you can do your acrobatic yoga.
And you really screwed it because we had it all
Peak
planned out.
table
Based on
talk
girlfriend
today. I mean,
birthday.
what,
2 days
what
is
in
my
the world?
birthday. You ruined all our plans.
We covered everyone's favorite TV shows and movies.
Commissioner Tim Duckworth, he's scheduling.
We talked about the
everything
PGT leaderboard. We talked a little bit
fired
of
me.
taxes. Got some Taylor Swift in there. Now acro yoga. I mean,
Acro yoga.
Of course, why not? Earlier we had birds. I mean,
shout out if you're into acro yoga. My back hurts just saying those words. Davey's still in the tank here, by the way. All jokes aside, massive spot for him. 300K buy-in, freeze-out event, no re-entries. He's trying to figure out, what do I beat here? Wow, again,
good
discipline from
B3?
Seth Davies.
3, right? That would be 3.
Correctly reading that, Chidwick is not faking it here.
couple of tricky spots recently for Seth Davies, but he's figured them both out.
How big is the acrobatic yoga community?
It's small. A big festival will have like 150 people at it. In Vancouver, we have something called the Flow Jams, which is in the summer.
Exactly.
Swinging on over to our outer tables. Negreanu there, top left corner. Our focus is going to be on
yeah, you're like, wait.
table on the right there.
I mean, hopefully.
Shakurchi's going to show the winner here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We had one who was at home.
Oh, you did? Oh, I didn't know that. Congrats. Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's 11 months old now.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's about to start walking. She's crawling fast around everyone. Flying modeling, standing up. Yeah. But like, she slept like probably 10-hour average from week 1 to now.
Oh, wow. That's a thing.
Is Brent Kenny your father or an uncle?
Yeah, if it's like Alex, it won't sleep. If it's like
I think uncle. I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah, me neither. I just heard him
But,
talk about an
yeah.
11-month-old.
Crazy, so we'll see.
His sleep is crazy.
No, it just gives a lot of energy. I think he's like definitely energetic kid.
Koon, A7 suited, comes in for the raise. Brewer comes along with a smaller suited ace.
Okay.
Koon is now 500K. I mean,
he's a machine.
He had no chips earlier.
No.
I mean, like, comparative to the field.
Total machine.
It's crazy. In Florida, it's the C-section rate in Florida is like 54% of births that happen in the hospital.
Have you ever seen The Business of Being Born? Do you remember Ricky Lake?
Yeah.
She did a documentary all about this.
Yeah. Oh, it's horrible.
3-3-5 on the flop here.
And it's so bad for the baby.
If you're Brewer, you're feeling a little bit better by your small ace. It's still only a gut shot, no backdoor spades. Koon has the backdoor clubs.
30 years, she's never had to go to the hospital one time.
So crazy. Really?
Yeah, but it's like everyone has like this horror story of like that they hear.
Yep.
Like, this person that they knew from here.
Koon
who
bets,
even
Brewer
knows
calls.
existed.
Yeah, I know.
American C-section right. So
Yeah.
Mine was just low heart.
Yeah.
My son had low heartbeat in the womb. We had to pull him out.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, when you're just being shot with like that girl early on, and then
Yeah.
oh, whoops, next thing you
Brewer
know,
just has to
now
check
it's
the turn
all
here.
right.
Let's see if Brewer is going to try and take it away from him.
Yeah, you're just like drugs and like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like scared against the
Actually goes check, check. 10 completes the board on the river. Chop if this goes to showdown.
This is such a country where everyone thinks everyone is in court and it's like you
And it's easier for the doctors to schedule it versus waiting around.
Does go check, check. Chop it up, boys.
really win for me,
swinging on over to our main feature table. Chidwick with
Vegas
jacks
is a
here.
very different community because a lot of people here are like
Paxton,
trying to go professional,
King 10
like Cirque du
suited.
Soleil or whatever.
Oh, that makes sense.
So in Vegas, a lot more people stick to like only their partner. It's also like
5, 6, 9.
there's no
1 diamond.
intermediate people in Vegas. It's all like professionals and like newbies.
Still talking about acro
Yeah,
yoga.
yeah.
In case you missed the acro yoga talk, we're back.
Next year, you'll be able to see Justin Bonomo on Cirque du Soleil.
12 o'clock tomorrow, Paul?
This hand here was raised from
those
Isaac Haxton to 11-5.
Yeah,
Pre-flop.
bottom for everybody.
3-bet from
You know it's
Chidwick.
yours, right? Yeah.
Call
Yeah.
from
Yeah,
Haxton
one
on the
over here.
flop.
There you go.
Check from Haxton. 18K from Chidwick. And Haxton makes the fold. So 2 nice pots in a row there for Stephen Chidwick, the reigning Poker Masters champion.
I think so.
He's back up over 200K. Still below starting stack, but things are trending in the right direction.
He's been the chip leader all year.
Seth Davies, the short stack
Year of
at
Ike.
this feature table.
It's slowed down a little since World Series, but
yeah,
I'm ready for it to pick back up.
I'm sure.
Negreanu
Yeah,
at
it's
the
like a
third
like
table
top
out there,
line
chatting with
filtration
Lucky
system.
Chewy as we have Dan Smith and Nick Petrangelo yet again.
Doesn't look good.
Dan
gross,
Smith's
right?
been quiet all day, and on the short stack here,
It's nasty. I remember, you know, it's funny. I was watching this video about.
Looks like we got
Gen
Bill
X
Klein here
and
coming
how
in with a
we
raise to
survived, 'cause,
11,000.
Our energy drink was drinking out
Dan
of hose.
Smith making the call.
We were like, we would like,
Nick
we rode in
Every
back
time we
cars
go
with
out to the outer
seatbelts.
feature table, Nick
We walked
Petrangelo has
home
to be
from
involved, so
school,
he's going to be
you know,
involved.
like without a cell phone. I know, but I'm saying the whole thing was like,
Jack,
we were latchkey kids.
9-3. Looks like 3
Yeah,
clubs
and it's like
to me.
today, a lot of that stuff would be illegal. Like, you can't let your kid come home
Dan
from
Smith
school by
looks
himself.
extremely
Like,
short.
I hope that's possible in some places.
Yeah, it should be.
like
But
he's
some
only
people
got
might say it's
37,000
It's really
or so.
important.
Me exploring in my
Yeah.
youth, walking home from school. With
There's a really good book called Coddling of the American Mind.
There goes all of
by
it.
Jonathan Haidt. Really
37K
excellent book where
in the
it
middle.
explains how kids need to fail. They need to feel fear. They need to feel, you know, you literally need to take kids and throw them in like a junkyard with nails and hammers and all that and let them explore, unsupervised.
From
I know,
acro
it sounds
yoga
crazy,
to
but,
throwing
like,
kids in the
dangerous.
junkyard.
I know what you're saying.
Like for their development.
That feels a little extreme. to
Of
me,
course,
but the
right.
general idea of learning through
Petrangelo here
trial and
makes the
error
call.
and
This means Dan
experiencing
Smith
things
will be at risk.
teach you
Question
directly.
becomes
I think
now,
But
what
we
is
have
Bill
health
Klein going to
parents
do
who
with
mean
all this
well,
action in
right?
front of him?
But like, if you're constantly over your kid and you never let them fall out of a tree or, you know, anything like that, like.
It's funny you say that. When I was growing up, like, lived in a
I think Bill
cul-de-sac,
Klein has around
all
175,000. Oh,
you know,
what?
bunch of other kids, and we'd all get together, play man.
Wow.
I'm sorry. What?
Whoa, all of a sudden, cards on their backs, 3-way all in. Donnie, what do we got here?
Well, Petrangelo's got 2 clubs. That's the 10 deuce of clubs, so
That's-
he flopped a flush.
Brother-sister duo.
Bill Klein's got a red and a black card, so
Looks
that
like
can't
King-
be a flush.
King Jack,
King Jack or King King.
Ace-6 or Ace-8.
Here we go. King Jack with the King of clubs. 10 deuce of clubs for Petrangelo. And then what's that, Ace-8? Yeah, Ace-8 with the 8 of clubs.
Could be a double knockout.
Turn is the Queen of Spades. Negreanu correctly assessing that this could be a double knockout.
He's got to fade a club, does Petrangelo, and if he does, he's going to score a double KO.
Wow.
Jack of Spades on the river, not going to do it. Dan Smith, Bill Klein, both eliminated.
Wow.
Hello, Nick Petrangelo.
Nick Petrangelo sends 2
I will
players to
say
the
it's
rail
funny seeing you two here.
in the final level of play here on day 1 of Super High Roller Bowl 8.
Well, we came the 3 of us
Lumberjack,
were
baby.
Yeah, I mean,
Chopping them down.
I never like to see Bill Klein go or Dan Smith, but I guess someone's got to be eliminated to bring this tournament a little step closer to finding out who ultimately wins it. Nick Petrangelo, last year's runner-up, still in the mix here with a good stack. And Seth Davies all in here.
Oh, hello.
Donnie, my over's coming in real hot right now. Real hot on the over.
Can't see the future today.
Oh, wow. 2 more people busting.
Bonomo, Jack 10. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Davies now 12 outs, or he will also hit the rail.
The player's left is hooked up to the RFID, so it knows that Seth is
See,
busting.
Bonomo always wins these.
Seth Davies.
Put the jinx on it.
12 outs, or he will be eliminated. River is the 5 of clubs, and Seth Davies is also eliminated.
I mean,
within a span of 5 minutes, we lost 3 players. Wow. Super High Rollerball 8 delivers.
Well, okay then.
Hey, Donnie, I promised it. I said it earlier. Towards the end of the night, the action always heats up.
Yeah, I guess we're going to break a table.
So, Isaac Haxton is correct. Back-to-back eliminations, and then Seth Davies out now as well. This means we got to break a table.
13.
13?
Think you do this, Mike?
He's lost like 4 people.
And I do think with that double elimination for Nick Petrangelo, it moved him into the chip lead. You guys can see his chips on the left at that empty seat at the table with Negreanu and Chewy. You see Tim Duckworth eyeing it in because it looks like a pile of chips over there.
Wow.
Not even stacked correctly.
All right, so we're going to do a full redraw, short break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the conclusion of day number 1 of Super High Rollerball 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our final table, 2 tables.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
The Lions seem like the obvious choice, but that's what's scary because you.
Yeah, that line seems like a trap for sure.
Packers it is. Yes, Ali?
Lions are fun to watch.
You want a minute to call that one in? You got old Billy Billy Boy on the
I can text, yeah.
I was going to say, pardon me, if Paul jams at some point, I just want you to be ready for the self-evident claim.
Surprise me. Okay? I don't know if it's Jägermeister or you're doing, I'm sure you're ready to go. Just surprise me.
Well, I guess it's not going to be a surprise anymore.
Was it Jägermeister?
Bomb. But still.
Negreanu open call from Bonomo. Call from Davies.
$994 Rainbow here. Ace high remains the best kit. Texture coupled with the 2 checks in front of the ace high, too tempting to do anything other than take a stab. 5 into 17.
These are a little bit interesting for Bonomo. It is a bit in the nude without a backdoor, but some things going on.
14,000?
Note the fight, note the sniff.
And also the recognition that there's so many hands that just must concede to a check raise from the small blind on a board texture such as that. And leveraging also the presence of a third party where that check raise looks more meaningful given, you know, that it appears less concerned about even a second opponent.
Very nice, Sully. Excellent maneuver.
Everybody who doesn't make the money's in last place.
Bonomo keeping Orpin honest.
Someone tells me people were betting on who was going to get last. People, it might be me.
No way. I would bet a lot of money that it wouldn't be you. Like a lot. I bet like $1 million on it. No way, not you. Pick him first. 100%.
For sure, not even close.
You kidding me?
That seems like a sporting exchange, but there's a lot of sense to it because Jaeger not likely to be the guy to just go off for all those bigs, whereas, as you touched on, Jaffe, Bonomo, there's some dudes out there that'll just go for the whole thing.
Huge flop for Orpin. That's exactly right, Ali. I think Jaeger might have thought Daniel was gassing him up. He was actually just being stone honest.
Yeah. just about the whole thing. Orpin has got all of this one with top 2. Chewy, though, does have the 7.
Really like Orpin's flop check.
On the rainbow board in particular, it's cozier.
If he does go for a bet here, tricky for Chewy in the face of sub-quarter. 7s with the ace. Not to rule out Bonomo continuing, but just 5s with a player behind. He's in, Ollie.
Okay, now this Bonomo flat in front of us is a bit dissuasive for the ace-7, is it not?
It's an interesting thing. We run into more hands that beat us, but now the pot is a touch bigger.
Dual forces acting upon Lichtenberger.
Oh, taking the 7 to potential glory. Unfortunately for Chewy, he's run into the very top of Orpin's range outside of the sets. Let's see how Orpin navigates. Just calling is a very compelling idea to allow hands like 4-5, 4-6 for Chewy, other sorts of things to perhaps do something crazy on the river, but of course our hand is good enough to just get it in. Very much a decision. These are tricky.
When we block both the queen and the jack, however, the idea of a set of 3s.
We're scared, but 30 some odd bigs for Orpin. If they have it, they have it.
Correct. So he makes the call, and things get less complicated upon the departure of Bonomo. Pot growing to roughly 65K. Sub 1 SPR for Orpin, and coordinated king of spades.
You know, I think Chewy gives up a lot of rivers, just checks, maybe beat king 10 on something like a deuce. But the king is quite interesting. This is a river where Chewy might feel compelled to keep bluffing.
I bet Kaylee has not.
Reason
I think this is a fun bet.
Get ace
Kaylee, have you
queen
ever
out,
played on
get
PokerGoPlay.com?
We really don't win anymore ever when we check. Where on a deuce, we do have some showdown. Where again, we beat ace king, king 10 suited.
Right.
But now it doesn't feel like we ever win if we check, does it?
Apparently not.
Goes for a very interesting block, trying to really target something like ace-jack. And for Orpin, with his tournament life on the line, against block, we do feel our queens and jacks are good. And maybe in some normal scenarios, although this being multi-way with a check raise, it's not that normal. But interested to see if he raises or just calls here. I think versus this sizing, he feels pretty confident he has the best hand. But again, as you alluded to before, it is a freeze out.
Well, fold is not on his mind. It's just whether or not he would be shooting himself in the foot were he to raise here. Obviously, he decides it's safe. And
I really like that from Orpin. Note, he did what he felt needed to be done. Well played from Orpin. Ambitious from Chewy.
I'm a bit surprised at the sizing, and the ace of spades seemed like a bad card for him to hold. 2 10s in there once more.
Wow, Nicky P, what's this, a bet and then a raise on the end? I mean, note, he has the king-queen, Talal with the 10s. I believe it was a bet of 20 some odd. Nicky P made it 100. Go on. Really nice.
Big blind, please.
So Petrangelo Pulling a Shakurchi in terms of being the bully. Talal's the man that likes to kind of throw his weight around
There
in
you go.
pots.
Right, 4,500.
Was efforting there during that brief absence. The line that got us to that point in the pot, unfortunately, wasn't able to come up with it. But
It's okay. Sometimes it's almost preferred. Sometimes you just narrow in. You're there for that moment, that raise. You know, we can speculate on what. Don't get me wrong. We like to have the line.
we also like to have ace-jack suited.
Chrissy be in there as well with the king-deuce suit. We've seen a couple of king-deuce of diamonds on the button today.
Collecting the ideas, as you like to put it.
There's 28,000.
There's
so
the
annoying
squeeze.
when it's that last guy, you know?
Almost home.
28. That's on 12.
I like this Chrissy B hoodie situation, the two-tone sleeves.
Yeah, yeah, I see it.
Hey, one pink tip from you.
Yeah, she's not mailing it in. She's just, you know, keeps it stylish out there. Appreciate it. Also, by the way, the Chidwick hoodie from on 210s in there once more.
Wow, Nikki P, what's this, a bet and then a raise on the end? I mean, no, he has the king-queen, Talal with the tens. I believe it was a bet of 20 some odd. Nikki P made it 100. Go on. Really nice.
Big blind, please.
I have no clue. It's very bright.
So
under the lights.
Petrangelo.
I'm not gonna sit on dom. Okay.
Pulling a Shakurchi in terms of being the bully. Talal's the man that likes to kind of throw his weight around
There
in
you go.
pots.
Right, 4,500.
Was efforting there during that brief absence. The line that got us to that point in the pot, unfortunately, wasn't able to come up with it. But
It's okay. Sometimes it's almost preferred. Sometimes you just narrow in. You're there for that moment, that raise. You know, we can speculate on what. Don't get me wrong. We like to have the line.
we also like to have ace-jack suited.
Chrissy be in there as well with the king-deuce suit. We've seen a couple of king-deuce of diamonds on the button.
Welcome back. One final time tonight. Super High Rollerball 8, day one. We got about, 35 minutes left on the day. We had to take a break because we saw so many eliminations that we are now down to the final two tables. Aline Ajad and Nick Schulman, the legends, the OGs, are on the commentary on PokerGo.com. Go hang out with them if you're feeling like that vibe, the night shift vibe. Otherwise, Donnie and myself, Remko Rinkema, are going to be here until the end of the night and also back tomorrow for more. Nick Petrangelo, double KO, sending Bill Klein and Dan Smith to the rail just before the break. Andrew Lichtenberger earlier busting Alex Foxen. And Isaac Haxton, he's ruling at the feature table. Those are the top three stacks. Daniel Negreanu is still in the mix. I'm eager to find out how this redraw has played out, Donnie, because quite big implications, because whoever you're sitting with now, you'll be stuck with for a while.
Oh yes. What's the number on the all-ins? 3? Have we had 3?
Well, is it one all-in if two players bust on the same hand?
See, I knew you were going to pull that card, man. I just want to know if we hit the over on your 3.5 or not.
Well, either way, it's been an eventful level already.
Yeah, you're big.
Axton stayed on the feature table. We now have two tables, both with hole cards, so I will guarantee that we will not miss a big all-in for the remainder of the tournament. Paul Yeager still on our feature table, along with Haxton, Chidwick, Shakurchi, Kerry Katz, and Bonomo. This means that Koon and Negreanu now seated together on the outer table. I'm going to go out on a limb here, Donnie, and say that if they both survive, we're going to have the Koon Negreanu show to start day 2.
Oh, really? That's what you're going with?
I mean,
that's what you're going with.
I don't
Okay.
see a reason to redraw if you just did the redraw. So those guys likely to stay together. And the rule
I feel like you have to redraw at the end of the day. I feel like that's the rule.
No, it's ridiculous.
I don't know what the rules are, so don't ask me.
We're just speculating. Either way, thanks everyone for hanging out with us here late at night.
14.
Yeah.
We are still live. Thanks, Michael Griffiths, for tuning in.
And the price you
Parth
win
is
for my
asking,
double
final table will be 9-handed. No, this
Yeah,
is a
double
7-handed
up.
tournament,
Yeah,
as you can see on the
Ike's
screen.
generous
I am.
9-8-8 on the flop here. Donnie, look at this. Jaeger and Haxton both hitting the 9. Cats with the open-ended straight draw.
Jaeger's interested to the tune of 30,000. Cats is 60% of the way there to a straight flush draw. He's not going to fold, but Jaeger's got that 9 of spades.
Oh
so
my God.
It ain't coming home today.
Just cancel the hand. Average stack at this feature table, 79 big blinds. Shakurchi is the short stack here. Axton lets go of his 9, so we have heads-up action. All of a sudden, percentages, of course, change dramatically as Jaeger now with a good chance to win the whole thing. Cats, of course, still open-ended. Let's see if Jaeger continues firing here. We've seen Jaeger throw out large sizings. Decides to check this time. Cats gladly taking a free card, hoping to hit a straight. River card is the 6 of hearts. That's a whiff for Cats. Jaeger with the check mark. He's going to do his own bidding, and Cats tosses him right away. We got about half an hour left in today's stream. Tomorrow, the stream will resume at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. East on the East Coast. We're streaming the entire day until they get down to a final table. However, the final remaining players is TBD. 4 places are paid. I have a suspicion, Donnie, that we might play down to the final 5 tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, it's my suspicion. You know,
Get us
down,
on the bubble?
Get us on the bubble.
Listen, I know it's like not the thing you want when you're playing to go home on the bubble for another night, but I kind of like it as a viewer / commentator. Like, you know, that drama of the bubble the next day.
Yep.
We saw that in the final event of the Poker Masters, coming back with 8 left, 6 paid. Like, I love that on the final day. So, if we do that, let's go. A couple aces here. Shakurchi.
Cat's coming along here with King 4 suited.
Yeah, this doesn't really like carry Cats. I mean, I know he can get a little bit tricky from time to time, but calling a raise with King 4 carry doesn't seem like you. Bonomo's in there with at least the 8 of spades.
Chidwick.
Wow. Okay. King 7-4.
Wow. How does he do it?
I mean, he just does it, man. Absolutely just does it. And this can certainly get Talal Shakurchi into some trouble because he's not the deepest. Bet of 15,000 and Carry Cats makes the call. Chidwick gets out of the way. No matter what that other card is for Chidwick, it certainly didn't connect here.
10 on the turn. Talal has
55.
35?
Now, if you're Carey and you have any idea about how Shakurchi plays, you just call and you just let him blast it off.
1. Cool.
Cats does the opposite, moves all in.
It's going to get the call
Talal
anyway. Here we go.
has the overpair, and Cats shows King 4. A brief wow escapes Talal's mouth there, as he is not happy to see this. 8 outs for Shakurchi, or he'll be the next player to hit the rail.
Do you think Carey looks nervous here?
He's a little bit.
Maybe a little bit of like PTSD in a way, that he's gotten some beats recently that he hasn't liked.
All those previous bad beats going through the mind of Kerry Katz, but right now he is a big favorite to win this one. River card is the Queen of Hearts.
Cool.
Good game, Talal.
Talal eliminated.
Aces go down again. We saw it not too long ago. Alex Foxen's aces went down to Andrew Lichtenberger on the outer table. He also ran into 2-pair, and here it is Talal Shakurchi running the aces into 2-pair, this time of Kerry Katz, Al Jefe.
Wow. Kerry Katz up to 486K. Lots of big stacks here now at the feature table. Chidwick, the only player who doesn't have at least 90 big blinds.
High resolution screen back there.
The Suhai Oval looks fantastic.
Well, I mean, it was just Talal's face a second before that.
Shout out to Bryce Johnson with a $5 donation. Bryce, be careful out there, buddy.
Kerry doesn't take any shortcuts on the production value.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's not me. It's all Maury and the team.
Well, Maury doesn't take shortcuts then.
Yeah.
How much did it cost to build the studio?
If I told you, I'd have to kill you.
That's a good answer.
No, it was a partnership between us and Ariane. I can't really cover it. I can't really disclose.
No one's listening.
I would just say I would never want to do it again. All right.
So you'd be mad if I busted and burned it down?
I don't know, then maybe you can collect the insurance.
Well, that is Helmuthian, isn't it?
I don't suppose I get to know how many chips you have.
I'm going to tell you real quick. You're going to get it in that standard 40s for you.
I don't think my clock should be running. I'm actually.
I agree.
I just got these. So cut me some slack, Ike.
I'm cutting you all the slack in the world. I just want to know how many chips you have.
All right. I don't know how many chips I have.
That is the problem. 40s? He has like 5 something.
This is 240 plus 175. That's 405.
Tell him in the form of a riddle.
It's about 500.
50, 60. Yeah, it's like 480.
Thank you.
Nothing like 40 stacks to make counting easy.
I mean, we've all played with Kerry when he's had 27 stacks.
No, 20. You get the 28.
42s sometimes too.
Haxton comes long on the button. Ace, 6 of spades.
Remember the one where Sean Wintle he had each stack as an individual big blind?
That is a Sean Winter classic.
He had like 18 stacks. He's like, what's the issue? Each one's a big blind. He's got it right. If you actually like, it wasn't.
It's not as bad as 27 stacks.
It's way better.
28. Come on, it's standard 28. You know that.
8.
Katz checks to Haxton, who bets 8,000.
Oh my God, I'm getting milked. Hey, Ike, it's not good. Just hope you don't have quad 3s. That would not be good. All right, I'm checking.
Katz's ace high is still the best ace high. However, by giving away the betting lead to a player like Isaac Haxton, he might be opening himself up to some pressure on the turn or river.
You have a side in tonight's game?
What?
Yeah.
I didn't, just because I wasn't able to watch it.
That makes sense.
And I like to be able to like get off if I want to, or I did, or
yeah. I really quickly read the summary. It looked like Green Bay played bad.
Yeah.
9 on the river
I mean,
completes the board.
I said before the game, the Lions are the obvious choice, but that's what scares me because it seems like a trap, you know?
That is like, yeah. It does feel like when it's too obvious.
Yeah, it just felt too obvious. It really did. Because if you look at Green Bay, like their wins were against like Chicago.
And like comeback wins.
And like a comeback once Carr got hurt in the same game. Like those aren't very good wins, you know?
No, they aren't. And the Saints missed a field goal also. Like even like Winston still drove them down the field to win the game.
Ace high.
Ace high versus ace high, and Katz shows the best ace high. No chop on this one. Kerry Katz now up to over 500,000 chips. Swinging on over to our secondary table. 2 tables in play here. Petrangelo, the chip leader, walking around there casually, not involved in this hand clearly. Donnie, give me a quick count here on Negreanu.
I was going to say, Negreanu looks like he's been chipping up a little bit over there. Looks like about 430 or so, 435 maybe. So trending in the right direction. See Lichtenberger having a flopped straight here against the flush draw for Bryn Kenny.
10 seconds.
102,000 already in the middle. Kenny checked on the turn.
76.
76 from Kenny, from Lichtenberger into Kenny. I mean, to me, Donnie, at my level, this type of card on the turn is like a check raise card. Right? To the double flush draws with the ace pops off? Come on.
Well, that's why you're not
That's why
the all-time money leader.
That's why I'm sitting right here.
Hey, a spade could come on the river.
Hey, man, that's what I'm saying. Semi-bluff, I'm there. And Lichtenberger now sitting on 829,000 chips. Nick Petrangelo, chip leader, on 870. Tons of big stacks here at this secondary table. Foxen, Kristen, that is, and Bryn Kenny, the only 2 players here below the starting stack.
What did Jaeger have? 30? 35?
Action full to Petrangelo in the small blind. 10-9 of hearts.
17-5.
Nikki P makes it 17-5. Kenny with the 9-7 off comes along for the call in the big blind. Just a casual, open-ended straight flush draw for Petrangelo.
That's a good one.
Donnie, we're all still, you know, poker beginners at heart. Petrangelo wins a pot with the open-ended straight flush draw and just has to show it because it's so pretty.
Of course you have to show it. Should let him rabbit hunt, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go.
What's the turn in river here? Two tables still in play here, late at night on day 1. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you enjoy the content, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and don't forget, put it in your calendar for tomorrow.
11-5.
Day 2 streaming starting at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, as Koon decides to play here with 6-5 suited.
Oh.
Foxen comes along in position. Chewy in the big blind decides to toss in the extra as well.
3 players. Check.
Ace, deuce, 3, all spades on the flop. Foxen flops a pair of aces. Action gets checked to her. Might want to bet this to protect her hand.
11,000.
Pretty vulnerable on a board like this.
Raised to 28.5.
Wow. Jason Koon comes with the check raise, Donnie, on the 3-spade board.
Yeah, breaking 200 and leaving. Yeah.
10 seconds.
The mind games of playing stakes these big, exponential. And Koon gets the respect from Foxen, coming with a check raise.
Wonder if there was some thought there from Foxen going back to earlier when they played a big pot. Koon took the lead on the turn in that one and then jammed the river. So in this spot, you know, Foxen has a good hand, not the best of it. Certainly vulnerable. Might be thinking this check raise probably going to lead to some additional pressure on the turn and river from Jason Koon. So maybe I'll just get out of the way right here and pick a different spot to fight for.
So the rest is small stakes anyway. You just go play the high stakes and come back for Halloween. Dude, I got that. Hit that incentive to win player of the year.
11,000.
And how many? What's there only like 3 events or something in the year?
Yeah, like 4 max.
Yeah.
So it's like
My neighborhood goes bananas. I was back out on my driveway today, and the guy across the street has a whole setup. He puts a it clown in the sewer.
Oh, nice.
All for the next 2 months, there'll be statues talking 24/7.
Oh yeah, I was over at your house.
Negreanu here in action against Foxen.
It's insane. But dude, the thing talks all.
Foxen in position comes with a bit of 7,000 after Negreanu checked, and Negreanu gives it up. Foxen takes that one.
Yes, sir.
There's an open bar everywhere.
Yeah, number 2 to 6.
You want to draw for me? Craziest thing I've ever seen.
You guys hear and see tournament director Paul Campbell there, drawing for the final hands of the night. Two hands left in day 1. Bryn Kenny did the honors there. Could have picked 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. He picked 2.
Bryn Kenny and I are, in some ways, the same person. Sometimes we show up and we're like super trim. We've been on that diet, eating broccoli all day. And some months we just let it go a little bit and have some fun with it. Donnie, you know me. During WSOP, I bulk up. And then I spent all of August, September, and October trying to shed that weight again.
Is that like the March Madness of ping pong going on?
I remember a while back, Bryn was all about the holistic life and living clean.
I believe that's hand number 1. So 1 more to go before the remaining players bag it up for the night. They'll come back tomorrow. Play kicks off at noon. Stream starts at 1 p.m. Pacific time. That's 4 p.m. for all you East Coasters.
That is 10 p.m. for all you Central Europeans.
Don't quite know how long we'll play. You mentioned possibly playing down to 5, but we'll get the word overnight of how long we're going to play. Probably depending on how the speed of things goes. Heck, maybe we get into the money if it goes fast enough. Who knows? But either way, tomorrow is what I would call moving day here at Super High Roller Bowl. First goal, make it to the final table. Then once you get there, play onward, try and get into the money, ultimately chase that $2.7 million first place prize.
I mean, Donnie, at the pace they've been playing, it doesn't even seem to matter how deep the stacks are because the money keeps flying in.
Of course. I mean, we also, you know, you and I have both been around the block quite a few times. It'll slow down a little bit. Honestly, it might fly down to the final table tomorrow, and then once they get to the final table, everyone's going to be like, okay, let's slow down a little bit here. We know that the large majority of these players in the field are ICM wizards to one extent or another, so they're certainly going to be aware of what's at play as Koon there puts the pressure on the last hand, the king 10 of diamonds, 3-bets it, and that's going to do it. We are done for the night. Well, we're done for the night on the outer table.
On the outer table, but what's going on here on the main feature? Still some action happening.
This might be the first hand still.
Yeah, I
the
think
first
so.
hand at this table.
Yep. So in the time that they've played 2 hands on the outer table, we're still on the same hand here. And to recap the action, Cats limped in for 5,000. Bonomo made it 22 on the button. Cats called.
One more.
On the flop, Cats check called 18K. Then check on the turn, and here we are on the river. Cats is first to act, left with just king high. And what is this? Are we making change or are we
time
betting?
extension on that? It's a disaster.
I get 9 more
Just
tomorrow.
bet 5K.
Oh, wow. I thought he was getting changed from an earlier bet.
Ace is good. Ace is good.
You got to show it, sir.
Donnie, a larger bet might have been able to...
A larger bet might have got that through.
Yeah.
Would have been expensive.
I mean, I don't know. We did see Bonomo win a Poker Masters event calling with ace high, so he very well could have picked it off. If anyone picks it off, it's Justin Bonomo.
Absolutely. So now I think we have one hand left here.
So this is the last hand, right?
Yep.
There it is, last hand announced. By the way, shout out to everyone who has been with us all night. It's been a blast being able to call the action here. Quick reminder, PokerGo.com, Nick Schulman, Ali Najad on the commentary all day long, tomorrow as well. If you're new to PokerGo, please subscribe. Use promo code DREAM20 to save $20 on your annual subscription. The draw for the winner of a seed into our $1 Million free roll is happening this Saturday. All annual subscribers to PokerGo are eligible.
Paul Jager's done. Kerry Katz is done.
Justin Bonomo not done.
A couple of snowmen here. 12,000 it is. Ace Jack off for Stephen Chidwick.
Chidwick starting this hand with 39 big blinds.
Yeah, on the shorter side of things, but you know, still plenty to work with.
Oh wow, here we go.
Well, okay. All of it.
Pretty sure I'm calling. What's the count?
Pretty sure I'm calling, says Bonomo.
197.
I mean, this would be an 80 big blind pot.
Yeah, I call.
Wow, there it is. The good old 80 big blind coin flip.
On the final hand of the night. I mean, jeez.
Final hand of the night.
This for sure means your over came in. 100%.
Acro Yoga awaits for Justin Bonomo, so he's willing to take a bit more risk. So it seems, jokes aside though, massive coin flip. Stephen Chidwick at risk here with Ace Jack. Bonomo with the pocket pair, hoping to hold up and vault himself towards the chip lead.
High resolution.
Bonomo doesn't look too happy, even though he practically snapped it off. Here comes the flop. There it is, Jack in the middle. Stephen Chidwick closing in on a massive double up here on the final hand of the night. Diamonds no factor for Bonomo. He needs an 8 or running straight cards. 6 of spades on the turn is not going to do that. 2 outs for Bonomo, or else Chidwick will double up to level the playing field a little bit more here. River card. The deuce of diamonds, and that is it. Stephen Chidwick gets that last minute double up, closes out the night with 404,000 chips. Bonomo still above the starting stack. And boy, oh boy, do we got some action for you all tomorrow? Jason Koon, Daniel Negreanu, Nick Petrangelo, all sitting on good stacks. Kristen Foxen still in the mix.
Not on all ends.
We've seen plenty of massive pots. I think the over hit on the all-ins, Donnie.
Great way to end it. Going out with a bang.
Exactly.
Double up for the Poker Masters champion.
There it is. Going out with a bang indeed. Feels though we're potentially waiting for bags here to put the chips away.
Hey, Paul, we're done.
Well done.
There it is.
Nick Petrangelo, you are looking at the overnight chip leader.
This counts as one, so yeah, here, take that back.
892,000 chips, so it says.
Yeah. Yeah, they close.
Absolutely massive stack for Petrangelo. Of course, lots of poker left to be played here at Super High Roller Bowl 8. You hear the tune, and that means that we are closing things out for the night. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. It's been a thrilling day of poker action here on YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It's been an honor and a pleasure. We're back tomorrow as we play down to the final table. Tune in at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern. Thanks so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for day 2 action.